That bitch is a thing. She's these young guys. What's her name? Lala or some shit. No, Lala's some shit like that. Bitch. That bitch is hot. Is she the most hottest bitch of all time? West Side. I asked you a question. Is she the most hottest bitch of all time? Hell, yeah. For Rizzy? Hells no. It's really cute. Look at this West Side gangster. Look at this athleticism.
String him short until he's kicked. I got that West Side. I like peeing noodles off the side. I don't know what red-blooded American male wouldn't.
Lucy Lyons. International. She's got one of those wicked fucking crazy ears like I do. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, I suck toes. Hell yeah, I suck toes. Exercise should be green. Good job. Hell yeah, suck toes. What's that bitch's name? Like the finish on. Why? That bitch can get it. Hector and Bishop. Edgar. Christina Milian? I don't think so. There's another bitch. Is it? No, that's that bitch. Is that Christina Milian?
Kids, listen. Get next to your speakers, girls.
Others, perhaps. Joe Budden.
Savage people of Tartars, hellish of aspect, as voracious as wolves in their hunger for spoils, as brave as lions have invaded my country. The brave knighthood of Georgia has hunted them down out of the country, killing 25,000 of the invaders. But alas, we're no longer in a position to take up the cross. That's called putting a brave face. If they couldn't kill 24,000, in exchange for your lives. Yeah. guide to taking over the Caucasus by the shortest route. This Muslim Shah was no idiot. You could quickly see that any disputes he may have had with any of his other neighbors paled in comparison to this new view. And while he made a deal with the Mongols and gave them guides, he told the guides, instead of taking the Mongols on the shortest route, to take them over those torturous and costly roads. He used the short pathways that would send special messengers to get across faster to the peoples on the other side of the Caucasus. And when was coming, he told them to bury their differences too, to work together, and to have an army waiting for the Mongols on the other side of the treacherous nations, and torrential rivers of glacier water pouring down into the passes out of the mountain range. Like most of these processes, the mountains will fan across the walls. It's supposed to be as torturous, driven in some ways, but so narrow, can traverse it at a time. This terrible endeavor, finally emerging from the other side, cold, starving things, but you see, containing many different peoples now all aligned together against the trouble. And quickly so become this is a trend. He also realizes that he has no trick this way. There's no way to turn it back. Braving all those waters and glaciers and all that stuff again, he assured me that we enough. But the other side of the Caucasus, where he first entered, initially he tries a quick attack to see what happens. Especially the United States has forgotten how effective used diplomacy. Diplomacy in the United States has been something somewhat sneered at since the 70s. Seen as a weary alternative to fighting. Mongols understood better. They understood that China was deemed as some of the most wily, clever, intelligent people in history. And diplomacy doesn't have to be shit to protect you. Diplomacy strikes at the heart of your enemies. In this case, there's a guy who's out and realizes he's composed of a bunch of people who don't really like each other. Some of them are This ally army is composed of Christians, Muslims, pagan peoples, steppes. It has Galans who live in cities. It has Muslim folks who live in the foothills. It has tribal peoples who are culturally split. Ever since they invaded the Corpuscan Shah's territory. Which is crazy in a sense. They just can't imagine the justice. But he says the world will step brothers of the same. We have problems with these Christians and we have problems with these Muslims that are there in this battle. What do you want from us? We give you nothing but spoils and money and clothes and we can eat. And that's not fair. And Korea's one of them. The king was listened to. Mongols was not fixing the money. Be gone. Mongols get it. Mongols bring out facing the mountain range that has the Mongols trapped in the lines of place. Half their forces left. So swoops down and is now diminished and destroyed. Top speed catches up to those humans that they made a deal with saying they were going to step and swept down on them, unaware of what's supposed to kill them. Took back the spoils and the clothes that they had given them as a price for their defection. They got back their original bride. They First European states that actually contact during this time period, no one had ever even seen them. They may have heard of a Prester John or Christian king of the East and the Holy. Some of them crowned heads of Europe are privy to some inside information that they call sometimes the people who first actually had contact with the Lord probably knew nothing of this, yet they probably knew
should be green
these
account.
steppe nomads from the East than any other people. It was the people who had Russia. The time somebody referred to this area as these were a bunch of what's probably best German city-states. Places like Kiev, Snow, Novo, France cities where the Europeans all the surrounding countryside. That way you could have ancient Greece with empires and surrounding names. And these cities were independent by titles like Grand Duke, or Boyard. Sometimes these people lived together, sometimes they were at odds with each other, sometimes they got married, sometimes they wrote treaties. It's a disorganized, disunified system. Now, those people in this area had more contact and more understanding of the ways and the tendencies and the culture of these nomadic steppe peoples than anyone else in Europe after all. These Kievan groups had been the neighbors of the steppe people since time immemorial. The names of the tribes would change, but the lifestyle would be the same, the tendencies would be the same. During this time period, as we said, their next door neighbors to the east and east, Hitchin and Turkey. The Russians had their own king, and the Russian relationship with them was complex and changing. Some of these Russian dukes and grand dukes and boyars had good relationships with others. They were good people to trade with, you could converse, you could get slaves from them, and sometimes they would marry, the boyar's daughter to a wealthy prince's daughter, cement relationships. Other princes, though, couldn't stand the boys, dealt with them in more of a military fashion. Come in and raid their towns, steal their stuff, take their villages, take their women and children, and vice versa. So these glossy people arrive at the Russian cities, screaming about a horrific people from the east that they all have to band together to fight. Some of these Russian princes listened, others were positively happy with the term. After all, why would I, as a Russian prince who've been trying to fight off the Russian raids forever, be upset with the fact that, one of your other steppe peoples has turned against you as messenger? I'm very sorry to hear that. It took convincing Lucy to explain to the Russians, you don't understand. This isn't like anything any of us have ever seen, and we're all gonna die. Now, in typical European fashion, the Russians were not that worried. They had a pretty high opinion of themselves. They didn't think these were just another steppe people from the east. I'm afraid of them like you're afraid of them. There wasn't a whole lot of energy to deal with stuff moved in all kinds of tribes, trying to put the fear of the Mongols into them until right. And soon the forces were coming up these rivers and heading towards Kiev and Rabbi. First of all, there was an outrageousness to this cavalry and how it was being conducted because Subutai forces are completely unmoored from anything. It's like a band of brigands that doesn't have any supply lines. They're totally unattached. They can go wherever they want at high speed. They don't have to have any connection to where they were a month ago. You don't know where they're going next. All of a sudden, the Russians understand these people are here now. Look at what they're doing in your communities, and they could be on us tomorrow. Suddenly, these team fighting is beginning to operate in Please come this time. They arranged a rendezvous. Everybody sort of was told to raise their own armies together, get your nobles together, get your peasants together, get your butchers together, and meet here by this date. And everybody started running. The Pelosi unit did the same thing. And as these forces are massing, Russian princes get the first. And one of them is like, because one point they wake up, eloquent, civilized, with a message. The message was recorded in Russian, specific methods called chronicle novel. Help describe first contact. Exhibits what they say. It starts off this way. The coordination of the armies. And then they began to organize their forces, each his own province. And they went, having collected the whole Russian land against the Tartars, and were on the Dnieper, at Zara. Then the Tartars, having learned that the Russian princes were coming against them, sent envoys to the Russian princes. Behold, we hear that you are coming against us, having listened to the Pelosi man. But we have not occupied your land, nor your towns, nor your villages, nor is it against you that we have come. But we have come sent by God against our serfs and our horse herds, the pagan Pelosi. And do you take peace with us? If they escape to you, drive them off thence, and take to yourselves their goods. For we have heard that to you also they have done much harm, and it is for this reason also that we are fighting them. Historians who know well tactics are suggesting that this is very similar to what the Mongol did to break up the alliance with Sukhai came out of the Caucasus Mountains. He's trying to take the Pelosi and disengage them from their allies, the Russian princes. Perhaps. Certainly not true that the Mongols have done the Russians any harm, because they would be able to come all the way to Kiev. But they may not understand that this is Russian territory, that these Russians think of themselves differently than the Pelosi. Nonetheless, the Russian answer to all that is so good. So far on the subject, that's about the first thing. That's a conclusion. When the combined Allied forces, the Russians and the Pelosi, first encounter any Mongol troops at all, they don't seem to want to fight. They encounter these small groups of Mongols who either allow themselves to be captured, or a couple hundred men will fight to the death, or a few herders who will run away at the first sight of the army. The Allied army keeps capturing stuff. It looks like they're just getting on the Mongol foot, capturing a herd of goats, a herd of sheep, a herd of cattle. And they're being weighed down by all these animals that are now trailing behind the army. Some historians think this is just a wonder. General or allowing things to fall into the hands of the Russians and Pelosi just make them even slower and more disorganized. The Russians are beginning to think the Pelosi are just cowards, because every time they're running into any of these Mongols, they're just dying. They're running away. They're cowering. By the way, this is an army that may have numbered 80,000 people. Zubadai's got between 50 and 20,000 guys right now. The Russians think this is New steps. 9 days, 12 minutes, 600. This guy what's about to happen. What is it? I doubt that the Russians will also forces more stronger. There's 50 miles between the front of the column and the rear of the army, which has all these hands. It's training. One day, the front of the column, which is in the valley, as the front of the army begins to advance towards the Mongols, all of a sudden smoke appears. Pots of oil, pitch, and fire strategically across the battle, so that the smoke blows across the Mongol front, hides whatever maneuvers the Mongols are. Russians and Pelosi can hardly communicate with the troops right around them, much less the troops of each separate flank commanded by their own commander, strung out in a long column. Now he's strong, stiff force of this battle. It seems, though, that the Russians attack at the front of this long column must have been stronger than the entire area. The last contingency of the long Russian column ever made it to the battle. Unfortunately, the Russians proceed. The front of the column does. They either plunge into the Mongol range, or the Mongols plunge into them. Nobody quite knows how it goes. But the front of the Russian column gets smashed, as does the front of the Russian column. The front of the column turn around and hot under the heat. Next contingent of troops turns around and smashes it. So all smashing it. Eventually, the panic just sets in, and the Mongol contingents proceed. Is described as fleeing and extremely confused. The battlefield is a mess of smoke and screams and yells. Disorganized rout. Rowing, the Prince of Kiev, 10,000 of his own men, stop, turn around, wrap his forces up around a wagon, as it's called, a bunch of wagons chained together for fortification protection, and try to hold off the Mongols so that perhaps the Russian Velocity army can reorganize and fight again. It doesn't work. The Mongols continue to pursue the rest of the army for 150 miles, killing at least 40,000. 6 Russian princes, and the Prince of Kiev, who mentioned that was just himself, 10,000. Promises them safety. Russian prince surrenders to the prince himself is locked up in a box and suffocated because the Mongols don't believe they should no blood outside the battle. Of the 10,000 Russians that are not killed after fake peace overtures, the Mongols tie them up, lay them down, stack them like corn. On top of this wonderful floor is crushing all these tied and stacked men underneath Finally, the design is paid for the terrible Russian diplomatic Russian and lost is traditionally is how we first it's commonly known as the Battle of the Cauldron. The results could not be disordered to the Russians. The Russians are an Orthodox Christian people, and there are many of them. They tend to see the world in terms of their religious beliefs in the same way that the Muslims saw the world similarly. Couldn't understand what they had done to displease God so much that they sent Genghis Khan to punish them. The Orthodox Christians that the Russians were couldn't understand what sort of sins they committed to allow such a result as what happened at the Cauldron River to occur to them. In fact, they were still completely confused as to who the people that defeated them in the Cauldron River even were. Remember, as far as the Europeans are concerned, this is a people that has emerged just recently from another galaxy. The galaxy of China, another place that they've never heard of, do not know. The Russian chronicles from this area plainly show how demoralized and disoriented the Russians were right this time. Heading number 12, the chronicles the same here for our sins. Unknown tribes came, whom no one exactly knows who they are, nor whence they came out, nor what their language is, nor of what race they are, nor of what their faith is, but they call them Tartars. Just to be so profound, just when the Russians are trying to figure out what they're up against. These Mongols, these Tartars, disappear. The sudden disappearance of the Mongols must have been inexplicable. They had come out of the east like a lightning bolt, smashed all these eastern steppe armies, Russian armies, and done so with ease and with a fraction of the numbers that they proposed. And then, when they've got them down and vulnerable, instead of delivering the coup de grace, the death blow, they leave. This whole thing must have seemed like a bad dream to people like the Russian princes who survived, because of course they treated it almost as though it was a lightning thrown from the heavens. A huge affair not to be believed. In fact, historians often like counterfactuals. Wonder how things might be different for history had the Russians taken this attack by Sukhoi and his Mongol scouting force as a warning and prepared for the next blow. Instead, they went back to their knowledge and assumed that this was a one-off. We're never going to see the strange dog and mango type thing. The people further west were completely unaware of any of this. Crown heads of places like Germany and France and England never even heard of this stuff. They didn't even know about it. And the Russians seemed to want to just forget this.
These are one of the most famous teams of all time. You're so good looking.
Subadai and his Mongols left because Genghis recalled as a messenger telling them time to come back. Went back to Mongolia through a different route than they arrived. They decimated a couple more tribal nomadic groups on the way, suffered a diverse hands of the people called the Mongols. Yemen would die before the force got back to Mongolia. But when the force did get back to Mongolia, Genghis Khan got a wealth of information about what lay to the west of his new conquest, showing its opportunities, but also what Europe was like.
Oh, that's that one guy. Girl, what's her name?
But he'd run into people like the Venetian traders.
What's his name? Ricci or something like that.
In exchange for the Mongols going around and destroying all the other trading posts of the other peoples.
What's that motherfucker's name? Raskin or something? Rancid or something? Bill Rancid? Bill and the other bitch. Tommy should have won. Everybody knows Tommy should have won.
Subadai left behind scores of spies and secret messengers to provide regular reports on all that went on in Russia and Europe. This information was passed to the Mongol Intelligence Service, which began compiling dossiers on the various European countries and the political and religious rivalries that divided them. Subadai's reconnaissance into Russia was history's longest cavalry ride, with over 5,500 miles in about 3 years. On that ride, Subadai and Yebe won over a dozen battles against superior numbers. Perhaps most importantly, the information gained from the reconnaissance showed that a vast corridor of steppe ran from Mongolia to Hungary, and along that corridor, the armies of the Mongols could move faster than any army in the world. Subadai's great cavalry raid had been a reconnaissance mission, and his army was far too small to attempt conquest. The next time the Mongols came to the west, they considered force. Try telling the European steppe victims of the Mongols that the Mongol 15,000 force was too small to attempt conquest. It sure looked pretty large enough to them. It was pursuing them for hundreds of miles after the battle, continuing to kill as they ran step by. Now, I spent a bunch of time on this mission because to the Europeans, this was a shocking affair. To the Mongols, it was a footnote. If you look at their own history, the secret history of the Mongols, they devote a mere 4 lines to this whole thing. They'll devote pages to the question of the Mongol succession, but this scouting raid by Subadai, his destruction of all these people, just par for the course as far as they were concerned. Here's all that the Mongol secret history has to say about Subadai's brutality. He, Genghis Khan, sent Subadai the Brave off to war in the north, where he defeated 11 kingdoms and tribes, crossing the Volga and Ural rivers, finally going to war with Kiev. So Subadai's cavalry raid is almost beneath notice as far as Genghis Khan is concerned. What he's about to do that requires the help of his great general Subadai gets quite a bit more play in this history. He's going to settle a score. His revenge to
Rancic.
This was always something else.
Well, what's that bitch's name? Something Rancic?
He may have felt his time on Earth getting short. He wanted to make sure
Cunty? Is there a Cunty Rancic?
By this time, the great Khan is around 60 years old. And historians, many of them seem to see his actions in this time of his life, those of a man trying to tie up the loose ends.
Let's go.
And to see to it that his life's work lives on after he's gone.
Three
Now, that
more
doesn't
months.
mean he's giving up all hope.
So
There's a
excited.
wonderful story, but in summoning a Taoist monk who's supposed to be 300 years old into his presence, the monk turns out to be only 70. The great Khan, though, wants to know how he's managed to live so long, because there's a potion. These are magic powers.
What's the username?
Live forever. One story says it's called the Philosopher's Stone. Sounds like something right out of Harry Potter, doesn't it? The Taoist monk fears the now crestfallen Khan that there is no secret to immortality. Although he might be able to extend his life a little and stop eating so much greasy boiled food, or slept in his bed alone from time to time. Prescriptions, but he did like this Taoist monk, and his story you see, taking more choice discussing sort of the nature of heaven, the reality of life, and all these philosophical things. To his Mongol tenants, these murderers, killers, who had been with him since the very beginning, he looked to them like the great Khan was mellow, getting soft, losing his edge, which is ironic because the last night was about to mark, and what a funny is that's going to be. Nonetheless, this is the time period in the Khan's life when many historians point to his crater while he's coming to the fore. Up till now, in many ways, he resembles an Adolf Hitler or Joseph Stalin or an Alexander or a Julius Caesar. At this time of his life, though, you see many of his great lasting victories come before. For example, he has the Mongols adopt the weaker alpha rulers of Turkish people from Central Asia who had their own alphabet. And like many later barbarians, the great Khan is fascinated by the almost magical nature of their He knows that if his Mongol people are going to continue to dominate and exist longer than these other steppe empires which collapse as soon as they die, they were going to have to do things like civil administration on the great Khan begins to have discussions with more and more of his advisors in places like China and the Muslim world about proper ways to go about administering things. Wonderful story. In this campaign he's about to launch, when his murderous Mongol lieutenants suggested it would be a good idea to wipe out the millions of farmers who inhabit this area he's just conquered because they're nothing but useless eaters of food and resources. It would be better to destroy them, destroy these cities, and turn the whole area back into pasture land for the horses. You have a Chinese advisor explained to Khan that if you let these people live, they'll be able to provide them with tons of tax revenue, stuff, right? Better to have that farm than his people. Wow. Perhaps the great Khan, 35 years old, was his lieutenant, so that the Khan saw the wisdom in this Chinese advisor's suggestions. What's more to the end of his life? This time, where he issues two important decrees. One that says anybody who tries to usurp the Khan, not him, people come after him, put to death mercilessly. The other command is people should conquer shall live in peace. No people would not freely submit. This is a variation of ideas that the Mongols had already thrown out there, that the great heaven had promised them the entire world, and even places that they hadn't discovered yet were already subject to. And when they contacted these hitherto unknown people, if they didn't submit right away, they were the equivalent of rebels. Treated as such. That, by the way, is traditionally the harshest treatment subjects. If you are rebellious subjects for not giving in to the Mongols the minute they first knock on your door, well, that's a heck of a thing. Portuguese contacted Generation 2 after Genghis' death. The first thing the Mongols write back to the Pope is, hey, nice to meet you. Come over here and bow before us because you're one of our subjects. If you don't, there's also the matter of ground. There are problems with this, and they involve his oldest son. Now, his oldest son, if you recall, was of perhaps uncertain heritage. Genghis Khan's young wife was taken by another tribe. When he got her back some 9 months later, she was pregnant. Now, no one knows if this first son already was his. He raised from the tribe. Everyone had a sense to keep quiet. Not a good idea for her to start questioning his oldest son's heritage. But his other sons did. The oldest son was left the empire, although that was not standard Mongol practice. If you left him, then it might break up the step empires before his time. Also, there were rumblings that the oldest son was feeling like his father was a little too there were statements that some historians have found where perhaps this oldest son suggested he would be doing the world a favor if he poisoned his father. The son dies. Not because he didn't love it, because perhaps Augustus Caesar killed people close to him. It was the right thing to do. At this time, the great Khan, mellowing though he might have been, there was the last campaign of his life, one against a people that he's already defeated, but when he refused to do the same. Chinese western province. It was the first place in China that the Great Khan had conquered. They had promised when he eased up on them and didn't destroy them utterly that they would be his right hand, and when he needed them, all they had to do was call. So when he invaded the Khwarezmian Shah's empire, he called, and they basically said to him, if you need our help, what kind of Khan are you? You can't conquer these Muslims by yourself. Genghis at that time was in no position to punish them while he had a war on his hands in the Muslim world. That war was now over. Historian Paul Coker describes this people China's Shisha, Genghis Khan had Shisha once. This is how he got their pledge to help him. And this is where they broke their pledge to come back. But there was another geostrategic reason why this may have been a good idea. The rulers of Shisha had buried their differences with the northern Chinese and Chinese, and now they were working together. Remember, Genghis Khan had attacked the northern Chinese more than a decade before this time, and had been fighting them ever since. The last thing they did was to help on his way. So this had a dual effect of punishing the Tangut Shisha people for Europe and eliminating the Chinese power. The The Mongol army entered Shisha territory in February 1226 and immediately sacked several towns and villages on the way. They were delighted to find these towns heavily stocked with food and other provisions. The army mercilessly cut down the populations in accord with Genghis Khan's intention to punish the people of Shisha. As the armies moved deeper into the land, the slaughter continued. In the words of one Chinese writer at the time, men strive in vain to hide in caverns and in mountains. As to the Mongol sword, hardly 2 in 100 escaped. The fields are covered with the bones of slaughtered people. A war of extermination, not just conquest, was intended. And Genghis Khan wanted as many of Shisha's inhabitants.
Look at this.
Parts of Persia by the summer of 1226, the Mongols emerged on the main remaining city, one of which was named Shisha. The Shisha armies had fled behind the walls.
But still,
Indeed,
I mean, you know about the lettuces, right? Because Beacon sucks. How many of these fucking movies did they make? Is this the one with Solange Knowles? Hayden Panettiere. Love and Basketball. This would be a big movie. And shit with your pussy. Yoshi. Look at this movie, Yoshi. Walking Shadows presents Yoshi. 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 You know Yoshi's not here? Yep.
Raid into Europe. They devote pages to describing this payback against the Shisha Tangut. Here's the way. The Tangut destruction is described in the Mongol secret history. Genghis Khan took everything from the Tangut people. He gave their ruler, Erkan, the name Shidurgu, and then executed him. He ordered that the men and women of their cities be killed, their children and grandchildren, saying, as long as I can eat food, and still say, make everyone who lives in their cities vanish, kill them all, and destroy their homes. As long as I am still alive, keep up the slaughter. This is because the Tangut people made a promise they didn't keep. Genghis Khan had gone to war with the Tangut a second time. He had destroyed them. Many of the Tangut who managed to survive this extermination attempt were given by Genghis Khan to his wives. That gift would be a postmortem. Because the great Khan doesn't quite live long enough to see the end of the Tanguts. Last word testament, though, spelling out the exact level of destruction, which is pretty much the that it was inflicted upon to initiate payback, whether or not he's actually physically here to see it. August 27th, the great Khan ascended to heaven. That's the way the Mongols see it history. They can't quite bring themselves to say he died. He ascended to heaven. And in keeping with this guy's mysterious nature, as we said in one of the episodes, he's maybe the most mysterious, great historical personality in the last 2,000 years. If you go back and you talk about ancient Assyria from 3,000 years ago, you expect there to be a lot of uncertainty. The Greek Khan didn't live that long ago, historically speaking, and he was so huge. You would expect to have basic information. Don't know when he was born. Don't know how he died. Don't know what he looked like. Don't know where he's buried. Now, Mongol history is he dies as a result of a fall from a horse and lands to a field. Other sources believe that this was against the town because he was struck in the knee by a straying arrow. That led to his death. Another story, probably not true, talks about him raping a tangled princess and she planning for this, inserting some very pointed sharp device into her body and trying to rape her. He gets more than there are other stories out there. Nonetheless, after his passing, his body is taken back to Mongolia and buried somewhere. Nobody knows where. The tomb has never been found. There are all sorts of stories about the extreme lengths that the Mongols went to make sure nobody knew what was there. There were stories about everyone who took him to the grave was then killed, and then all the people that killed them to keep the secret were also killed. Stories of 70 moon-faced virgins being sacrificed and put in the tomb with him. No one knows. Hundreds of horses being ridden over the ground so that it would obscure the tomb. Again, after all this time and all this searching, they're still looking. The tomb has not been found. And once more, judging from the way the Mongol people today still view Genghis Khan, they probably didn't want to found. The question that arises, though, upon his death is twofold. Most obvious is what now? Because throughout the history of United States empires, usually when the person whose force of personality is able to build these empires and bring them together leaves the scene, they tend to fragment. You really have to look at the Great Attila as an example of that. So what's going to happen? That they unify the person whose incredible force of personality held this thing together, literally bonds of steel and blood and fear. He's gone. What happens? The second question is what do you make of this person? Because historians ever since have been conflicted about it. You cannot deny the incredible nature of this human being. He was utterly merciless, and nothing stood in the way of what he saw as his own destiny. In this sense, it puts him in league with almost all the great other historical mercenaries that you could think of. From Hitler to Napoleon to Caesar to Alexander, I mean, you can say this, but there's others. And there are similarities between them all. They're almost like these recurring figures that come around from time to time. And they have this extraordinary sense of their own destiny, that somehow heaven or the gods or fate is on their side. And sometimes they will expose themselves to obvious foolhardy danger because their belief in their own destiny is so extreme that they can't quite grasp the idea that the heavens would allow anything to happen to them. The great world mission was completed. In fact, historians like Paul Rachnevsky, who writes a great biography about Genghis Khan, suggest that it's this sense of his own destiny and this greater mission that he's on that allows him to just ignore the massive amounts of damage and killing that he inflicts. It's all minor compared to the
Renaissance
involved. And what's interesting is there are historians and writers today that buy right into this. I think it's been plain that normally I try to give many different points of view in history programs, but my own bias comes into play in this story because I have a hard time buying into this idea of Genghis Khan as this force for good. As we said, my Chinese history professor, since the first episode, was so intent on making people remember the dead. Because if you forget those people and you just sort of set the tens of millions of people who died as a result of Genghis Khan living aside, all of a sudden everything starts looking pretty good. oh, he did this, he did that, he did this other thing. And as long as it's not balanced out by the horrificness and the casualties and the rape and the slavery and the suffering, why, the guy was a positive for civilization. The entire question changes, though, put those dead people back on the balance. One of the same things that some of these admiring historians and writers say about Genghis Khan fit equally well for Adolf Hitler had the Nazis won the Second World War. That he created this unified Europe that was a part of his long-term plans. You better believe that the Nazis would have created an EU, a version of the EU dominated by Germany, before the regular EU was created. Historians 1,000 years after that would say that the Germans and the Nazis created a single state that unified communication and commerce and all these things. And once again, all you have to do is take all the dead people that was responsible for off the balance sheet, and it looks like a net positive. The other thing that both Genghis Khan and many of his admirers have credited him for is bringing this giant region under a single rule. Once again, this is something historians love. Not all of them, obviously generalizing here, but they love it with the Roman Empire too. You bring these giant areas under a single rule with a single set of laws and standards and practices and all these things, and it's a net gain for civilization. Completely ignoring the fact that to live under it may have been a nightmare. I mean, ask the people in Eastern Europe how much they felt good about the Soviet Union dominating their countries after the Second World War and bringing a single rule and a single system and a single set of laws and practices to them. They never gave up the idea that they would be willing to fight and die to get out of that situation. The Roman Empire was the same way. Those people were not brought into the Roman Empire voluntarily. They were conquered. And they often rebelled at great human cost to try to get out. To them, being under a single rule was not a positive, it was a negative. We'll suggest things like the Mongols brought a single law to all these people. Yes, but it allowed the Mongols to come in whenever they wanted to and decide that your daughter was beautiful and should be, in the Khan's harem. I mean, those are the kind of things that people ignore when you talk about living under the absolute. These are proto-czars. John of Plato Carpini writes that he would be talking to people that he would meet in the Mongol camp of other nationalities, and they straight up told him if they thought they could, they'd break away and rebel right now. This was a single state under a single rule that was held together by terror and force and killing. It's easy to look at the positives in the super state, as long as you don't put the negatives out of the balance sheet as well. Once you do that, the equation becomes a lot more complicated. I always ask, look at all of the cons and achievements on the balance sheet. How much good would this historical arsonist have had to accomplish to make the lives of between 10 and 80 people prevented? Another question is how to judge the man's lack of concern for children. Was he a sociopath? Like Hitler? Was this a cultural question? You'll see a lot of historians try to explain away Khan's lack of concern for human life by the cultural environment he was raised in. They will say that these nomadic peoples often looked at the sedentary societies as consisting of people that weren't of the same human species as they were, especially people who farmed and tilled the land. They were less than slaves or animals in the minds of these people. So you can't so much blame a guy like Genghis Khan for not thinking that he was doing very bad stuff when he wiped those slaves or animals out. In fact, French historian Rabbi specifically exempts Genghis Khan from this question by saying he didn't know better. But then he says Tamerlane, the later Turco-Mongol conqueror, deserves much more blame because he was raised in civilization and taught the value of human life. Where a guy like that goes out and commits all these atrocities, he knew better. You can hold him to a higher standard. Since Genghis Khan, if you believe people like Peter said, you know that you should feel everything. And all these people he was right down to him. They didn't seem to be him. I mean, historian Rabbi say, was the great Khan's son, speaking to one of the Chinese advisors pleading for the lives of the people in the city that the Khan's about to destroy. And Ogdenai says to him in an almost mocking sort of tone of voice, "Are you going to wait for the people again?" Destruction of human life is completely. Pick another parallel with the Nazis and suggest that if you were to choose Russians or Frenchmen and ask them what they thought of the 1,000-year reign of Hitler, you get one impression. If you ask Germans 400 years into the 1,000-year reign, dominating the world, what they thought, they might have seen Hitler as more of a George Washington figure. And the loss of all these Jews and others that died as part of the process to be merely, the killing of people that were less than animals. Now, that sounds atrocious, doesn't it? Well, that's because it's recent. The longer you go, these events, the more easily they can be forgotten. And the more easily atrocities are explained away. As we said someday, some writer's going to write a book about the positive things that came out of the Rabbi. That's appalling to us. This is an appalling. People live through Genghis Khan's conquest, but somebody would write a good book about him compared to someone like, the father of our country, the United States, George Washington, have a peaceful. Now, it's worth pointing out, though, the man's good qualities, because there were some. First of all, who can deny he was an extraordinary figure? He had no formal education, and yet if you can do an IQ test on this guy, a small IQ test actually measuring intelligence, there's no question that he's fantastically intelligent. He was physically gifted and imposing in a way that many of the barbarian peoples traditionally respected. The Vikings always did that. So Scandinavian warrior was 9 feet tall, could wield giant two-handed swords in each hand. I mean, these physically imposing figures. It helps your rise to power. The Khan followed the traditional step pattern of bestowing great gifts with great generosity amongst all his people of Israel. That's how you kept them happy. You gave them themselves and let them happy yourself. Lived a simple life. You go back to the Roman accounts when they met Attila the Hun, and they went into this room, and here are all these, Hunnic peoples with their gold goblets and gold-hilted swords, and they're just slathered in riches. And Attila's the one guy who's got money. Wouldn't come no joy. There's almost a stereotype of your simple pastoral nomad who stays in touch with his simple past while he enriches those around him. Or what these great rulers bring to their people. And the great Genghis Khan was par for the course where that was concerned. He also realized, if you believe the sources, that his very victories and accomplishments were going to affect his people as they would soften. Again, step history is replete with these examples of conquering richer societies and those richer societies with the luxury of them, the ease of them, and also the culture undermining their very abilities that the step infused these people in the first place, that gave them the ability and the toughness and the hardiness to conquer those societies to begin with. So we're going to live it down. After us, the people of our race will wear garments of gold. They will eat sweet, greasy food, ride splendid coursers, and hold in their arms the loveliest of women. They will forget that they owe these things to us. Genghis Khan's mind to balance out this picture of in the framework of his way of life, his milieu, and his race, Genghis Khan appears as a man of a reflective cast of mind and sturdy common sense, remarkably well-balanced and a good listener. He was also firm in friendship, and for all his sternness, generous and affectionate. He had the qualities of a true administrator, an administrator, that is, of nomadic peoples, not of sedentary ones, of whose economy he had only the vaguest conception. Within these limits, he displayed an innate sense of order and good government. Combined with ruthless barbarian sentiments, there is in him a certain nobility and loftiness of mind, whereby the accursed of Muslim writers regains his proper status as a human being. The key whether or not Genghis Khan deserves accolades is in eye of the beholder question. To us, similar numbers of people are some greater role, and ask yourself to evaluate them, and you decide whether or not you can set aside the negative things on the balance sheet enough to positive stuff. Now that Genghis Khan is gone, perhaps it's the equivalent of the Third Reich without Hitler. In the next episode of Wrath of the Khans, this greatest of all historical figures, the Genghis Khan, is no more. The people who live under the Mongol breathing a sigh of relief because of this, thinking that this empire will now break up and go the way of other nomadic steppe confederations that came before it. Little do they know that part of what made Genghis such a terrific historical figure was his ability to organize his empire and allows him to avoid the fate of past step conquerors. In addition, his sons turn out to be worthy successors to Kublai Khan's genius. Instead of watching the empire contract without their father, expand with the people of China and the Muslim Middle East and Europe think that the danger has passed and that there's no Genghis Khan anymore. They're sorely mistaken. They're about to find out that the blows that they suffered under the father appetizer, sons of Genghis Khan.
I thought that was French.
The next episode of Wrath of the Khans.
Want to get your hands on all the older hardcore history shows? Just go to dancarlin.com and click on the merchandise tab and catch up on what you've missed.
Want to help the podcast? Just buy your Amazon.com products through the Amazon search window on dancarlin.com, and Dan and Ben will get a percentage of what you spend.
You think the show you just heard is worth $1? Dan and Ben would love to have it. $1 a show. It's all we ask. Go to dancarlin.com for information on how to donate to the show.
What you're about to hear is the fifth and last episode of a 5-part series on the unbelievable Mongol conquest.
We need to find one now.
You don't mind getting your story started. If though you prefer your story having some sort of sequential or having some sort of narrative sense, you have to catch the What you're about to hear is part 4 of a 5-part series of the amazing Mongol conquest.
Look at that move. That was fantastic.
Additions that there are so much about catching you don't care about content. You've already heard those episodes of the Wild Ones 18. It's a story.
Fuck you. Real bad. We think for this motherfucker. We saw
It's hardcore history.
Hardcore. Rabbi,
In 1940, not that long after the German army had shockingly defeated what was considered to be the greatest army ever conquered France. A French woman, most fascinating philosophical figures of the 20th century, far too little known for what she deserves credit. If it happened,
but in
at that time consistently said, she wrote this. If Germany, thanks to Hitler and his successors, were to enslave the European nations and destroy most of the treasures of their past, future historians would certainly pronounce that she had civilized Europe. What Miles referring to is this very angle that we've been taking as on the subtheme of this long world conquest story since the very first episode. This interesting way that many of these figures who carry what used to be called sword and flame throughout the land often get treated, especially if they're victorious, as though they've done something positive for, the long-term outlook of mankind. Now, we said in the first program that hasn't happened to the Nazis yet. Thank goodness for that. Hard to imagine that, right? That's because we are close to it. History tends to work is to leave no stone unturned and eventually something to right. Something to fill the glaring vacuum. The thousands and thousands and millions of books have been written about Nazi Germany. That one that says, look at all the positives that came out. Simone Weil can see that in 1940 in the future when she sees it based on how other figures who fall into a similar category with the Hitler have been treated in the past. Take, for example, the lead figures playing the center role of the story we've been talking about until this time. Genghis Khan. There are plenty of books out there today that turn it into a positive force. The way these books often portray these people, I compare to the idea of an historical Marxist to describe these types. It's damaged during their lifetimes. But then are prime movers for historical forces that then later on historians can pick out, positive things. We'll look at how they command trade routes. Look at how their conquest connected civilizations that had had contact before. We'll look at how they unified a bunch of separate territories into one, political entity. All these kinds of things are often touted as things that should help to balance out the obvious traumatic process that was involved in getting to those outcomes. Though it makes the person who just left the scene, the story we're discussing so far, head and shoulders above most of these historical personages, is what happened after the death. Because in general, these people are so unique, so gifted, so special, that it takes their unique talents for the whole thing to work. And when they leave, it tends to fall apart. Sometimes it falls apart before they even do it. They are so disrupted in their time periods that often there is such a pushback by, the powers that be that they don't even get to make it to the next level. Take a look at how Adolf Hitler, the fire that he started, he died in the ruins of the emperors while they burned. Napoleon was defeated climactically twice. They got to watch the after effects from isolated life. No. Then you get people like Attila the Hun, very similar to Genghis Khan in the sense that here's a nomadic steppe leader, very gifted, unites the tribes, spreads sword and flame throughout Europe. When he dies, the whole thing falls apart. Then you get these historical arsonists that, like the Great Khan, were victorious throughout the world. They don't have to ever see themselves defeated. that, you got the Alexander Grant, who dies at 32. Circumstances undefeated. Empire in hand. Now watch his ambitious generals cut it up and divide it like a bunch of jackals around a carcass, each one trying to get the largest piece for themselves. In fact, Genghis Khan was able to set things up. It not only kept the fire that he had started as a historic horses burning after he left the scene, but allowed the rebuilding process that would come afterwards to be handled by his descendants, makes him stand out amongst all the great conquerors of history. It's sort of an irony with these historical horses that, they're compared in a sense to these figures that are a lot like lightning plays and sparking fires to burn down, old rotting forests. That's the exact But the people who get to replant those forests once the dead has all been burned away.
Orthodox Jews live in good people broadcasting. Keeping motherfuckers on their toes.
We've got to rebuild the forests that get burned down. We've got to replant the trees, symbolically speaking, that Napoleon had cut. His enemies. Genghis Khan.
Shout out Morgan Asher, she could get it.
Nature of a certain inherent genius that he had.
Went to university together.
Not only would the fire not die down on his death, but when it came time to replant the forest that he was busy, he was still burning.
Shaka Kevin Kermit for going to Frolic. Thank you. Kirkley. Hey. There you go. This sign should be green. Fuck you.
This creates some wonderful questions to be posed in one scenario. I mean, what if a Napoleon or a Hitler instead of nuclear conflicts are victorious? Or if not victorious, what if they managed to simply continue to exist as a political entity? They didn't win the war, but the Nazis stayed in power in Germany and armies in the First World War.
City 9, City 9. Oh, this thing's gonna fuck up as fuck. Without a doubt.
What about the person that comes after that?
Oh, for sure.
Mellow, over time, does it become
We got hoops, son. Shoot the tray. Shoot it. Get the Rabbi.
Special charismatic figure
Deer Creek.
as the driving force at the center of its
What the fuck? Kind of bullshit is this?
Does it
Deer Creek's not work.
Does the Nazi party 3 generations
Okay,
after
let's try this
Auschwitz,
one
are
more
they still
time.
obsessed with Jews? Or
Let's try this one more time.
that's a position.
Why? Because this thing sucks. Scale 1 to 10 it.
And part of what makes Genghis Khan
No, but for serious, scale of 1 to 10 it. 10. Out of the scale.
transition of power from one
Ultimate Christian wrestling, what is
how
this?
many proto-empires during his life had he seen fall apart because the great leader
Ultimate Christian wrestling, fighting for the Nazarene. Hey, dog, we're wrestling for the Nazarene today. Oh man, I'm busy. What are you doing? I'm figure skating for Barry. I'm figure skating for his mother. Oh, cool, dog.
the conversation that he has with his sons over who gets the top job when he's gone. It's not an automatic game. It doesn't go to the oldest son.
The Punisher.
They kind of get to
I'll give you the Punisher, kid. I'll give you the Punisher and your poontang, woman. Okay, let's not have it do that shit thing. That is Asher. Deer Creeks. Oh.
story says that
Deer
he
Creeks.
pulls out an arrow from his son's, pulls it up, and snaps it from the
Deer Creeks.
attempts to snap the bundle of multiple arrows out of each hand.
Okay, let's try it again.
This demonstrates how, if you can be picked off and isolated, you can be snapped and destroyed individually. But if you stay together, a bundle of arrows, one break.
West side. Like 5 fingers on my hand.
Eventually, he and his sons collected memories. One of the brothers named Malcolm.
Oh,
It's not these
that sucks.
In fact, they have been the most lenient and the most tolerant out of all the brothers. There were a couple of real hard
I
brothers,
gotta.
those are the ones that got the job. And Genghis Khan specifically, if you believe the secret history, didn't want them to get the job. Thought they'd be too harsh and too tough. Imagine Adolf Hitler or some other evil. Imagine Alexander the Great picking someone because they weren't as rough and tough, domineering as themselves. Again, it's a sign of an interesting personality. Ootd gets the job. The Great Khan gets the other brothers to
But you gotta cut this.
and in
Cut
12
this.
giant 12 get-togethers. Those they call he is proclaimed
TempMailIO.com.
the
It's called
empire is
TempMailIO.
divided into the focus happens divided
Oh,
because
great. Not
Genghis
this
Khan
shit
kind of
again.
has a last name. The will gives territories to each of the sons. Now, only step territory is important because any place with a city, farms, or settled communities, that's imperial territory. That doesn't go to any cities. But the step itself, that giant expanse, as we said, like a place where
Do you consider yourself one of the greatest West Side motherfuckers of all time? It sounds like,
the step is divided and each son gets a piece of it, enough to maintain the tribes that live in
Yoshi.
personal control. Has to have horses, has to have livestock,
Yoshi.
fodder, grain, whatnot to maintain
Yoshi.
that branch of the family.
Yes.
This is important because what Muhammad is
Abraham.
is the various branches of the family, each connected to one of Genghis Khan's
Drag
sons.
racers. Dude, I did it correctly. Quit sucking dick. I bet my life on it. You shouldn't do that. Well, I'm betting my life on everything else right now, so I don't think it should be any different.
Grandchildren eventually will be
That
divided
chair is right there.
The sons, though, maintain a very good
So
relationship.
like the dots.
The eldest son, who told you last year, dies about 6 months before number
Oh,
five.
I swear to God, if it does that thing, I would be so pissed.
While only Batu gets to be the one who leads
Remember when you refreshed and it was tight? It was like everybody was like, "Oh, dog, that was so sick," and then everybody was like, "Sickest fucking shit ever." Even Greg Regitowski thought this shit was so sick. He was like, "Oh, dog, that shit is sick, so sick, so sick." Oh Christ, is that so sick? That is so cool. That is so fucking sick. Sick of it, motherfucker.
as we said, not the mere symbol.
Come on, you shitbag cunt.
Now here's the thing, this is only by Mongols.
Loving
and
basketball.
enemies of Ootd, the South
Loving
Society,
hip hop.
I thought him a
West side, west side,
blooded vicious killer, like they call him.
west side,
By
west
Mongol
side,
standards, he was a bit of a
west side, west side.
He also
All right, sing the song. Oh, you want to hear the West Side song? It goes like this. I almost think I could upskirt this girl on TV. West side.
most of the history of the empire.
Really? It goes like that.
Ootd has a problem.
Agadagadagadagada.
Now we did a whole hardcore history show once about that.
Dude, you got Thursday night football tomorrow. You're gonna be able to see the Super Bowl. You're gonna be able to see at least one of your fucking teams. Who's it gonna be? Come on, exactly. Nice.
Ootd's alcohol use does come from
I'm author
his successors will
of
screw
Suck
with
This
as well.
Dick.
Now, this is not a
Well, no
problem.
one watched me on YouTube for 2 years.
This is a problem throughout the ancient world.
ViralRabbi,
Just like it's a problem throughout the modern world.
$367.
More trouble.
That was so sick when it was on 367. For reason?
Because those societies were more
Oh my Christ. Newark. New York.
There's a famous story from my story about organized drinking getting out of hand. And one of his brothers, whose job was supposed to be the enforcer of the Yasa, chastising his brother, who's the great Khan. So you can see this is a weird, interesting relationship. It's not like an absolute to-do. Chastising his brother, saying drinking is up. And his brother saying, right, what should we do about that? The other brother saying, we're going to give you a minder whose job it is to watch you and make sure you're not drinking too much. And Ogden said, okay. His brother's job was to enforce the laws. His name is strict, saying, you're held to 1 cup of liquor a day. And Ogden said, okay. The Persian historians kind of got around that by giving himself a giant cup. So he stuck to the 1 cup a day. The cup was this is the great Khan's son. And the Chinese, or the Chitan Chinese advisor, Genghis Khan had first befriended his son. Utter an interesting rhyme. It sort of describes how his reign was going to be different than Genghis Khan's. He said, the empire of father was born this was a sign that the days of simply conquering other people was over. Ootd was going to continue to conquest, but he also had to organize the conquest his father had left him. It was going to be a lot of stuff that civilized the world. And this is another interesting part of history because the steppe people stayed powerful when they kept themselves from being by civilization. We've seen steppe empire after steppe empire after steppe empire before this time become weakened by the contact with the flesh pots of China and the luxuries of the places like the Middle East. The Turkish Empire that arose called the Dark Ages. The Turks had written documents warning them not to get too connected to these settled societies. They'll weaken you. They'll take away all the stuff that made you strong enough to win the empire to begin with. But here is Ootd listening to the Chinese type advisors who tell him to educate the nobility in these Confucian Chinese schools. They're going to be governing Chinese societies, sophisticated Islamic societies. They need to be educated, know how to count, know how to read. Ootd strengthens and really organizes what becomes the Yang system of courier service. Compared to something like the Pony Express, where he sets up a system where about every 30 miles there's a way station with horses and fodder and whatnot. And you can send messengers and couriers from way station to way station to way station, sometimes up to 200 miles a day, to facilitate communications with whale messages. Somehow cover this giant empire. Chinese advisors help set up sophisticated systems of taxation. Now these Chinese cities that fall under Mongol control and these Middle Eastern cities who pay regular taxes. And they're going to capture them. Ootd chooses the official capital of the Mongol Empire, the territory around Karakorum, which is the traditional sort of steppe area that these steppe empires beforehand sort of adopted as their center of power. Genghis Khan had kind of had it as a center of power, but Ootd puts a wall around the whole thing and organizes it as sort of a central city. Unfinished business, perhaps unfinished business that his father had left him directions suggesting that you can't just tolerant and lenient and jovial as Ootd was trained by modern standards that didn't make his his father fell to some attention. Unfinished business. The scope of that unfinished business, though, was incredible. It was everything. By the random Ootd, most historians believe the idea that there was a empire How? Historians don't know exactly when to date this, and they differ. Some say it was already understood, established concept, Genghis Khan's time. Others, the nature is organized some stories actually after the story. You can tell by the letters and notes and submission requests and plans, everything else that the Mongols said, that they assume by right around this time period that they are divinely tasked with conquering the whole world. I mean, this is Alexander the Great's delusions of grandeur taken to the level which includes the next generation and the next generation. We all know that Alexander, all these people have this belief in their own divine destiny. But Alexander's belief in his own divine destiny did not include the destiny of his children and his children's children. In the case of the Mongols, this was a mission that was going to live on generation after generation after generation. It's been described by the best, most concise description I've heard of this. Cambridge history of China. Here's how they describe it. The sovereignty bestowed on Genghis Khan and subsequently bequeathed to his successors was universal in character, and the orders of submission customarily sent to neighboring states before initiating hostilities. The Mongols claimed the right, if not the duty, to bring all the world under their dominion. All nations outside their frontiers were considered members of the Mongolian Empire in the making, and all were required to accept Mongolian suzerainty without question or hesitation. Because in Mongolian eyes, their expansion was divinely sanctioned. Anyone refusing to submit was thereby thwarting the will of heaven and deserving the harshest punishment. It's another rose punch off here from Moses playing a picture of Washington side of Genghis Khan's character. The idea that perhaps this is one of the rare times in history you have an entire people who are ingrained with the idea that their divine mission is to take over the entire world. It's a fascinating concept by organizer. It seems to be thoroughly and it influences his plans because instead of doing, for example, his father doing he comes back some decides to his own every year. The reason Ogedai even considered this is because of the military machine that he inherits from his father. Diaz spends his whole job describing how the situation finds itself after the historical arsonist that created your empire leaves the scene. Normally, that's the time if this falls apart. Julius Caesar would tell Alexander things can't stop. When Emperor Genghis first became locked in struggle with the Asian governments on his borders, it had been with very modest ambitions. He seems to have had no idea his successes would enable him to amass control over so vast a number of countries that by now comprised more than 2,100 million acres of Asian territory. But once he achieved those results, he actively consolidated the resources they represented, and, of particular importance for subsequent events, impressed upon his sons that they should continue with aggressive efforts of their own to expand his successes to even greater magnitudes. It was this last instruction of his, as he says, that now gave the phenomenon its special features after his death. For instead of slowing down, it began to accelerate. Want the most money for a used car? Want to have the recycling for work with America's best car buyer? Use BigBig.com. JonesBig.com will beat your written car back office or let you check for $100 that you can get an instant cash offer in the market for your used car right now at BigBig.com. From $2,000 to $200,000. Sell your vehicle. Punch the Mongols. Thought that was all they were looking for. It was a singular event, an act of God, tsunami. Just what they heard this afternoon. At last, fulfilling a testament from his father that tells him his job is to conquer the world. And that's a divine mission. That's him. Praise. Because up to that point, he was now open to the right. So you're driving over recovering from northern China. So not he sends more troops into the Middle East, which had never recovered their initial attacks. What took 150,000 guys to conquer initially now took 30,000 less to keep chaos. Sides, promises, entire imperial highway, the left lane blocked off there. So we drive down what that road ramp. Hollywood, 101 southbound, a bit of slowing at Hollywood Boulevard. It'll start to real KFI for Sky Oaks. They never took their eye on the prize. It was always China. This time, several Chinese states. Genghis Khan had already eliminated the Taylors and Shisha. He had attacked the Jin in northern China. They were on their last leg. And then there was this giant alien being called the Chinese being known as Song, the southern Song Chinese. The Jin and the Song had been enemies for a long time. Genghis Khan sort of let his attention veer away from the Jin. The Song and the Jin start going at it. Instead of joining forces against another long war that was sure to come, just pretend. They just, Eastern governments just think, hey, guards can go out there normal orderly ways. And one of the famous ways in the story is always been conflict. So what if all these people had realized that Genghis Khan was not the only time he attacked them, and had actually sat down and planned for the second wave? None of it did this. So talk about how well they might resist the second wave. China is trying to invade ways so they can get in their war to gain territory. Now, I wish I could give you a complete rundown of how that whole situation
I'm the best one shooter ever. What the fuck does that mean? I don't know. I'm just so bored. I'm just want this to be with over. Hey, look at that. What's the photo? For Rizzy? What up, Rabbi Kappa? How you living, pimp? Sucking dick? Giving kids herpes? Put this shit out. Hey, look at that. It's a sicko. Is it? Pretty fucking fancy for a sicko.
The Chinese never did small scale, so you have to manage lots of shells, lots of artillery, lots of gun powder. Again, the evidence is speculative. I would have lots of expensive rare post out. If you disagree, Cambridge Ancient History of China. You disagree. Absolutely. Chinese sources.
I'm gonna take a piss. Look at this. Look at this athleticism. Let's just talk about it. Look at these short and curly girls. Look at this foot. Look at this fucking athleticism. I've never really seen something so athletic in my entire life. What is athleticism? Oh man, I'm taking a whiz. Scale 1 to 10. Scale 1 to 10 like this.
Jansport's big. West Side's big. Independent's big.
Let's work together. And at the same time that message came to the Sung Emperor, the Mongols offered the same sort of an alliance with the Sung too, and said, hey, Jin are on their last leg. Grab a little bit of their territory, let's work together. The Sung chose the alliance with the Mongols. And you had this very interesting sort of spectacle, given how later history is going to go, of the Mongols and Sung Chinese troops fighting together outside these Jin cities to knock the walls down. And the Sung are going to make one of the most terrible mistakes probably in the entire history of the Middle Ages, once the Jin Empire goes away, of deciding they were promised certain territories by the Mongols as part of this alliance, and rather than say, hey, were we clear on this? I mean, is this our territory? They just sent troops into it and seized it. Not exactly the right way to keep the Mongols as your friends, and they precipitate war with the Mongols right after they helped get rid of the one group of people you might have allied with, have any hope of dealing with the Mongols.
Yo, girl.
Now,
Yosh.
perhaps the most interesting thing that happens during this whole affair, if you're looking at this from the Mongol side of things, is the illness that strikes down Ootd while all this is going on. Remember, he wasn't the only Mongol, as I told you, that had this problem with alcohol. And a lot of these Mongols start to have illnesses at young ages, and you can't really tie them to the alcohol, but it's tempting to. They start having what appear through the sources to be things like strokes and paralysis. And in 1232, that sort of paralysis, stroke-like symptoms hit Ootd while he's on campaign against the Jin Chinese. And nobody knows what to do. It's too darn soon since Genghis died to think that you could easily just replace his chosen successor. So everybody kind of panics, right? This guy's been Khan for 2.5 years, and now he seems to be on his deathbed. Now remember, the Mongols are basically a pagan people, and they have priests all around Ootd, basically trying to figure out what's going on. They're blaming Chinese evil spirits, basically. The priests decide that these evil spirits are protectors of China, and they're mad that the Mongols are invading, and they begin to try to figure out what it's going to take to appease these evil spirits so that they can cure the Khan. The methods that they use to do this is a little like trying to determine the course of action by use of a Ouija board or a magic 8-ball. They ask a question, and then they read the entrails of an animal or the scapula of a sheep or something, and if the question's answered positively, well, they have that, or if they get one of those magic 8-ball type answers. It's unclear, ask again later. Well, they ask again later. You can go into the Mongols' own history, the secret history of the Mongols, and it goes through this whole thing where they've decided that it's, this particular demon, and they ask over and over again, what if we give the gold and silver back to China? Will that be enough? And they keep getting these negative answers. Well, finally, they ask the question, what if we sacrifice a member of the royal family? And at that moment, according to the secret history, Ootd wakes up, formerly unable to speak, and asks for water. Wow, sounds like the magic 8-ball of the Ouija board gave you an answer. And when they explained to Ootd what they'd just done, and they said, well, there's a member of the royal family, we have to be sacrificed, and you woke up and talked, Ootd is supposed to have said, well, who's here right now? And at that point, walks into the room.
If I tell, hey baby, look how sick this is, baby. This is the sickest shit of all time, baby. Hey baby.
This is portrayed in the Mongol secret history. What's about to happen is a heroic sacrifice for the nation. Because basically, when they tell Tului, his youngest brother, all this stuff, he says, yeah, take me. I'll sacrifice myself. And long story short, he gives this long speech about how his duties to his brother, his father wanted his brother to run the empire, he's already had a good life and all this kind of stuff. And they apparently give him something to drink that's poisonous and he dies. Now, that's the secret history's version. Some historians buy that. Other historians suggest that maybe just he died during the campaign somehow. He's also No one really knows, but the Mongols have celebrated the sacrifice of Genghis Khan, the youngest son, ever since. The recovery of the great Khan organized health allows him to put into full practice the last will and testament of his father, Genghis Khan, the great historical
Genghis.
source. The great Khan
Suck this
told
dick,
his sons
Genghis.
that they were to be universal rulers, that they had a divine mission to conquer and rule the entire world. And Ootd was now in a position to make that happen when he strived. By this time, he's already at war, as we said, with Sung China, perhaps the greatest, almost certainly the greatest civilization of its time, with an estimated population of more than 50 million human beings, the leading civilization in terms of science and literacy and fortification technology. And you name it. These are people using gunpowder in the 1200s. Proved to be the most difficult endeavor, militarily speaking, that the Mongols ever undertaken. And it will take decades to complete the job. In fact, neither Ootd nor this podcast series will make it to the end of that story in the summer fall. When they do, it will become the greatest achievement on the Mongol military resume. No other steppe people in history have come close to conquering all of China. They will become so legitimate in terms of the rulers of China that they will even become one of the legitimate Chinese dynasties in the annals of China's history that we know as the Yuan dynasty. That is what is away at this time. What's fascinating to me is here you have this amazing Chinese state with all its power and glory, and the Mongols are taking it on with a mere fraction of their total military force. Now, I should point out, no one knows what the Mongol military numbers were 100 years ago. Historians wildly inflated the size of Mongol military forces because they couldn't imagine any other way for them to do what they did. Historians now, though, are of the opinion that it is a sign of how incredible the Mongol military was. At every level, from the individual soldier's ability to the greatness of the general and the leadership, the organization of the soldiery, the veteran understanding of the troops that were hardened by battle. I mean, what the Mongols are able to do with a mere fraction of the kind of numbers that historians thought they had 100 years ago
Is this a guy from the State Farm commercial or the Allstate commercial? It might be.
A guy like D.S.
What's that?
That the Mongols will conquer, the entire Middle East with like 10,000, 15,000 guys. That's a. I can't. Nonetheless, it's a sign of how incredible the Mongol military is. Remember, not only are there some Chinese now with the Mongols, but there's an independent Mongol army. Most historians think around 30,000 people operating in the Middle East. They've already run down the Khwarezmian Shah's son, a guy named Jalil al-Adid, who was killed by some Turkish bandits. And this Mongol force settles down in a nice green, lush valley with enough grass to feed the horses, not that far away from Baghdad, which is the headquarters of the Abbasid Caliphate. So the head of Islamic religion. And the Abbasid Caliphate is sitting there, literally shivering in their rooms, wondering what this Mongol army is sitting not that far away from them do. At the moment,
I'm the greatest West Sider gangster of all time. I don't give a shit what anybody says. That's fine. Or that. Gangster.
This conference, they decided that major force. This force is going to be raised by taking the oldest son from everyone. The army is put together. Most historians believe in numbers of about 150,000 men. But what will happen is this army will pick up more men as it moves towards Europe. So no one knows if it starts out with 150,000 men and picks up more, or if it starts out with less by the time it reaches Europe is 150,000 men. Nonetheless, it not only has the oldest sons from all of these families, it has most of Genghis Khan's as well. These two future great Khans will be a part of the military force. At least 4 of Genghis Khan's grandsons will be part of it. And will be led by the great Mongol general Sukhumati, who's going back to the area that 15 or so years before this time period, he led that great cavalry reconnaissance raid through He's going back to his territory. He's already scouted. Call doing super dives, reconnaissance. Some 15 years before this time period or so. His 20,000 man Mongol force had absolutely demolished any military that had come up against it. The Eastern European peoples had had such a hard time with 20,000 Mongols. What was going to happen when they raided 150,000? The first people that got to find out weren't Eastern Europeans at all. They were other steppe nomadic horse peoples that existed to the east of the Russian peoples, like the Bulgars, the Kipchak Turks, the Kangans. These people were so smashed by the Mongols coming from east to west in three giant columns that a generation after this time period, travelers would report their ground still littered with human bones and scattered along the fields as far as the eye could see, like cattle dung. Now, what I find interesting about this whole thing is how the Europeans begin to get word slowly that all this is starting up again. You know, the old line that it's not safe to go back into the water. Well, remember, this is before telegraphs. This is before real communication. The way the Europeans find out that this is happening again is through people fleeing the devastation. You have to think of a rolling wave. I know I've used this tsunami metaphor before, but it's perfect. You have to imagine as the Mongols run into these peoples, some of the survivors flee to the west and run to people who are not aware that the Mongols are coming yet and start screaming and yelling about what they just lived through and what's coming, and you better prepare.
Get next year's speakers. Push, perhaps.
Pieces of information that the Europeans get come from Muslim emissaries who may have arrived as far away as Scotland and England asking for help. Now remember, the Muslims and the Christians at this time are engaged in bitter crusade warfare. How bad do things have to be for the Muslims to come as far away as England and say, listen, we should think about working together? Once again, the Europeans misinterpret the situation into a potential opportunity. They see the Mongols once again as perhaps a force that's going to wipe out their Islamic enemies, and that's going to, cause all kinds of discomfort to these Eastern nomadic horse people that are raping and pillaging along the borders with the Russians. Once again, terribly mistaken. Perhaps the first concrete evidence of what's happening comes from a Hungarian Dominican frontage. It's sort of a serendipitous event too, because Julian's not looking for Mongols. Julian's looking for Hungarians, other Hungarians. He's of the opinion, as many Hungarians during this time period were, that their people had originally come from the eastern steppes. He was right about that, and he went east to find his cousin, the people they called Truman. And as he went east, he found right next to they called the Tartars. This is where he got pretty much first-hand information that the Tartars were massing for a big attack on Europe. He runs into Russian rulers who show him a document characters that they can decipher, but it's a language that they don't know. In other words, they've seen the kind of writing before, they can read it, but the kind of writing is of a language that they don't know. They finally get it translated, and it's a letter from the Great Western Khan, the grandsons of Genghis Khan, to the ruler of Hungary. It's come down to the history because they're back. The letter, by the way, is from Batu, one of the grandsons of Genghis Khan, and the Khan in charge of the westernmost area of the Mongol Empire. And he writes on behalf of the great Khan of Europe. And this is a letter to King Bela IV of Hungary, who has taken under his protection a bunch of fleeing Kipchak Turks, also called the King. Here's what the letter to King Bela says. I am the Khan and representative of the heavenly king, the one to whom he has given power over the earth to raise up those who submit to me and to cast down those who resist. I wonder why, O King of Hungary, when I've now sent envoys to you on 30 occasions, you sent none of them back to me, nor do you send me in return your own envoys or letter. I am aware that you are a wealthy and powerful monarch, that you have under you many soldiers, that you have the sole rule over a great kingdom. Hence it is difficult for you to submit to me of your own volition, and yet it would be better for you and healthier for you to submit willingly. I have learned, moreover, that you keep the Cumans, my slaves, under your protection, and so I order that you do not keep them with you any longer, and do not have me as an enemy on their account, for it is easier for them to escape than for you, since they are without houses and move about in their tents, so perhaps you may be able to escape. But as for you, who dwell in houses and have fortresses and cities, how will you obtain my grasp? By this time, major Russian members had already received very similar notes onto themselves. The response of the rulers in all these independent Russian principalities would amounted to a surrender or die from all rulers was incredibly brave. Almost to a man, they told the Mongols to join them. They seem to have forgotten what clearly what it was like 50 years ago facing wars, put on an extremely brave face. For example, when the Mongols first showed up, one of the first principalities to be in the winter of 1237 should be noted. Almost everyone in history has tried to avoid fighting in Russia in the winter. Hitler was perhaps defeated because he couldn't. Napoleon did everything in his power to get done with military operations before the Russians were hit. The Mongols waited until the Russians came before they started operations. Yes, in the winter of 1237, once the lake started freezing, the river started freezing, the marshes froze over, they turned all of these natural barriers against an invader into highways. Mongols invaded them better. They attacked the horses. Came up to the gate, delivered their own 10% of all hostages and slaves joined the Mongols. We are all content. Describes what happened. The Mongols first stormed the town of ROTHSCHILD. Like most Russian fortified places, protected only by wooden palisades, which crumbled quickly under the pounding of Mongol artillery after a bombardment of only 5 days. 3 days before Christmas, Mongol horsemen entered the city, Gabriel says, and turned it into a slaughterhouse. Men were hunted through the red snow and the alleys of the town and impaled upon stakes to wriggle out the tragic end of their lives. Priests and monks would shut themselves up in their churches and monasteries were exterminated like sheep, as were the women who sought sanctuary. The slaughter at ROTHSCHILD, Gabriel writes, was so horrendous that a chronicler reported that no eyes remained open to weep for the dead. Another chronicler wrote, quote, some were impaled or had nails or splinters of wood driven under their fingernails. Priests were roasted alive, and nuns and maidens ravished in the churches in front of their relatives. Now, even if there's some hyperbole there, it jives pretty well with the reports of Mongol conduct in the Middle East and in East Asia. Remarkably consistent, all these people talking about what it was like if you didn't surrender to the Mongols once they moved into your city. But to be honest, it's not a Mongol thing. It tends to be a human. And it is not unusual for cities to receive this kind of treatment all throughout history from all sorts of people. Heck, the Romans did it to the city of Cremona during the Civil War, and the people that they were doing that same sort of stuff to were their own countrymen. The Mongols because of their military superiority, just had the opportunity to do this more often than most. The city of Ryazan had no way to comprehend the fact that when they told the Mongols to basically try to take the city, that the Mongols would put up hundreds, maybe thousands of siege engines and begin to batter the city into submission in a way that no Western or any European nation had seen the like of since the Roman Empire fell.
Almost
This
done.
was the capability of someone akin to China coming to Europe in a medieval.
I can't tell which one's on the wrong body. For real? For shoes, dog. Matching reflection, you dumb shit. West side. Not quite right. Fuck yourself. What the shit is this? Jesus Christos. What the fuck?
Era and operating with sophistication and abilities that the people in that region didn't even know existed. And the Mongols did twisted sorts of things. There are reports of them using human fat in these stone throwing machines to throw chunks of human fat that they set alight before throwing into the city. And this stuff would burn, like accelerate. If human fat landed on a thatched roof, that roof was going to burn. One of the Russian chroniclers describes what it's like to be inside one of these cities when the Mongols open fire with their stone throwing engines. Quote, the Tartars, early in the morning on Sunday of Shrovetide, in the month of February, on the 8th day, the feast of the holy martyr Pyotr, on the first hour of the day, charged upon the city from all sides, and began to hammer at the city with rams. And in the center of the city there poured great stones from far away. By God's will, they were like rain inside the city, and a multitude of people died in the city, and all were trembling and very frightened. The Tartars broke through the wall at the Golden Gate, and breaking into the city all around, they entered it like demons. And there they had taken the new city by dinner time and set it on fire, and there they killed the king and his brother and most of the barons and people. The Mongols were incredibly clever, too, some would say sneaky in the way that they handled things so that they could try to avoid these sieges if they could. There are reports of people carrying crosses with them prominently because they had learned that sometimes Christian forces would mistake people carrying crosses for friendly instead of enemy. Outside the city of Vladimir, which had shut their gates against them, they rode up carrying a hostage who turned out to be the son of the great king. And they told the people of Vladimir, "Don't you recognize your king?" They basically said, "Open up the door." The king gets it. They had no choice. They just had to let them captured hostage and killed by the Mongols, because what were they going to do? Didn't save the town of Vladimir. As a matter of fact, the chroniclers report that the people in Vladimir sat there and watched the Mongols erect all the scaffolding and the siege engines. And the chroniclers say that the people then saw that their city would be taken, and they began to weep great tears. So once they saw the scale of the artillery that the Mongols were putting up, these people were under no illusion. Sometime in the next 24 to 72 hours, they were all going to die. Perhaps the greatest of the Russian cities to fall was Kiev, the holy city, perhaps the only city in Russia protected by a stone wall. It didn't save Kiev. The city was taken. Many chroniclers report that all the citizens were put to death. And the area around what had been the crown jewel of Russian cities was devastated and corpse-filled. So 8 years later, John and Plano Carpini would arrive in the area of Kiev and say that the survivors of that massacre treated him as though he had risen from the dead. They still seemed stunned. When we were journeying through that land, we came across countless skulls and bones of dead men lying about on the ground. Kiev, he writes, had been a very large and thickly populated town, but now it had been reduced almost to nothing, for there are at present scarce 200 houses there, and the inhabitants are kept in complete slavery. Now it's worth pausing for a minute and just understanding the timeline here for a second, because with the compression of time that happens when you look back over the ages, it appears as though this Mongol conquest of Russia is happening in the blink of an eye. In fact, it is happening very quickly by the standards of warfare in the Middle Ages. But it's really taking about 3 years. And there are times when the Mongols can't fight at all. Famous time of the year when the Russian rains come and turn all of the countryside into a morass of sticky mud, the same thing as the German advanced out of the Second World War. The Mongols don't have much more luck. As a matter of fact, they try to take Novgorod in the north, and they simply can't deal with the mud. So there are times when the Mongols simply have to retreat to dry areas and wait it out. It takes a full 3 years to completely subdue the Russians. But they do completely subdue them. As a matter of fact, they do so in a way that is so total and so devastating that they will control Russia for hundreds of years after this time. That has never happened before or since. Many people had to be put in their graves to wipe out Russian resistance so completely. Now, one of the reasons, though, that it seems to be happening so fast is the almost complete lack of response on the part of the Western Europeans. If you told somebody today that you had 3 years to prepare for a threat, you would think you could get a lot of work done in preparation. The amount of preparation that the Europeans were able to put forward was abysmal. As a matter of fact, you could almost make the case that it was anti-preparation, because instead of realizing what was happening to their neighbors to the east, the Russians, and preparing for it, the Europeans were often taking advantage of what was happening to the Russians. The the Baltic states, the Swedes, the Poles, the Germans were all snatching up pieces of Russian territory they could get their hands on that were only available because the Russians were so preoccupied with the Mongols. So far from uniting against the common foe, the Europeans were proving exactly what Mongol intelligence had told the Great Khan they were like: a bunch of feuding principalities that would have a very hard time working together. There were people who made the case before that the Mongols benefited throughout their entire conquests all over the world from the fragmentation of their foes, and nowhere was this more true than in Europe. The Mongols will finish up the situation in Russia and will begin to move towards Europe in late 1240, early 1241, Central Europe. Now, the people in Europe who have the best idea of what's about to hit them are the Hungarians under King Bela. The reason why is because all of these refugees that we told you always seem to flee in front of the Mongol tsunami, for the most part fled to Bela. They were Cumans, Kipchaks, Polovsi is the Russian code. And they went to King Bela, pleaded, please, save us. You have no idea what these people are like. We will convert to Christianity, anything. Just promise that you'll help. These are the same people, by the way, that King Batu, when he sent his note to Bela, said, you have our slaves, the Cumans. Don't make an enemy of us on their account. But King Bela realized that the conversion of some 200,000 or more Cumans to Christianity looked very nice to the Pope, and settled the Cuman amongst his own people. And in addition, this was helpful because the Cuman were about the best people you would want to have on your side if you were a European nation about to face the Mongols for two reasons. One, they had just faced the Mongols. No one knew better what you were likely to have to deal with than people who had just dealt with the same threat. The other reason was that the Cumans were also steppe people, also horse archers. They gave you the capability to fight the Mongols a little bit more on their own terms, and there were a lot of them. The problem is that as the environment heated up and the Mongols headed toward Hungary, everybody just went bat crazy and started looking at the Cumans as part of the problem. People began to panic. And the Mongols were great at sowing this. They would send all sorts of messengers out to stir up dissent and problems. They had every kind of ruse you can imagine. One of the ones they used in Russia, supposedly, was they got their hands on a royal seal from a dead body, and they went around counterfeiting royal proclamations and then passed it around to all these towns, telling the townspeople either not to flee in the face of the Mongols, or to come back to their towns that they'd abandoned for their own safety. Then when they came back, the Mongols killed them all. The other thing the Mongols would do is come to an area and force the locals to harvest the grain that was close to being ready to harvest. And as soon as they harvested the grain, they'd kill them. And then they wouldn't be able to plant the next season's grain. A lot of historians blame a lot of the deaths that the Mongols caused in Russia with their disrupting of the next year's harvest. So it's hard to discern how many of the people who died were actually killed by Mongol swords and arrows, and how many died as a result of their ability to sort of circumvent the traditional harvest cycle. You get a sense of the growing hysteria in terms of fear on the part of the people now in the Mongol sites in an incident that occurs soon after King Bela takes these Cumans into his protection. Because he fortifies the passes over the Carpathians, so the Mongols won't have an easy time getting through. And then there's a little encounter between Mongol forces and Hungarian forces, and the Hungarians capture one of the soldiers. But the soldier turns out to not be an ethnic Mongol. He's a Cuman, a conscript, one of those people that the Mongols essentially said, you have two choices. You can join our forces and fight in our army, or you can be killed. Obviously, he chose to fight as a Mongol, and he's dragged in for intelligence purposes. The problem is that the people of Hungary become aware that the person captured, who's supposedly from this people, this mythical people they know very little about, he's not a Mongol, he's a Cuman. And now they have 200,000 Cumans in their midst being protected by their king, and they're freaking out. They see the farms of their people being burned, the storehouses looted, these citizens being snatched up into slavery or murdered in the fields. And they've come to the conclusion that this is sort of a Cuman or Kipchak Turk plot. These aren't Mongols. These are the same steppe people that have been raiding and pillaging and doing banditry on their borders forever. And they think their king, Bela, is protecting them. You get a real sense of the fear and hysteria when you read some of the primary sources. There's one in particular from a guy named Roger of Farad, who was someone who actually lived through these events. So you're getting a real first-hand account of this. And he describes the people rioting outside the various royal palaces, demanding that the king of the Cuman Kipchak Turks, a guy named Kutan, be turned over to the mob for a little summary justice. Now, the only thing I'm going to change in this primary source account to make it more clear is when they talk about the king, they mean King Bela. So I'm going to say Bela after that so you get an idea of who they mean when they're talking about the king of Hungary versus when they're talking about the king of the Cumans. Here's Roger of Farad's account when the crowd was screaming outside the palace where this king of the Cumans is being protected by Hungary's own king. All of the people clamored against him. Kill him! Kill him! He is the one who has brought on the destruction of Hungary. And for this, they spoke to King Bela reproachfully. Our king should fight whoever has brought in the Kipchaks for our misfortune. Others clamored. King Bela should fight with those who are taking our property. King Bela, hearing these reproaches more and more, sent a man to King Kutan of the Cumans, saying he should not delay in coming before him. End quote. But King Kutan of the Cumans was a little scared. All of a sudden, this protection that he thought he had put himself under King Bela looked very precarious. He didn't think he would make it to King Bela's castle alive. So he told him he wasn't coming unless protection was forthcoming. Roger of Farad continues. But Kutan, who heard the repeated shouting of the people, and fearing injury even though he was free of guilt, replied to King Bela that unless he would appoint some man who would be empowered to lead him to King Bela and protect him from the hands of the crowd, he would in no ways go before him. When the messenger brought this back to King Bela, the clamor amongst the crowd resumed. Kill him! Kill him! And then, all of a sudden, Roger of Farad writes, some armed Hungarians and Germans broke into the palace where he was, intending to make him go before the King Bela by force. But Kutan and his people, drawing their bows and arrows, refused to admit them into his presence. Then a mob of people pushed in, took them captive, instantly cut off all their heads, and threw them out the windows of the palace into the crowd. This incident, needless to say, completely poisoned this new alliance. And once the Cuman people found out about the fate of their king at the hands of their new Hungarian allies, they went a bit berserk themselves and began raiding and killing and murdering and stealing and everything you could think of amongst the towns and villages of Hungary, doing exactly to the population there what the Mongols were planning to do and what the Hungarians had assumed the Cumans were really doing anyway. Turning what had been a vicious, hysterical rumor into fact, and making things that much easier for the looming Mongol enemy who had already broken through the fortifications in the Carpathian Mountains and were coming. In early 1241, the storm breaks. It breaks in Central Europe, and it focuses on Hungary, the area that the Mongol spies and intelligence service decides is the main threat in Central Europe. Now, the main threat probably shouldn't be Hungary. It should probably be the Holy Roman Empire, led by the great Emperor Frederick. The problem is Frederick is too busy in a long-running war with the Pope to worry about the Mongols, doesn't raise forces to fight the Mongols, just sends a bunch of angry letters to the Hungarian king telling him he's a loser and he needs to fight harder. Why isn't he handling this problem? He's letting all of Europe down. Meanwhile, the Pope, who would also like to do something, is too busy dealing with Frederick. So the two of them can't even stop their quarrel long enough to deal with, Darth Vader's approach from the east. So it's left to the Hungarians to try to deal with. And the Mongols stream through the passes of the Carpathian Mountains, blowing apart the fortifications that the Hungarians had put in all these passes to stop them, and come down into the Hungarian plain from at least 4, maybe 5 different passes at the same time. Now, if you look at the map of Europe, what you'll see is there's an opening there. If somebody wants to come down from Poland with an army, they could smash this Mongol force Get behind it. Cut it off. It's a great opportunity. Unfortunately for the Europeans, it's not an opportunity that the Mongols and a leader like Subadai would have missed, and he didn't. He sent some 30,000 men, it's believed, under a guy named Kaidu or Baidu, and they smash into Poland to protect the flank of the main army, maybe 120,000 guys moving into Hungary. Now, to be fair, I need to point out that what I'm about to tell you is disputed because nobody knows. The chronicles, if you read them, are so concerned with trying to make it look like the peoples put up a good fight that you can't really tell what's hyperbole and what's the truth. You also don't know which historians to believe because they all differ, and there's enough uncertainty about this that the dates of the battles aren't even for sure. The numbers certainly aren't. I tend to fall back on military historians when in doubt. A guy like Richard A. Gabriel perhaps chooses the middle ground on numbers. He thinks 30,000 guys decide to attack Poland to protect the Mongol flank. These people begin raiding, pillaging, destroying, burning into Poland, and what they do is they draw the attention of people up there so that they can't go down and deal with the Mongols in Hungary. They separate the European armies so that they can't converge on the main threat. A guy named Henry the Pious, he's the Duke of Silesia, manages to raise perhaps as many as 40,000 guys and begins moving into Poland to confront the Mongols. There's another army of Bohemians. Some people, like Richard A. Gabriel, think maybe 50,000 guys. If that's true and they hook up with Henry, that was the biggest army Europe's seen since the Romans were active 1,000 years before. The Mongols notice this and determine that it's not going to happen, and they intercept Henry's forces before he could hook up with the Bohemians. And in a place called Leibnitz, an encounter occurs. The traditional date of this battle is April 9th, 1241, and Henry, the Duke of Silesia, runs into the Mongol force, barring his path, not allowing him to hook up with the Bohemians. Now, the way this battle goes is controversial. The Polish chroniclers try so hard to rescue Polish martial honor to try to make it sound like they almost beat the Mongols, or they had the battle won several times. The way the Polish chroniclers write it, they had the battle won, and then some Mongol screaming out in Polish ran around yelling over and over again in the Polish language, "Run! Run!" And everybody started panicking. The Polish chroniclers have Henry, the Duke of Silesia, saying, "Calamity befalls us," as everything collapses around him. But until that time, the Polish chroniclers have him winning. Military historians are not really accepting of that. They believe that the armies of Europe and Leibniz were smashed, utterly and easily smashed. They don't even slow Kaidu the Mongols down. And the battle seems to follow a very traditional course. The Europeans line up in a sort of an ad hoc approach. And I've often thought the best way to explain it, and they may have already done this, is by comparing an amateur sports team to a professional sports team in a sport that requires a ton of teamwork, like football, European football, which we call soccer in the United States. Either one of these would be a good comparison, because people will say to me all the time, how would European knights have done against the Mongols? And I say, well, why be hypothetical? The European knights and the Mongols tangled all the time. And the knights never gave the Mongols any trouble at all. Knights were fantastic individuals, very skilled in the use of their weapons, practiced all the time, made a living out of fighting, but they did so as individuals. The Mongols did so as a team. It would be as though you decided you wanted to have a football game today, and you went and got some great football players who never met each other and never played together, and the morning of the battle, they show up at the football field and they shake hands. Nice to meet you. We'll be playing on the same team today. And some coach who's never seen them play before meets them, and they decide they're going to have an encounter with the other team. And the other team shows up, and they're the Dallas Cowboys. And they not only have played together forever and know each other very well, but the coach has been commanding them forever, and he knows them all and their capabilities very well. And they have plays that they've designed and that they practice and use all the time. And they have signals and signs that allow them to communicate to each other on the field. They call audibles and all these kinds of things. The Europeans were simply overwhelmed. And it sounds like, if you want to believe the historians in Maine, that the Europeans would attack in waves. Each wave would be subsequently defeated. Maybe they blew the Mongol center out, but it looks like the Mongols were faking the whole thing, like steppe troops have done since ancient Greece and ancient Syria, where they run away screaming in terror, but they're not really running away. They're leading the pursuers into a trap, and by the time the pursuers have blown out their horses, have no more energy, and are tired, the ambush is laid. The archers appear from all sides and begin shooting down the horses. These smudge pots and smoke makers are all over the battlefield, the chroniclers tell us, and the Europeans just crumble. The Mongols killed so many of them in the pursuit that they fill up 9 large bags. Each bag takes a whole wagon with 1 ear off each corpse that they count. This is how they count the dead, make sure that they don't double count. They cut the ear off, they throw the ear in the bag, and the ear off, they count the dead that way. The consort of Henry Duke of Silesia find his body and identify it. It's not easy. He has no head when she does this, but apparently he had 6 toes. The Europeans that survive rush into the forest and try to hide there. They encounter that Bohemian army that Henry was trying to hook up with, who instantly figures out that they don't want to face the Mongols on the field, so they find the nearest forest, they barricade around the edges, and just sit there, hoping to conduct a defense. And the Europeans are stunned. There must have been a little bit of cultural superiority, because you can audibly feel the air come out of Europe. A Templar knight rushes to the King of France to let him know that 1, they lost, and 2, there's no significant army that can protect Europe from this force all the way to the Atlantic. A famous chronicler of this period, Matthew Paris, sums up the European attitude toward the Mongols after this battle by saying, "Where had such a people lain hidden? And how could there be something this devastating, and we didn't know anything about them?" But the 30,000 men that Kaidu used to smash Henry Duke of Silesia's forces at Leibniz is the flanking force. The main force will fight a battle only a couple of days later against the King of Hungary. And that's the battle that will smash the largest army that Europe still has in the field to protect them from the greatest threat from steppe nomads since Attila and his Huns during the time of Imperial Rome. Perhaps there's a little bit of irony in the fact that Hungarians sometimes consider themselves to be the descendants of Attila's people. Now, they were the ones charged with fighting off the advance of, the Middle Ages version of Attila. And to his credit, I think King Bela of Hungary did a pretty decent job, especially when you consider that he was fighting a people that, as we said in an earlier episode, were of such advanced sophistication, it was like they were coming down from a higher league. They were used to fighting the Chinese. Now they just had to fight a bunch of Europeans whose military sophistication was nowhere near as eminent as what they were used to dealing with. Now, the problem that King Bela has is that the information about what happened in Leibniz has reached his army and they're demoralized. Not just that, there are troops that King Bela would probably choose to have not had in his army at all if he had a choice, people that don't like him. But he's got to grab every man he can get his hands on. They're desperate, they're up against an enormous foe, and he's got, perhaps if you believe someone like Richard A. Gabriel, maybe up to 100,000 men to make this one of the largest armies ever raised in the religious increment. And they're forced to live with each other to deal with this common foe, but they don't like it, and it impacts the army's ability to fight well. Bela takes this force out to meet the Mongols, and the Mongols see this force and turn around and run. Now, one can only imagine what the European attitude of manliness and chivalric conduct and all this thought of that. but it certainly must have made them assume that the size of their force was daunting to these barbarians, and they moved toward the Mongols as the Mongols moved away for 9 days. If you recall an earlier episode we did on this, it's very much like the way the Mongols handled the nobility of Russia in 1221 at the Kalka River, retreating in front of their forces for days and allowing the European armies to get tired and frustrated and outrun their food sources and supplies. Subadai and the Mongols go over a stone bridge, which will play a key role in this story that's about to happen, and organize their army on the far side of a wind-soaked, swollen river. And the army of the Hungarians will see them there and stop on the other side. Now, a confrontation over who gets to control this bridge will happen, and the chroniclers have it going back and forth. Sometimes the Mongols get to have a bridgehead on one side, and then the Hungarians retake it. There's a lot of that little skirmishing going on. But the main thing to understand, as far as people can understand about this battle, because a lot of it's in dispute, is that the Hungarian king establishes a camp on the far side of the river, and he encircles it with wagons and all sorts of fortifications to protect it from any sort of surprise attack by the Mongols. But he does so in a fashion that clusters it all too closely together. And the fantastic leadership of the Mongols notices this, and the chroniclers point out that Batu assures his men that the Hungarians have made a mistake. Here's what Batu is supposed to have told his commanders about the Hungarians and their camp, all clustered together too closely. Good fortune ought to be with us, comrades. Even though this is a great multitude of a nation, nonetheless, because their plans have been unwisely managed, they cannot escape from our hands. Just look at them, how they've shut themselves up in such a tight enclosure, like a herd of animals. There's one thing the Mongols understood. It was herds of animals. Remember, one of the ways they trained their army were these giant hunts that occurred over miles and miles and miles of territory, where they would take a whole army and slowly close a ring around a bunch of frightened and scared animals, and it taught them how to hunt men as well. Now, the way this battle shapes up, there are some interesting elements worth pointing out. One has to do with this bridge, who gets to control it, because at one point the Hungarians are controlling the far side of the bridge, and in the middle of the night, all of a sudden, troops on the far side of the bridge are assailed with what can only be described as artillery, including things that explode. Now, this is nothing like anything the Europeans would have seen. Perhaps the first time they've encountered real gunpowder. The Mongols are shelling them. Here's the way historian Richard Andrew describes it. Just before daylight, Batu attacked the bridgehead held by the Hungarian detachment on the east side of the river. The defenders found themselves under fire from the 13th century equivalent of an artillery preparatory bombardment. The Mongols brought up 7 siege engines, probably ballistas, and bombarded the bridgehead with fire bombs and other noisemakers. The object of the bombardment was to focus the attention of the enemy commander on the point of attack, and in this case, it succeeded very well. The defenders, stupefied by the noise and death from the artillery, were suddenly attacked by squadrons of Mongol cavalry, who quickly overwhelmed them. The artillery fire shifted to long range, and the Mongol cavalry crossed the bridge under cover of something akin to a rolling barrage. Although surprised by the attack, the Hungarian commanders rallied their troops and sallied forth from their camp to engage the Mongol force pouring across the bridge. A bitter battle ensued, in which the Hungarians held their own and forced the Mongols to give ground. Suddenly, it became alarmingly apparent that the engagement was only a Mongol holding attack. Subadai and Batu, in the middle of the night, had troops cross the river, at least in one direction, but maybe in 2 directions, in the north and the south, get across it, and by the time the Hungarians had all their attention focused on this attempt to cross the bridge, the artillery was making noise and getting everyone's attention and scaring the horses. The Mongols were around them, all around them. They surrounded the Hungarian camp. They were launching fire arrows and wagons, and the chaos was debilitating. All of a sudden, as often happens in battle, when one side is confused, one of the Greeks used to refer to the god of fear who dominated battles, Phobos, where phobia comes from. And if Phobos got a hold of human beings in a situation like this, he didn't let go. T.S. Benson quotes, medieval chronicler, about what happened next. By the time it was noon, behold, the entire army of the Tartars multitude had surrounded the whole camp of the Hungarians, as though it were a kind of corral, and with eager bows had begun shooting arrows all around, while others circling about the camp hastened to put fire upon them. When the Hungarians saw themselves enclosed by the enemy units from all sides, their senses left them, for they were able to think neither of disengaging their forces, nor of commencing an all-out struggle, and they were so badly confused that they looked for any way to break out, like sheep in a stable from the biting of wolves as the enemy circled around and ceaselessly shot their missiles and arrows. T.S. Benson continues with the chronicler's account. And the multitudes of Hungary, destitute of all safe counsel, were unable to see what should be done. So when all hope of life was about gone, death seen throughout the camp in the eyes of all, the king and the prince abandoned the standards and turned themselves to the protection of flight. But when the Tartars saw that the army of the Hungarians was about to seek flight, some of the enemy made a way for them and permitted them to go through. We've seen this before. What appears to be an opening, one that might be a short-term opportunity, is seen by some of the troops and they run out of the soon-to-close range. Others see it and realize that they must move while they have a chance. They throw their armor off and they drop their weapons and they run for it before the range closes completely. Eventually the panic takes over and everybody runs for this opening. The Mongols completely surround the forces. You know, when you close them, what they don't realize is that the Mongols learn very well from how they dealt with herding animals in these great hunts, and they learn to use the panic of the animals in a way to their advantage. And one of the panic qualities that these animals have was they do that little opening in the ring. All the animals would see that. Those human beings do too. The opening was a trap. As the army
That's shut out Haley Duff. But yeah, I wonder if she knows Haley Duff. Oh, maybe you can introduce him someday. That would be something to do. I would introduce other friends or other siblings. Like, all right, have you guys met? Yeah, jackass.
Concerning the course of this battle so far are all from him. Here's how he describes it. They were pursued by them from the other side, not rashly, but step by step, and not allowed to turn this way or that way. There was to be found along the roads vast wealth, gold and silver vessels, purple fabrics, and quantities of arms. But the unheard of cruelties of the Tartars, not caring for plunder and little valuing all the precious loot, they concerned themselves solely with the pursuit of men. And when they saw how exhausted they were from the strain of their movements, neither able to hold a weapon in their hands, nor to move their feet any further in flight, then they began from there to strike with their lances, and to slaughter with their swords, sparing no one, but savagely butchering them all. They fell down to the right, to the left, like the leaves in winter. The fallen bodies of those unfortunates were to be found all along the road, blood flowing like a torrential river, their unhappy country reddened by the bloodshed of her fallen children far and wide. Then the multitude of tragedy whom the sword of the Tartars had not yet devoured were driven into a certain marsh. Thus, denied any other path out, the prodding Tartars charged upon them, and the greatest part of the Hungarians were all swallowed and vanished into the water and the mud. Historian Richard A. Gabriel, among others, visited these 50,000 men villain in their kills. Aimed and killed either at the battle or during the long, relentless murderous pursuit by the Mongols. Some people love hearing historians put that number at somewhat lower. As I said, the numbers are in dispute, but you get a very clear idea of how devastating this was when the greatest army standing between the Mongols and the conquest of the rest of Europe. So died the flower of the nobility of Hungary, Europe's best hope to forestall the Mongol conquest of the entire European continent. Zubadiah Batu and Ogedai thought it would be 16 and 18 years to conquer all the way to the Atlantic. After the Battle of the Sayo River, as it was called, that looked to be a rather pessimistic prediction. Because after the battle, Mongol scouts would be seen in Austria, even on the edge of Italy. The king of Hungary would escape, get to the Adriatic Sea, not slow down for 1 second, get on a ship and take it across the sea to Italy. All of Europe trembled. Nothing like this had been seen in 1,000 years. Europe was praying for a miracle. And all of a sudden, not long after the Battle of the Sayo River, they got word arrived that the great Khan Ogedai had died. The death of the great Khan changed everything. In the next and last episode of Wrath of the Khan, the death of the great Khan Ogedai will turn out to be one of the most important turning points in history. His death will not only kill the impetus of the Mongol tsunami that was sweeping west in a way that likely would have carried it all the way to the Atlantic, but his death will open up a leadership crisis in the Mongol world empire, one that opens up a chasm of disagreement amongst the descendants of Genghis Khan that completely destroys the great historical arsonist's hope that his descendants would stay together unbreakable like a bundle of arrows. In fact, a chasm will develop between the various houses set apart by Genghis Khan's different sons. Now, this doesn't mean that there won't be a lot of death and destruction and several empires that fall by the wayside as this whole process takes place. It also doesn't mean that the fires that the historical arsonists started all those years ago will continue to burn for centuries in some places. Russians, for instance, stayed above the last emperors until Ivan the Terrible's time at least. The story's moving to the year 1260. By then, it's clear to see that the bundle of arrows is unraveling. The next Khan will be the first person chosen to rule Genghis Khan's empire that was not picked by the great Khan himself. That will make a huge difference. All that in part 5 of Wrath of the Khans.
Do you shop online at Amazon.com? If you do, consider doing so through the Amazon search window on dancarlin.com. Your shopping experience will be the same as always, but Amazon will give Dan and Ben a little kickback for sending it there.
Thanks again for all your partnership. What you're about to hear is the 5th and last episode of a 5-part series on the unbelievable Mongol conquest of the Middle Ages. If you don't mind getting your story starting somewhere in the middle of it, we don't mind it either, so carry on. If, though, you prefer your story having some sort of sequential order that makes some sort of narrative sense, you might want to catch the earlier episodes before you start off with this one. In any case, regardless of your preference, and without further ado, part 5 of Wrath of the Khans.
December 7th,
It's history.
1941. A date which will live in infamy.
The events.
One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
The figures.
The price of the boys, man. There's no word, no matter.
The drama.
Time and place.
I take pride in the words, ich bin ein Alien.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall. Insect demand urgent. Marine sector. Number 2 has had a major explosion and what appears to be a complete collapse surrounding the entire area.
I welcome this kind of examination because people have got to know whether or not their presidents have crooked. Well, I'm not a crook. If we dig deep in our history and our doctrine. And remember, we are not descended from fearful men. It's hardcore history. For a long time, historians have tried to do what scientists try to do when it comes to nature and physics, natural phenomena like that. Historians have tried for a long time to come up with a template that helps explain history. In the same way that a physicist might work on a universal field theory to try to come up with some organized way of thinking about natural phenomena, the laws of physics. Historians over time have changed and altered their view how history unfolds, the way it does and why. Forever, historians were guided by what's known now as the great man theory of history. This idea that history was pushed along by gifted individuals, people who had abnormal levels of intelligence or resolve or ruthlessness or ability, charisma, and that these people have their own desires and motivations, and they go off in their direction and use their gifts to push history, and that humankind sort of follows along in the wake of the great people. Then along came another thing known now as the trends and forces theory of history. Hegel, the dialectic, Marxism, and others come along and suggest that human beings are sort of pawns of conditions, and that economic conditions and cultural trends and environmental forces set the stage, and human beings sort of operate within that framework. Now, today is a blend of all these various things that seems to be provided, because sometimes stuff happens that doesn't fit any template at all, and no one should be surprised. After all, history is about humanity, and if there's any variable you can't really catalog, organize, and predict, it's the human. Case in point, when the gods of history decide to throw a wild card down the table, which is exactly what happened in the year 1242. The year 1242 might be a good date to set as the most dated in all European history. That's the year that the Mongols were preparing to follow up on their massive victories in Hungary and Poland that had destroyed the largest armies that Europe had been able to put into the field in centuries. A French Templar knight told the King of France that there was now no large force that could conceivably stop the Mongols from reaching all the way to the Atlantic. Mongol Khan at this time was Ootd, chosen son and successor of the great Khan, Genghis. Ootd and his advisors had estimated it would take them 18 years to conquer Europe all the way to the Atlantic. In 1242, they were ahead of schedule. And then something that is common in history, but that completely defies any attempts of humankind to organize history in any sort of meaningful, logical way happens. Great Khan dies. And historians believe he dies due to alcoholism, chronic, or a staged drinking bout that just pushed him over the edge. But either way, it might be the most influential death due to intoxication and addiction in all world history. And it completely short-circuits the Mongol plans. In a way, I've always thought of the Mongol military machine like a giant robot that operates through the whim of a single brain, and that brain is the Khan. And the only problem with this fantastically dangerous Mongol robot army is that when the Khan dies, the brain short-circuits and the robot just sort of powers down. When the messenger arrives in 1242, riding almost nonstop from the far east to tell the Mongol armies operating in Europe that Ootd had died, they pull back almost instantly. Within a mere couple of weeks, this army that was ready to follow up its victory against a defenseless Europe is gone. The Europeans are stunned again, stunned first by the level of the violence and their defeat, and then stunned that somehow they must have attributed it to heaven, since that was what at the time most people in the ancient and medieval world attributed all major events like this to. They must have thought that the gods had intervened, because what else explains the lack of a conqueror following up on their conquests? What if scenarios historians of events in history have played with ever since 1242, wondering what would have happened if Mongol Khan not died? Could the Mongols have actually conquered Europe? And all sorts of arguments have erupted concerning whether or not the dark, deep forests of Europe would have provided enough pasturage to feed Mongol horses, whether the Mongols would have been able to deal with the intense level of castles and fortifications Europe had during this period, or whether the population would rise up and through guerrilla warfare and banditry have sapped the Mongol strengths, considering that the Mongols were already maybe overstretched when it comes to controlling a large chunk of the Eurasian landmass. The only thing I would throw to the debate is to remember that 700 years before this period, another steppe conqueror had managed to get all the way into France, which is very close to conquering all the way to the Atlantic, before he was turned back. Attila the Hun had used local people to make up for the deficiencies in his own steppe people. The Mongols were prone to do the same thing. By the time they would have reached France, the Mongol armies likely would have consisted of a core of Mongols and a lot of people taken from Poland, Hungary, Germany, Italy, and yes, even France, fighting other Europeans who were paying the death if they didn't fight well. This was the Mongol strategy they used in the Middle East. It was the strategy they used in Russia. It was the strategy they used in China. The Europeans likely other Europeans controlled by Mongols. By the time the Mongols made it to the deep dark forests of Western Europe. Nonetheless, the death of the great Khan coming one day is a turning point in history where the Mongols will never climb back that deep again. The writer Stuart Lake has compared what happened when the Mongol wave, which we describe as a tsunami, he also describes as a wave, pulled back towards Asia. He suggests that it sucked Europeans in the undertow back with it, which helps explain why all of a sudden, after the death of Ootd, he started getting first-hand accounts from Europeans about what's going on in the Far East for really the first time ever. Walter Stuart Lake says that the attitude of Europe was negatively impacted by the Mongol smashing of European arms, sort of dispelling any notions of superiority, and leaving Europeans with this sort of stunned, depressed, and resigned view of what might happen should the Mongols ever decide to return. He compared the pessimism of the people in the post-Mongol European aftermath to the people in the 1950s, 1960s, maybe into the 1970s, during the pessimism of the nuclear era. And at any time, we might wake up to the news that the missiles were going away. Nonetheless, as we said, the pulling back of Mongol forces, which so stunned the Europeans, sucked Europeans back into Asia. It was part of the process of an undertow. And most of these people that were with the initial undertow were not going with the Mongols willingly. During the Mongols' first European incursion in 1221, they sucked back with them to Asia lots of Russians who would end up being slaves and concubines and toiling for the Mongols back in Asia. This time around, primary sources like Roger and Farad, among others, talk about long trains of prisoners being dragged through Hungary, and Roger was one of them. He since he was told by interpreters in uncertain terms that once the Hungarian border reached all of the non-essential, those considered to be non-valuable persons were ordered to T-boat the edge of the sword. Primary sources say that the Mongols accomplished this by telling people that they didn't want to take back to Asia the many more they were feeding, clothed, deep away, amounting to the Bataan Death March, that they were free to go, and they let them go. 3 or 4 miles later, they attacked them and killed them. They were stretched out in refugee camps. Rabbi himself escaped through a tale that reminds one of the killing fields and the stories of people who survived the Cambodian genocide by hiding in the woods. And their captors, Roger of Iran, pretended he needed to go to the side of the road to answer the call of nature, covered himself up with sticks and twigs and stayed for days until the Mongols and the refugees had left. He says when he emerged from the hiding spot, he saw the aftermath of what the Mongols had left behind in terms of human carnage. Many of these individuals who weren't killed will be brought back into Asia and in a very strange way contributing to that positive effect that many historians give credit to the Mongols for creating, connecting the various parts of the Eurasian world together in a way that they hadn't been connected before. You now had Europeans in Asia, but it wasn't always because they wanted to be there. Now, there were some Europeans who did want to go to the East and make contact with the Mongols voluntarily, or at least wanted to based on orders they were given from the supreme European authority during this time period, which was the Pope. A papal expedition will leave for the Mongolian steppes or Asia, or this ill-defined area that Europe really knew nothing about in 1245. People often credit Marco Polo's famous book for being the first real information to come back from Asia. Marco Polo's work is still quite a bit in the future. The papal expedition sent out in 1245 and led by a person whose work we've already used in this series, John of Plano Carpini, will leave and sort of follow the Mongol wake of destruction all the way back to Asia with a dual mission. One, to transmit a written message from the Pope to the Mongol ruler. Two, to spy on Mongol capabilities to tell the Pope and Europeans in general as much as they could find out about this people. So if they ever came back, the Europeans might be better prepared to deal with them. John of Plano Carpini will be a European eyewitness to the crown, for lack of a better word, of Ogedai's successor, who's great Truman. But that will come for several years after the death of Ogedai, because the Mongolian Empire, now almost certainly the greatest empire in all world history in terms of actual size, is up for grabs. And is almost certainly the greatest prize, imperial prize, lottery prize, anything you want to say, that world history is a grab, was going to get, was a huge question and drama. When the great Khan Genghis had died, he handpicked a successor. That made all the difference. Now, there was no handpicked successor. There was no rule of automatic succession. You can't say, well, it goes to the oldest son of this Khan or that Khan. It was essentially something that the Mongols would decide amongst themselves at one of these great gatherings known as the Kurultai. But it also meant that the whole thing was kind of up for grabs. And now, that aspect of Mongol history I told you was like a seed that had been planted and was going to grow into almost some sort of poison plant, had taken root. The Mongol children of Genghis Khan had done a wonderful job sharing their inheritance, deferring to the great Khan's choice of a successor. The next generation of Mongols were going to fight over this greatest of all imperial prizes were the grandchildren of Genghis Khan, not the same level of devotion to the empire's stability as the Khan's children did. In fact, I was looking up a quote that I specifically remember. I couldn't find it online. Bill Cosby, stand-up comedian, actor, many other things. I remember him talking about how difficult it was to raise his own children because he had grown up a poor child in Philadelphia. But he was the father of rich children, and how the differences in worldviews made it sometimes difficult to relate to your own kids. The Mongol Empire kind of falls into that same situation. These grandchildren of Genghis Khan who were going to fight for the succession were nothing like the Khan himself was, and nothing like the Mongols were when the Khan was building his power base, because back then, as we had mentioned, some of these Mongol tribes were so poor that they were said to create clothing out of the skins of field mice sewn together. These grandchildren of Genghis Khan had never known such poverty. They were some of the richest people in the world. As Bill Cosby had said, there was a great difficulty in trying to infuse the values that you yourself developed and maintained while poor people from their very earliest ages were anything but poor. As one chronicler had written, the Mongols were not now what they once were in terms of their material prosperity. The generation that had for pretty much their entire lives been clothed in silk was about to inherit the empire, an empire won by a generation who had known much poorer existence during their upbringing. And there were a lot of possible candidates for the top job. Ootd was picked by Genghis. He kind of ruled out the idea that anybody else could have the gig. Ootd had a chosen successor, but he chose someone really young, a grandchild. It wasn't going to work, and there were a lot of possible people who had a realistic chance of getting elected to the top job instead. And that's key. The Mongol Khan may have had virtually dictatorial powers, but he didn't get that job unless he was elected to it by consensus. The other family members had to agree who got the top job, and this consensus was determined at one of these grand get-togethers, these Kurultais. The reason that the European campaign by the Mongols was brought back to Mongolia was so that they could have this giant get-together and decide who the Khan was going to be. Now, it's worth remembering a little bit what the Mongol system was like. I've always thought it reminded me a little of like the United States system, a federal system, sort of the executive authority in Mongolia with the imperial Khan and all that, but all those giant chunks of Mongol territory that Genghis Khan had left to his sons became like separate states in the United States, and the ruler of those areas was like a governor in a sense. You can think about it if you want, because I sometimes do, as the United States of Khan. And those governors all were liable to get the next, imperial job. What's more, Genghis Khan had, some siblings still alive who thought that they could be liable for the job and everything else. So they're going to hold this big Kurultai, and everybody's going to pick the new Khan. And there's only one problem, and that's that Batu, one of the grandsons of Genghis Khan, long ago, he boycotts the Kurultai. He says he's ill and he can't make it all the way to Mongolia. The problem is it's like not having enough people to form a quorum at a business meeting. The business meeting doesn't count if you don't have a quorum. The Kurultai doesn't count if Batu's not there, and Batu won't go. Why won't Batu go? Well, it actually stems all the way back to maybe a tragic flaw, if you want to call it that, to the youth of the great Temujin. Remember, Temujin becomes Genghis Khan. His firstborn son was born after Temujin's wife had been stolen by a rival tribe. By the time Genghis Khan got his wife back, she was pregnant, and no one ever knew the child she carried was his. It was some, chieftain from another tribe's child. This affected the succession when Genghis Khan died, because Genghis Khan had picked a middle son, Ootd, to rule for him instead of his oldest son, Jochi, because nobody knew if Jochi was really Genghis Khan's blood. Now, that was managed okay, because the great Khan was there and he was managing himself. The problem was, now the prime grandson, Batu, was the son of Jochi. which meant he might not have been Genghis Khan's blood at all. And that came into play when it was time to decide who the new Khan was going to be. Now, it seems like Batu was not set on becoming the great Khan himself. He would have been fine with someone else. The problem was, the guy who was most likely to get the job was a guy named Kuya. And Batu and Kuya hated each other with a passion. If Kuya gets the top job, Batu's life might not be the long acre as they used to say in the Old West. So Batu didn't go to Khan, so they couldn't pick a new Khan, which meant Kuya couldn't be elected and Batu was
Is
safe.
that Gary Payton?
That's not a state of affairs that could continue forever. And it paralyzed the Mongol Empire.
Wouldn't he be like way taller than everybody?
In the interval,
Yeah, so
one interesting thing happened.
but probably.
The
Oh,
Mongols are ruled by a woman,
it is. Is
an
it?
empress.
Let's look how tall he is.
That's the way a lot of
He'd be way
historians
taller
describe
than
that. It's
Like
basically
Gary Payton.
Ogedai's wife.
It's not.
And until they pick a successor, she's the boss. I thought about this a little bit. And I am at pains to think of a woman in all world history, other than another Mongol empress regent later on in the story, who's ever held more power than this person, ever. And if this really is the most powerful woman in all human history, isn't it interesting you have to be a bit of a Mongol fanatic to have even heard of her? She's known, well, I've seen it spelled like 9 different ways, but I'm mispronouncing because I've seen different pronunciations. The Empress Doriki or Doriki. She is in charge of the Mongol Empire until they pick a new Khan. And Batu keeps boycotting these Kurultais. Now, he doesn't say, I will not come. He says, oh, I'm sick. Gout is what they commonly say. And so because he can't go, they can't have one, and so she's in charge. Now, this is the time period when you see the Mongol Empire break down by houses. I told you earlier this was going to be a big problem. The House of Ootd, the House of Jochi. These are the sons of Genghis Khan who are now broken down into grandchildren, right? So Batu's got a lot of relatives. They're all part of the House of Jochi. This Kuyu, who we told you about a second ago, they're part of the House of Ootd. And these houses begin to be rivals. They're all ready to pick a new Khan and decide who gets the job. Batu keeps boycotting. So there's no Kurultai that can happen in 1243. In 1244, Batu boycotts again. In 1245, Batu once again claims to be well regained power. The decisive picking of the new Khan then either. This is 3 years that the greatest, most powerful, most feared empire in world history is operating on autopilot. Because even though she's the most powerful woman in the world, the Empress Regent has limited authority to do anything new. She can control taxation, she can handle ongoing affairs, but they've got to have another Kurultai. For example, she wants to launch a new war in a different direction. Got to have a Kurultai for that. You can't have a Kurultai because Batu won't come. As we said, this giant monster iron robot that's fighting all over the world at the same time, as far away as, the Pacific Ocean on one side and the Baltic Sea and the Mediterranean Sea on the other. The robot's brain isn't functioning because there is no Khan. There can't be a Khan until Batu decides to let there be. As the year 1246 rolls around, the Empress Regent and the members of the royal houses not connected to Batu decide that the state of affairs can't continue. Batu cannot be allowed to hold the entire empire hostage, and he's told this. He's told that the Kurultai of 1246 will happen with or without him. If he wants his family's interests represented, he better be there. The way Batu gets the interest of his house represented, the House of Jochi, could also be called the House of Joki, but in these Mongol names, you can come with a couple different pronunciations. Instead of going himself and risking his own life, as we'll see later, a very smart decision, he sends other family members to represent the House of Jochi, and the great Kurultai of 1246. Now, someone else shows up to this great Kurultai of 1246. John of Rabbi, with his message from the Pope. Maybe the first European to ever voluntarily travel from Europe to the outskirts of China and come back. When the Pope in 1245 sends John to find the Tartars. No one knows how to find them. He basically says, okay, you go to Russia, and then you keep going until you run into Tartars, which is exactly what John does. He runs into Batu, his westernmost state in the United States of Khan. He gives Batu this letter from the Pope. Batu probably has very little idea who the Pope is. And it has to be translated like 4 times to get it from Latin into Mongolian. It's got to go from Latin to Russian, from Russian to Turkish, from Turkish to Uyghur, from Uyghur to Mongolian. And finally, Batu reads this letter from the Pope and says, oh, what we have here is an envoy. And we better send him along to Mongolia to talk to the Great Khan. But the Great Khan isn't enthroned yet. He's about to have his great coronation ceremony. Wow, you better be there for that because all the other envoys are going. You better hurry, it's happening soon. And so this 65 or so year old John of Plano Carpini is put on a horse and whisked away to Mongolia. Now, it sounds like it takes him a long time to get from Western Europe to Mongolia. It takes him 4 months. In reality, this is like warp speed in medieval travel time, right? He gets there just in time for this great Kurultai. He writes about it. The first European observer that I know of, I could be wrong about this, but I think he's the first European observer ever to come back with information from Mongolia, to bring back to Europe. And he writes about the Great Khan's Kurultai and the enthronement of Kuyuk. Kuyuk, as I said, it's Mongolian. It can go a couple of different ways. But the point of who gets the job is that it's exactly who Batu was worried about getting the job all these years that he'd avoided the Kurultai in the first place. The Empress Regent's oldest son, Ogedai's son. A man that even Ogedai didn't want to get the job because of his insubordination to Batu all those years ago. Nonetheless, he's elected by the rest of the royal family members who are there. He tries the same thing many of the Caesars in Rome tried. There's a custom that develops where they basically say, Kuyuk, we want you to have the job. And he goes, oh no, I'm not the best guy for this job. So-and-so would be better than I would. This other person would be better than I would. And they insist, and finally he says, okay, well, if you insist, I'll take the job, but on one condition. And the one condition was he'll become Grand Khan. He'll inherit this greatest of all prizes in world history if you make sure and write a rule that you keep it in his family, on his house, the house of Ogedai. This shows that the Empress Regent and the new Grand Khan all understood that Genghis Khan's empire was fracturing along the grandchildren's various lines, the houses. And this was his attempt to solve this problem and keep it in his own direct line. The other Mongols agree to this. Kuyuk is elected and he becomes the new Great Khan. Now, John of Plano Carpini, he arrives at the location for this Kurultai. He's blown away. He says there's 4,000 envoys. Dukes, kings, princes, sultans, people from all over what these people would have considered the war Eurasia. The Mongols are not a poor people anymore. This is a grand gathering of people bearing gifts and petitions and scrambling to show that we are your good friends. Don't come in and hassle us. And here's what John of Plano Carpini writes to give you an idea of the grandness of this whole thing. First of all, he talks about the tent that Kuyuk is in. And he says it's so big it will hold 2,000 people. The entire plain is so filled with tents, you can hardly walk. Here's how he describes the richness of what these envoys are bringing to the Mongols in this coronation. So many gifts were bestowed by the envoys that it was marvelous to behold. Gifts of silk, samite, velvet, brocade, girdles of silk threaded with gold, choice furs, and other presents. The emperor was also given a sunshade, or little awning such as is carried over his head, and it was all decorated with precious stones. A certain governor of a province brought a number of camels for him, decked with brocade and with saddles on them, having some kind of contrivance inside which men could sit. And there they were, I should think, 40 or 50. He also brought many horses and mules covered with trappings or armor made of leather or iron. We, in our turn, were asked if we wished to present any gifts, but we had by now used up practically everything, so we had nothing to give him. There, up on a hill a good distance away from the tents, were stationed more than 500 carts, which were all filled with gold and silver and silken garments, and these things were shared out among the emperor and his chiefs. Leaving there, we went to another place where a wonderful tent had been set up, all of red velvet, and this had been given by the Kitayans, not the Chinese. There also we were taken inside. Whenever we went in, we were given mead or wine to drink, and cooked meats were offered to us if we wished to have it. A lofty platform of boards had been erected on which the emperor's throne was placed. The throne, which was of ivory, was wonderfully carved, and there was also gold on it, and precious stones, if I remember rightly, and pearls. So you get an idea of the wealth now of these grandchildren of Genghis Khan. As I said earlier, they've come a long way from the days of skins of field mice sewn together. This first Western observer, John of Plano Carpini, describes the new emperor Koyuk. The present emperor may be 40 or 45 years old, or more. He is of medium height, very intelligent, and extremely shrewd, and most serious and grave in his manner. He is never seen to laugh for a slight cause, nor to indulge in any frivolity. So we were told by the Christians who were constantly with him. The Christians of his household also told us that they firmly believe he was about to become a Christian, and they have clear evidence of this, for he maintains Christian clerics and provides them with supplies of Christian things. In addition, he always has a chapel before his chief tent, and they sing openly and in public, and beat the boards for services after the Greek fashion, like other Christians. Now, what's confusing, perhaps, John of Plano Carpini here, is the Mongol, as we called it earlier, insurance policy when it comes to the gods. Instead of choosing any particular religion, they tended to be kind of like nature worshipers, they sort of thought anybody could potentially be right on the religious question, so why take any chances? Have all the gods prayed to by all the different people who believe in all the different religions and take no chances. John of Plano Carpini was the most tolerant towards other religions, although he wasn't totally wrong. Because when John got to the Far East, he ran into other Christians from various other denominations, some of which he wasn't even aware existed, like Nestorian Christians, for example. These people weren't far wrong, because there had been Christianity among a bunch of these Mongol and Mongol-like tribes for a long time. In fact, Koyuk's mother, the Universe Regent, was herself thought to be a Christian. This becomes another of the great what is in the story. What if the Mongol Khan had actually converted to Christianity? Talk about an absolutely world-changing event. Because considering what the Mongols are going to do in China in the next generation or two, you could literally have China ruled by a Christian in the Middle Ages. That's a fantastic when it comes to the Mongol Empire. Nonetheless, the letter from the Pope is one of those communications that if Koyuk was thinking about converting to Christianity, that letter might have talked him out of it, because the letter, translated in 4 different times, that John of Plano Carpini hands to the Mongol is untranslated. And by the way, they have found this exact letter and the response in the Vatican's records. And when you read, the first thing you think of is that it's the most idiotic letter you've ever seen written to anyone who's totally unfamiliar with the Christian doctrine. Because almost the entire letter is this attempt to explain the divinity of Christ and the Trinity and the virgin birth and all this kind of stuff. But it's not written like you're speaking to someone who doesn't know about it. It's written like you're speaking to someone in your own flock who's heard the story a million times. One of the things the Mongols eventually will answer about this story is you said this about that, and we don't understand what you're talking about. I've read it over. I know the whole story of the Trinity and Catholic doctrine, and I almost can't understand it. It's one of the most poorly written and thought out letters from one ruler to another you can imagine. And it must have confused the Mongols unbelievably, especially when you imagine translated several times before they get their hands on it, including translated probably by Muslims somewhere, in the mix. Just to give you an example of the wording, let me read you a paragraph from the beginning of the Pope's letter to the great Mongol. Now remember, the Pope doesn't have a very clear idea of who this guy is. All he knows is that the very eastern edges, kind of up to Austria, so into Central Europe has been ravaged by this people that had hitherto been unknown. Now they know a little about it. He sends this in with a note. The note is there to admonish the ruler for doing bad things in Europe, but it starts off trying to explain a little about the religion. Here's the note says, this is addressed to the Emperor of the Tartars, as it says. God the Father, of his graciousness, regarding with unutterable loving kindness the unhappy lot of the human race, brought low by the guilt of the first man, and desiring of his exceeding great charity, mercifully to restore him, whom the devil's envoy overthrew by crafty suggestion, sent from the lofty throne of heaven down to the lowly region of the world his only begotten Son, co-substantial with himself, who was conceived by the operation of the Holy Ghost in the womb of a forechosen virgin, and there clothed in the garb of human flesh, and afterwards perceiving thence by the closed door of his mother's virginity, he showed himself in a form visible to all men. It goes on and on. 9/10 of this note is that kind of stuff. The Mongol ruler must have been completely befuddled by all this. Even modern readers who know this story will read it and go, really? That's how they chose to explain the Christian religion to this guy? But finally, the note gets to the point, right? The Pope is going to read the Mongol ruler, the grandson of Genghis Khan, the person whose people had just recently been on the gates of overthrowing many European monarchies, the Riot Act. Seeing that not only men, but even irrational animals, nay, the very elements which go to make up the world machine, are united by a certain innate law, after the manner of the celestial spirits, all of which God the Creator has divided into choirs in the enduring stability of a peaceful order, it is not without cause that we are driven to express in strong terms our amazement that you, as we have heard, have invaded many countries, belonging both to Christians and to others, and are laying them waste in a horrible desolation, and with a fury still unabated. You do not cease from stretching out your destroying hand to more distant lands, but breaking the bond of natural ties, sparing neither sex nor age, you rage against all indiscriminately with the sword of chastisement. We, therefore, following the example of the King of Peace, and desiring that all men should live united in concord in the fear of God, do admonish, beg, and earnestly beseech all of you that for the future you desist entirely from assaults of this kind, and especially from the persecution of Christians, and that after so many and such grievous offenses, you conciliate by a fitting penance the wrath of divine majesty, which without doubt you have seriously aroused by such provocation. And it continues like that for a while. Again, the Mongol ruler, when he gets this letter from John of Plano Carpini, thinks John of Plano Carpini is there to give him the Pope's submission. Remember, at this time, the Mongol word for peace and submission are the same thing. So this Mongol ruler is thoroughly confused, but he answers the Pope with a letter that's in the Vatican archives. And it's just wonderful, typical Mongol, not wrath of God stuff, wrath of Khan stuff. Here's the answer. Kuyuk has drafted to the person you call Pope. This is the Latin translation. Having taken counsel for making peace with us, you, Pope, and all Christians have sent an envoy to us, as we have heard from him and as your letters declare. Wherefore, if you wish to have peace with us, you, Pope, and all kings and potentates, in no way delay to come to me and make terms of peace, and then you shall hear alike our answer and our will. The contents of your letters stated that we ought to be baptized and become Christians. To this we answer briefly that we do not understand in what way we ought to do this. To the rest of the contents of your letters, for example, that you wonder at so great a slaughter of men, especially of Christians, and in particular Poles, Moravians, and Hungarians, we reply likewise that this also we do not understand. However, lest we may seem to pass it over in silence altogether, we give you this for our answer. Because they did not obey the word of God and the command of Genghis Khan, but took counsel to slay our envoys, therefore God ordered us to destroy them and gave them up into our hands. For otherwise, if God had not done this, what could man do to man? But you men of the West believe that you alone are Christians and despise others. But how can you know to whom God deigns to confer his grace? But we, worshiping God, have destroyed the whole earth, from the east to the west, in the power of God. And if this were not the power of God, what could men have done? Therefore, if you accept peace and are willing to surrender your fortresses to us, you, Pope, and Christian princes in no way delay coming to me to conclude peace, and then we shall know that you wish to have peace with us. But if you should not believe our letters and the command of God, nor hearken to our counsel, then we shall know for certain that you wish to have war. After that, we do not know what will happen. God alone knows. There are other translations of this that are just as horrifying in separate parts, but basically, he says, in response to all this God talk, listen, if God didn't want us to be able to conquer the world, why didn't he let us conquer the world? This is the great medieval and ancient way of justifying the way things are. If God is all powerful, or the gods are all powerful, then reality is what the gods wanted. This is reality. Wake up and smell the coffee. He wants the Mongols to be running the world. And if you don't come here soon, you're the one to find God. Kulyuk Khan's letter to the Pope, in terms of style and tone, is pretty standard for Mongol communication with other world leaders during this time period. The Mongols, as we said earlier, considered themselves by this time to be the leaders of a universal monarchy, a divinely oriented and ordained leadership whose job it was to put the whole world under their control, for the better. They were going to infuse all of these areas with the same laws and rules and regulations so that trade could be, handled, and people could live in peace and all that kind of stuff. It's very, very Roman. Create a wasteland and call it peace. Nonetheless, the ascension of Kulyuk Khan puts the Mongols back on track. This empire that had come to a grinding halt with Ogedai's death now has a strong ruler at the helm again and is poised to pick up where it left off, which is not good news if you're one of those peoples who's not come under the Mongol hegemony yet. Kulyuk begins to reimpose a stern discipline on the empire. He thinks things have become lax since the days of Genghis Khan. He thought his father Ogedai was a bit mellow. As we told you, that was the conception amongst the Mongols. Ogedai was lenient. I'm sure that comes as a shock to all the peoples of Russia and Eastern and Central Europe who felt the Mongol, wrath under Ogedai. That's a mellow Mongol. What the heck is a stern one? Well, Kulyuk was a stern one, and everyone was about to find out what it meant to have a taskmaster, old school Mongol at the helm. And the first thing Kulyuk was going to do was rein in some of these governors of these territories that he thought were getting a little uppity, getting a little independent. Remember, it's like the United States of Khan, and these states are getting a little bit independent for Kulyuk's taste. So he starts to rein in all these people. He has a bunch of the advisors for his mother and Ogedai, his father, executed, puts in new people, sends in new generals to take over from old generals, starts fighting again in a bunch of regions the Mongols have already connected, and sends a message to his cousin Batu, the one who was so afraid of Kulyuk becoming Khan that he kept the Kurultai from happening year after year after year, and told Batu that now that Kulyuk was Khan, you need to come over here and bow in front of me and swear allegiance. Batu was no fool. He understood the dangers in such a move, but he also couldn't say no to the great Khan without there being a civil war. So Batu begins to make his way from
Is that Keisha Knight
Russian
volume?
steppes, basically.
No, it looks like it though. That girl's pretty.
East towards Mongolia, very slowly.
No, it's not, but it looks like her. She's pretty.
It takes a long time. All of a sudden decides that he's not feeling well. Now, Kulyuk was supposed to be, if you believe the primary sources, a kind of a sickly Mongol anyway, always beset with this or that, health issue. And all of that was exacerbated by his habits. He was another alcoholic like his father. The primary sources say
Are you
he got to
1,000% sure?
drinking wine and drink all day long until the end of the day.
No. It could be her.
He had a thing for the ladies, and many of these Mongols had a huge harem. And according to, for example, Persian chroniclers, the combination of the drinking and the continual carousing in the harem, even while he was running the empire, was not good for his health. So one day, according to Persian chronicler Rashid al-Din,
If she were in this movie, she would look like that.
the air and the water in a certain part of the steppe improve his constitution. So he decides he's going to take a little trip there and sort of hang out and let his health recover. He brings the royal army with him when he does. He begins to make his way west. So Batu and his army is making its way east. The great Khan, for his health, ostensibly is making his way west with the royal army. And all of a sudden, Batu receives a message from a powerful woman named Sorkatani. Sorkatani is the widow of Genghis Khan's youngest son, Tuli. You may recall he's the one who in Mongol history is revered for sacrificing his own life to placate the evil spirits of China when they had struck Ootd dumb during the Chinese campaign. So Tuli decides to sacrifice his own life, says, take care of my family after I do. Ootd says, I will, and boom, Tuli leaves the scene, but he leaves a widow. Sorkatani. Batu gets a message from Sorkatani. She says, warning, the great Khan is coming. He intends to do violence.
I think that is Keisha Knight Pulliam. If not, that girl's hot, and so is Keisha Knight Pulliam.
And the houses are about to have a war.
But that's not Gary Payton. I get that. But I think that's Keisha Knight Pulliam. And if it's not, I want to know who that bitch is because she's hot as fuck. Are you sure it's Keisha Knight Pulliam?
Unexpectedly, he's under 45 years of age. The story
Hey, I hope it's not. 'Cause I want there to be two hot bitches that look like that.
is alcoholism that is carousing.
More beauty the merrier, baby. More beauty the merrier.
All of a sudden, two things happen. One, this giant Mongol civil war, a fight between the greatest troops of all time on each side of the battlefield is averted. But at the cost of once again throwing the Mongol Empire into the situation that merely a year before it had finally solved. They had just gotten a Khan. The Mongol brain had been put back into the giant Mongol military robot. It was ready to, strike out again. And now, less than a year and a half later, everything was happening. Not a Khan. And Kuyuk's wife takes over as the regent empress, just like his father Ootd had had his wife, Kuyuk's mother, take over as the regent empress. In less than 2 years, the entire situation had gone back to start. Writer T.S. Benson sums up the situation. Once again, the Mongolian political situation would begin to unravel as the imperial system faced a second crisis before the first one had even been resolved. Following the earlier precedent, he writes, Kuyuk's empress, Gamish, assumed the powers of a caretaker regency, but that regency would last 3 years before this strange and awkward period, first dominated by Kuyuk's mother, then himself, and now his wife, would come to an end. This time, when it does come to an end, it's going to be because the senior family member intervenes and dominates. That's Batu. He's determined not to allow this situation to get out of hand and hurt him. And so he organizes it with the help of Sorkatani, the woman who had warned him of Kuyuk's evil intentions. Sorkatani is one of the most interesting Mongol female figures in history. First of all, it's very likely that she herself was a Nestorian Christian. Powerful Mongol word. She also happens to be the mother of an absolutely remarkable brood of children, including the person next Khan, the most huge role in history, Pelagoo, and maybe the most interesting Khan in the entire history of the Mongols, Kublai. They're brothers. They're the sons of Sorkatani. It's an amazing group of children. And Batu recognizes this. After after several years of the Empress Regency, Batu organizes a Kurultai. But he doesn't do it in Mongolia, where the rules of Genghis Khan mandate that it's going to be. He has it in Turkestan, right by him. Now, this is fine for his clan, the House of Jochi. And it's fine with Sorkatani's clan, the House of Tulu. It's not fine with some of these other clans. The House of Ootd doesn't like it. The House of Chagatai doesn't like it. The people who've been running the show since Guyuk was put in charge protest. Doesn't matter. Batu gets the situation split in two. Gets around the wall by saying, we'll choose a successor here in Turkestan, and then we'll have the actual coronation in Mongolia so that Genghis Khan's laws are kept valid. And he, working in concert with the other House of Tulu, makes Sorkatani's son,
Tuli, he's cool. What's Matt Tuli?
This, in theory, is the other houses. Because remember, the one condition that Guyuk took the Great Khan's position under was that it stayed in his family. And Batu had been able to circumvent that new requirement related to the laws. What's more, he managed to outmaneuver the other sides of the family. He, representing the House of Jochi, working with the House of Tuli, had circumvented the rest of the Mongol grandchildren and put his own preferred candidate from this would cause a violent and intrigue reaction on the part of the houses that were now frozen out of power. Now, as we said, this is perhaps the greatest prize in all human history, up to this point, certainly, maybe in all human history now. People who now ostensibly been frozen out of power are not about to sit down and simply take this. And a fantastically interesting response occurs that's talked about in many different histories. I like the way the Persian Chronicler from right around this period, Rashid Ali describes it, but it basically involves a plot that occurs while the Mongol coronation festivities are underway, and everybody's getting drunk and enjoying themselves and partying. And you're told that the amount of tribute and goods and presents flowing in from all over the known world are cluttering up the skyline with wagons full of stuff. The Mongols are so unbelievably rich at this point that whenever a Mongol Khan is put on the throne, everybody sends tribute and gifts and all kinds of things. And so there's these wagons everywhere stretching out to the horizon. And then one of these wagon trains gets infiltrated by accident by someone friendly to the new Khan and his family. And Rashid Ali describes it this way, talking about what happens as the party and the coronation festivities are occurring. They were still awaiting the arrival of the other princes and continued to be excessive in their joy and revelry. None of them dreamt that the ancient Yasa of Genghis Khan had been changed or altered, and there had been no kind of quarrel or disagreement amongst his family. In their revelry, therefore, they had neglected to exercise precaution. Meanwhile, Shiraman and Naku, the grandsons of Ogedai Khan, and Tokuk, the son of Karachar, having reached agreement amongst themselves, had drawn near with many wagons full of arms, and meditating guile and treachery in their hearts. All of a sudden, by a lucky chance indicative of fortune, a falconer called Kesage of the Kangli Bone, one of Monkey Khan's falconers, lost a camel. He was wandering about in search of it when he stumbled into the middle of Shiraman and Naku's forces. He beheld a great army, and wagons without number, heavily loaded, allegedly with food and drink for the feast of congratulation. Ignorant of the secret purpose of all this, Kesage continued to search for his stray camel. As he moved about, he came upon a young lad seated behind a broken wagon. The lad, thinking he was one of their horsemen, asked for his assistance in mending the wagon. Kesage dismounted in order to help him, and his glance fell upon the weapons and warlike equipment which they had stacked in the wagon. He asked the lad what this load was. Arms, replied the lad, the same as in all the other wagons. Kesage realized their coming with wagons filled with arms was not devoid of guile and treachery, but he feigned indifference. When he had finished helping, he entered a tent and became a guest, and having established friendly relations with his host, he gradually discovered how matters lay. When he was appraised of the truth, and knew for certain that the thoughts of these people were full of guile and hypocrisy, and that they intended, in the course of the auspicious feast, when all were drunk, to step aside from the highway of decency and stretching out the hand of oppression to put into effect what they had planned. Kasich let go of the reins of free will, bade farewell to his camel, and traveled 3 days' journey in one. Rashid then says, Kasich burst in at the coronation to tell the now brand new Khan still celebrating his new position that assassins were on the way. Now it sounds like everyone at the coronation is drunk and are having a hard time grasping the idea that any one of this family, remember this is the family that Genghis Khan himself had given that lesson to, where he took the single arrow and broke it, and then he took a bundle of arrows and showed his sons that they were unbroken. You couldn't break this bundle if only they would stick together. And now here was this falconer telling the Khan that not only was that actually happening, but the assassins with wagonfuls of arms were on their way to take advantage of he and his people while they were in a vulnerable position as they didn't expect their own family from his assassins. Now, I was trying to think about what I could compare this to. It reminds me, folks, of British history, of Guy Fawkes being discovered in the process of trying to blow up Parliament. When you actually find him with all of the gunpowder underneath the Parliament building, and now the process of trying to grasp him and figure out what the heck was going on begins. These assassins are caught in the act, and there's a lot of them. This isn't like one or two people coming to stab the Khan. These are wagonfuls of weapons stretching off into the horizon with troops. This was going to be a military coup that wiped out whole branches of the Mongol family line. And when they're discovered, all sorts of retribution will be taken. Think of Adolf Hitler survived the assassination attempt on his life in 1944. And then they start grabbing generals and people and interrogating them under torture, and then executing lots of people who are perceived to have taken part in the crime or have known about it and not told the authorities what was going on. Before the whole thing is over, instantly there will be like 100 Mongols tortured and executed for some reason. Many more will be removed, either overtly or covertly in the future. The most prominent other grandsons of Genghis Khan were dragged before the Khan who swear they had nothing to do with this, most of them were. Ostensibly pardoned, but they're sort of put in positions where they're going to die. Some of these people are like sent to the front lines to command troops in situations where they know they're not going to survive. The most high-profile person involved in all of this is the wife of the Mary Queen of Khan. This legend demonstrates nobody said it says it. She's dragging naked in front of she points out to him and everyone that her naked body is something else on the scene before my ever. She has dignity and glory. And when he basically asks her if she can do all she comes back to retort that all of these people in the room, including the new Khan, had promised that they were going to only choose emperors from the line of ootd. And what of your promise? This is supposed to be outrage. does a great job highlighting the tragic flaw in the Mongol governmental system. Part of the problem deserves the lion's share of blame for bringing down. These requirements instilled by the great Khan himself and every successor to himself, by all the different houses of the family, by consensus. The full authority to check this audit I included. Even though probably people in the majority of the time didn't realize it. And to me, this reminds me of the comparison we made earlier in this series. What if we had said the Third Reich had existed for hundreds of years?
Yeah, they can get cheeseburger meat on that one with some.
Changed over time. Because what you're seeing now, mom keep coming to the table, is really new generation long. But something you should expect to happen over time. These wars are happening in the Third Reich type setting as well. Where the initial leaders were like these historical arsonists. They mowed down whole civilizations and left a huge body count behind to establish their power. People who essentially, Cosby example, grew up poor and suffering, and then had children and then grandchildren who grew up in a very different environment. One that had wealth and money and education. Poverty colonies were considered one of the fabulous things. And other groups, church philosophy, outlook, astrology. Astrology is a combination of second astrology, also astrology, very scientific for the Middle Ages. That's something that Genghis Khan would not have been able to relate to at all. What's more, the influence of these older cultures that the Mongols had conquered is now thoroughly, built into these groups. The Chinese and Islamic societies, most of all, have taken these Mongol rulers and imported ideas and motivation and how to combat the morality of the grandparents of these people. These are the people, while they try to maintain the Mongol continuity of the universal monarchy, and it's their job to bring the whole world under the laws of the great Genghis Khan and Picasso and all this, and you're not submitting, you're our enemy instantly. At the same time, they're free to govern of the situation, the people that live under their law. This is where you start to read about all the advantages in some of these authors today. Oh, Genghis Khan is this wonderful enlightened ruler. This is where you start to see people actually brave lives of their subjects. The great Khan himself, in my mind, is much more like or Alexander or Stalin, one of these rulers that mows down millions of people and bloodthirsty way. But he paves the way for these later Khans who are much more enlightened, much more generous, much more concerned with the well-being of people, even though they're still darn merciless when it comes to enforcing the law and punishing criminals. That doesn't make them a lot different than most of this era. Genghis Khan, this historical arsonist, this creative destroyer, as some historians portray him as, that's plopped down on the planet just when someone needs to come in and clear out all the historical dead wood and burn down these old rotting forests so that new trees can be planted in the cleared land to grow and benefit everyone. His grandchildren, Genghis Khan, years ago, there were pilots that were working on the job. It was this big deal. Caused by the grandfather. While they're doing this on one hand, though, that doesn't mean they're not still burning down strands of trees that survived. Genghis is burning of the old forest when they find it. They're still murderous, and they still destroy, they still do all those bad things. but there's no arguing the positive benefits that they deliberately try to carry out as well. Some will say from this period that a girl with a pot of gold on her head can walk from Asia to Europe and not be touched or molested or robbed at all. Considering that person actually walking is reversing one of the most famous banditry, bring-in, robbery-oriented paths on the planet. You can see the positive effect happening because of the harsh laws and justice that were enforced by the descendants of Genghis Khan. And harsh it was because the reason why we were being executed simply for being found with an extra bowstring that they might have taken out of the armor without permission. These were harsh laws. These were something folks still untamed, difficult, hard to do. For the first time in history, paths travel all the time. This is the entire Middle Ages, anywhere in the world. It's a far cry from Genghis, the scourge of God, flame of God, punishment of God. So, join now, one of the things Rabbi wants to do is to carry out the same sorts of attacks that people like organize. We're so powerful in this way. He was able to launch offensives in major directions of the world at the same time. Attack China, attack the Middle East, attack Europe all at once. The Mongol suffered more from this precarious change in leadership over and over since than is obviously apparent. It's himself the Mongols ran to power back then. I am a person who was in shambling working out decided to put back and start living with his working out. But they can't just pick up what they left off. They're not ashamed. They ran back up what they were doing. The level, the intensity. Consolidating his power by building up the structure as opposed to God-inspired vision as they saw it. History starts once again with China. 1253, major Khan time. Khan organizes attacks in several different directions. The Mongols have still been fighting to resist the conqueror in which attacks has been strong. By 1252, decisions made to once again pull the force. Or against the Soviets of China, where the flags once rose up against the Mongols. He's doing such a major player. Mobilizing the great Khan himself will go into the field danger. Another Khan will be led by another Mongol. Certainly after the Shah, this last great Chinese realm. Better than any cities anywhere. And once again, they have an advantage that they didn't have when it was the northern China. The Mongols are now fighting geographical locations where the environment is unhealthy for them. Provinces like Sichuan, they have a hard time conquering semi-tropical situation. It's difficult. It's warm. In 1251, after coming to power, the new Khan decided to change the status of the Middle East to the Mongol Empire. Because ever since Genghis Khan first conquered Iran, Iran in the Middle East, he sort of had that area governed by military governors, and incorporated it and ran, Mongol Empire under the family. Charge. First thing that the was conquered, but is the assassin. Of Japan was secret society by everyone. Their ability to assassinate anyone, regardless of grandeur and security. Far off, although these religious components of the El Nino is coming. All Super Solaris and get your roof inspected today. Visit SemperSolaris.com or call 213-408-7767. Unlike the ninjas who struck in the night with stealth, the assassin is part of the problem. Enjoyed doing so in broad daylight to spread the fear. No one was safe, and so they struck with their daggers like when everybody was watching. Several Saladin himself, the great Muslim had had 2 attacks before the so-called apparently not about coming to agreements with cultures and the first group, the Hillary after was to go out that day. Assassins fought themselves immune from attack because they controlled all these fortresses that were like something out of a television novel. The sides of cliffs built into the most inaccessible locations. You just couldn't imagine taking it. Shocking. They captured the head of the order and sent him back to our but they proved to be almost once again showing you the level of sophistication of their siege engines. The war of artillerists from China and Persia using gunpowder weapons to completely nullify this inaccessible fortification. Sophistication. Assassin kept them safe for so long, for so many powerful people who wanted to eliminate it already. Next, Baghdad. It's like the 32nd, 33rd, and long line. Claim to have a sort of pope-like authority, not quite like that, but a similar sort of authority over the faith. And the Mongols could rule no effective. They had tons of Muslims. They were not going to accept any word from anywhere saying that they had the right over the Mongol Khan to tell these Islamic people within the Mongol Empire how to believe, what to do, like that. Supposedly, the option to essentially give up this control for now isn't something that has been done with other Muslim people in the past. So in terms of the Khalif, though, had recently just got the job. It wasn't very good at understanding when you have to play ball with powerful people. The Mongols, they were supposed to a letter from and when he speaks of the heretics, he's talking about the recent campaign against his fight, the assassin. When the heretics' fortresses were conquered, we sent emissaries to request assistance from you. In reply, you said that you were in submission, but but you did not send troops. Now a token of submissiveness and allegiance is that you assist us with troops when we ride against foes. You have not done so, and you send excuses. No matter how ancient and grand your family may be, and no matter how fortunate your dynasty has been, is the brightness of the moon such that it can eclipse the brilliance of the sun? Talk of
lady's
what
got
the
a great
Mongol
voice.
army has done for the world, and those in it from the
That
time
lady,
of
yeah,
Genghis
she's got a
Khan
great
until
voice.
today, may have reached your hearing from common and elite, and you may have heard how, through God's
Who was she
grace,
in Fresh
they have
Prince?
brought low the dynasties of the
She was somebody's mom or
the
something in
Seljuks,
Fresh
the
Prince.
Daylamite kings, the Atabegs, and others, all of whom were families of might and majesty. The gates of
Something.
Baghdad were not closed to any of these groups, and they kept thrones there. With the might and power we possess, how shall they be closed to us? Previously, we have given you advice, but now we say that you should avoid our wrath and vengeance. Do not try to overreach yourself or accomplish the impossible, for you will only succeed in harming yourself. The past is over. Destroy your ramparts, fill in your moats, turn the kingdom over to your son, and come to us. If you do not wish to come, send all three, the Vizier, Suleiman Shah, and the Datwatar, and they may convey our message word for word. If our command is obeyed, it will not be necessary for us to wreak vengeance, and you may retain your lands, army, and subjects. If you do not heed our advice and dispute with us, line up your soldiers and get ready for the field of battle, for we have our loins girded for battle with you, and are standing at the ready. When I lead my troops in wrath against Baghdad, even if you hide in the sky or in the earth, I shall bring you down from the turning celestial sphere. I shall pull you up like a lion. I shall not leave one person alive in your realm, and I shall put your city and country to the torch. If you desire to have mercy on your ancient family's heads, heed my advice. If you do not, let us see what God's will is. Nobody quite does me good. Threaten me. Ambassadorial letter like the Mongols. The response from the Caliph was somewhat evasive and at times both friendly and cordial. He wrote back, quote, "Young man, you have just come of age and have expectations of living forever. You have not seen your 10 days, meaning your quick days of life, pass prosperously and auspiciously in dominating the whole world. You think your command is absolute. Since you are not going to get anything from me, why do you seek? You come with strategy, troops, and lasso, but how are you going to capture a star? Does the prince not know that from the east to the west, from king to beggar, from old to young, all who are God-fearing and God-worshipping are servants of this court and soldiers in my army? Divide among was as crooked as a curved bow. He would soon be rendered as direct as the flight of an arrow. Perhaps the largest city in the world outside of China. Stories have argued forever the size of the American forces. Our armies would most heavily counties in Georgia, which had about 10 smashing with devout followers from all over the place. The Khalid is not as powerful as he thinks he is. For a long time, one of his main advisors was not Muslim. Faith, sacrifice, also Islamic that he may have been in the pay of the Mongols. In fact, when all this is over, he will actually survive and be promoted either working for But the elite was also trying to get help from a lot of other people, terrified of the Mongols already. It's been 20 years. Also thought that right after Baghdad, that they themselves took the target. Helulu wasn't advancing on Baghdad to take Baghdad, he was advancing on Baghdad as part of taking the entire and not just that, but we must also recall that there are still Christian crusaders in the Holy Land to the west of Baghdad, and the crusades being launched by the King of France in Egypt. This world is it is factionalized, it is divided. Many of its elements actually don't get along with each other. It is a very precarious time when the facade of Muslim religion Baghdad the troops begin to show up outside of Baghdad, trying to keep the fence outside the walls of the city, and a number of Persians. Has caused all of the peasants and the merchants and the people who normally exist in villages and towns outside of Baghdad to fear the protection of the walls of the great city. Forces that came outside the great city are quickly routed. Breaking down the telltale sign of the accident.
On the 15 northbound, making your way into the tunnel, past Busy Line, approaching the 215, clears up at the 138, and a three-car wreck in Redlands, 10 heading east on before Alabama Street, that's blocking the left lane, slowing you down from Mount Vernon. KFI in the sky helps get you that bastard on Pedro Moreno. Morocco, New Year's Eve. Wow, the party is going to be going on. Live music, live DJs, and a countdown to good time. It's going to be there on December 28th. That always sells out. Very funny, man. Also, earn 500 points on the rewards card. And get that day's awesome gift. The weekdays from now until December 20th. And get yourself a gift on the side. A lucky blackjack side bet. That gives you $5 grand, which is half off the man. No stress, no mess, a full holiday dinner for 8 at a very special price. Nevada's the Truman Resort and Spa. Conveniently located right off the I-10, less than 90 minutes from Love You. The time Traveling, shopping, and connecting online also heightens the need to protect your identity and finances with LifeLock. Identity thieves see the time of year as an opportunity to drain your account, ultimately loan your name, and damage your financial tire. LifeLock detects and alerts you to the threat you might miss on your phone. Don't let the busy holiday season catch you off guard. Save up to 25% off your first year with promo code PLAY. LifeLock.com, promo code PLAY. Hi, this is Jeff Travis, Cordell and Cordell. You're a dad, you're facing divorce, there are extra layers of stress that man through stereotypes and assumptions. No two situations are the same. Our living experience and dedication prepare us for whatever legal challenges you face together. You need a partner who can count. For more than 30 years, Cordell and Cordell has represented men to 1455 Gracie Road, Suite 1050, San Diego, California, 92108. Online at CordellCordell.com.
After a month of siege, the Khalif sent elegant presents and offered surrender. Lured by a promise of clemency, he and his two sons gave themselves up to the moment. On February 13th, 1258, Elegant's troops entered Baghdad and began 40 days of pillage and massacre. 800,000 of the inhabitants were killed. Thousands of scholars, scientists, and poets fell in the indiscriminate slaughter. Libraries and treasures accumulated for centuries were in a week plundered. Hundreds of thousands of volumes were consumed. Iraq in 1258 was very different from present. Its agriculture was supported by canal networks thousands of years old. Baghdad was one of the most brilliant intellectual centers in the world. The Mongol destruction of Baghdad was a psychological blow from which Islam never recovered. Already, he says, Islam was turning inward, becoming more suspicious of conflicts between faith and reason, more conservative. With the sack of Baghdad, the intellectual flower of Islam was snuffed out, imagining the Athens of Pericles and Aristotle, obliterated by a nuclear weapon, begins to suggest that the Mongols filled in the irrigation canals and left Iraq to puppet into pursuit.
By the way, early shows are supposed to be sold out to get on that next Saturday, December 16th, at Guy's House. Pasadena also has great place to do a show. How are you? Great. How you doing? Good. So, before you get into I do want the listeners to know that I pre-booked on this show when Dick Conway Jr. was supposed to be, doing his job. He was sitting at home playing, video games. Well, what do you do?
Europe had not been one of the civilizations for some time, but the destruction of two civilizations are now so weapons
The listener who makes me, oh, hey, they had to bring Orny in this meal. Yeah, they'll be just bring you in to do the show.
Sunni Muslims were, on the other hand, appalled. The cultural costs of the Mongol invasion were already enormous in terms of cities, libraries, and schools destroyed, and teachers and scholars killed and dispersed. The damage wrought to Iraq's irrigation system is only now being reversed with 20th century technology and oil wealth. Some scholars have even suggested, he says, that the rise of Western European civilization from a position of cultural and technological inferiority to world domination was in part due to the devastation inflicted on the Muslim world by the Mongols, coming so close after the Crusaders' sack of Byzantine Constantinople in 1204. Without doubt or question, ahead of the culture and civilization the Chinese.
But I only
Talk all day long about benefits that Mongol conquests brought to
but all the snow
trade.
is like spread all the things you see every day
Not have previous contact with each other.
up in the
But
morning
let's remember
and you see
that what
everything.
caused
I
that
walk
rise
through the window and people moving out of this way, whatever it is. You know, why is this way? Why are signs that way? Well, not just observational comments
wild
themselves, but just comments like every thought, every idea is swirling.
various stories are told of the man who is dead. Nasir al-Din Tusi, who may have actually been present, tells how a tray of gold was set before him. Eat, demanded Helifor. It is not edible, answered Rabbi. Then why did you keep it and not use it to pay your soldiers? Asked Helifor. And why did you not make these iron doors into arrowheads? And why did you not come to the river and try to stop me crossing? That was God's will. What will now happen to you is also God's will.
And now everybody is doing it.
Some say, Nicole writes, that the Khalid was then locked in the tower with his own treasure and starved to death. But this is almost certainly a myth. Others speak of him being cut down by Helifu himself, or by his commander, or by Prince Hassan Bosch, who led the Georgian cavalry. The most convincing account tells how the Khalid was wrapped in a carpet and kicked to death. A much more likely Mongol method of execution for someone who knows war.
So what's swirling? If I strip your head right now, what
Execution
swirling around?
One
I can tell you that
perhaps
you said the word
hundreds
limb a second ago. And earlier today I had this
shell
thought. This doesn't make sense. I have a friend who doesn't work out.
so
He's
bad,
off the web.
so potential
And
illness
in his
and Helifu is
and because he chooses not to work, he is awarded by our government healthcare that costs him $0 per month. That's nice. Nice idea. My premium just went up to $1,125, $1,125 a month. A month. And I'm healthy. I never go to the doctor. And what is that? But what I realized was I had to have, and the reason I have to health insurance is just because of that. So I had a knee surgery last year, and the surgery went south. And I thought, I'm very lucky that I have access to these doctors. And I thought the difference between people that have access to healthcare and people that don't is a lift. You ever see somebody who's really rich and go, why? And I'm not saying I'm rich, but we don't live.
They were fighting Islamic foes for actually so long. Remember, Helifu's was also Christian. So was his wife.
The proper healthcare, they don't live. That's how you can tell.
Christians in the Middle East were starting to look upon the Mongols as potential deliverers from these states of subjugation. Remember, 40 years before this time period, the Europeans learned about a Christian king called Prester John, and they thought this Christian king of the East was attacking the Muslim world from the East, trapping them in a vice where the Christians would attack in the West as part of their crusades, while Prester John pushed from the East, trapping the Muslim world in a vice. Instead of Prester John, he had Genghis Khan, and that Mongol attacking Christianity just as much vigor as they attacked Islam. 40 years later. For reasons that were their own, the Mongols were managing the Muslim world in a way that might prove fatal. This was the Armenian Kyriakos of Ganja has spoken of the joy and even triumph of all these Eastern Christians at the fall of Baghdad. 515 years had passed since the founding of this city. Throughout its supremacy, like an insatiable leech, it had swallowed up the entire world. Now it restored all it had been taken. It was punished for the blood it had shed and the evil it had done. The measure of its iniquity was full. The Muslim tyranny had lasted 647 years. Now, In the eyes of the Nestorians, too, and of the Syrian Jacobites and Armenians, the terrible Mongols appeared as the avengers of oppressed Christendom, as providential saviors who would come from the depths of the Gobi to attack Islam in the rear and shake it to its foundations. Who could have imagined, Hussein says, that those humble Nestorian missionaries, who in the 7th century left Seleucia on the Tigris, were bent out to spread the gospel in the bleak lands of eastern Turkestan and Mongolia, would sow the seed of so great a harvest. Even though we could make the case that they were sowing the His son took over, and then another breakdown in Santa Clarita. The truck by southbound cars just before Lion was taken with the right lane to the drive down that Rye Canyon Road. The boulevard head down in Horn, just before Western Pass, at the middle lane block crossing the Salvador Rise on the 110, and then making a westbound on the 91 and Bulletin just before Hunter Boulevard. 3 cars right there, watching the 3 middle lanes for your drive down. That's at the 55. KFI in the sky helps put you their basket of Pedro Moreno. He has sacked all the cities of the Muslims, and without consulting his kinsmen, has brought about the death of the Caliph. With the help of God, I will call him to account for so much of his not sharing enough of the treasures of Baghdad. Baghdad and brought it up north of the city to a great lake with an island. Giant fortress 1,000 feet high, and put the treasure in the fortress for safety when the treasure. Some of that right to the other states of the United States. Not just that, but when Hitler removed his troops from the area around Baghdad, he took them back up to Azerbaijan, where the wonderful pastures grew to be back to the horses. He's occupied an area that burns very black and white until this time. It was easy to know which side you were on. Either part of the Christian West or the Muslim East. All of a sudden, you turned shield the lives of the people. Terrified by the way one who didn't have the city sacked, and people all killed women and children, and he himself tied to a stake, while the Mongols cut his flesh off his body and crammed it in his mouth to die. Christian rulers in the region, the Principality of Antioch, Kingdom of Jerusalem, didn't know what to do. Some went over to the Mongols and joined with them. Some of the other Christian rulers, remembering what the Mongols had done in Eastern and Central Europe, decided it was bad and considered the Muslims to be themselves were facing existential threat on a Muslim
I tell as many people as possible. I am an ambassador. I love QC Kinetics. Use these methods. The nation's leader in chemistry,
The tragic end of the Abbasid Caliphate stunned the Muslim world. It was no longer a matter of a military battle for control of a particular city or even country. It was now a desperate struggle for the survival of Islam. In the meantime, he writes, the Tartars continued their triumphant march towards Syria. In January 1260, Helagu's army overran Aleppo, which was taken rapidly despite heroic resistance. As in Baghdad, massacres and destruction raged throughout this ancient city, whose crime was merely to have stood up to the conqueror. How far would the Tartars go? Some people were convinced that they would go all the way to Mecca, thus dealing the coup de grace to the religion of the Prophet. In any event, they would reach Jerusalem as soon. All Syria was
I'm not seeing her.
just after the fall of Damascus, two Mongol detachments quickly seized two Palestinian cities, Nablus in the center of the country, and Gaza in the southwest. When Gaza, he writes, which lies at the edge of Sinai, was overrun in that tragic spring of 1260, it seemed that not even
Yo,
Egypt
dog.
would escape devastation.
Hey,
Even before
yo,
his
you know you got
campaign had ended,
more fucking
Helagu
movies on
dispatched an
here.
ambassador to
You're just
Cairo
loving
to
basketball, though?
demand the unconditional surrender of the land to the Nile. The emissary was received, spoke his piece, and was then beheaded. The Mamelukes were not joking. Their methods bore no resemblance to those of Saladin. These
What was
Sultan's
this?
slaves, who had now been ruling for 10
Not
years,
easily broken.
reflected the hardening, the intransigence of an
Who's in
Arab
it?
world now under attack from all
Taraji P.
directions.
Henson.
They fought with all the means at their disposal. No scruples,
Maybe,
no
yeah, that's not
magnanimous
her.
gestures, no compromises, but with
West Side.
courage to great effect. The Mamelukes had taken control of Egypt. Only about a decade before this time period, they had been slave soldiers of the Egyptian rulers, mostly made up of those people who played a significant role throughout this whole story, Jack Turks. Now they were running
Look at this athleticism.
to resist the law. The message that Helagu sent to the
Show him short, Kirsty.
I'm just peeing in a piss pirate that's filled with chicken and dumpling soup and ramen noodles. And I'm looking at a giant, oversized baby bar and a book for in the box and a red cloth and a menorah and a thing of each penny of Santa and a fucking guitar slide.
You have heard how we conquered a vast empire and have purified the earth from the disorder that it is so high for us to pursue. Winter will fly, and by what road shall you escape us? Our horses are swift, our arrows sharp, our swords like thunderbolts.
the comments that you loved growing up. Oh, growing up, George Carlin was number one. Martin was another one. Glenn, I thought was like really first time. He walked a line between Eddie and just funny.
What you're about to hear is the fifth and last episode of a 5-part series on the unbelievable Mongol conquest. You don't mind getting your story starting somewhere new and open. You don't mind it either. So carry on. If though, what you're about to hear is the fifth and last episode of a 5. Nonetheless, the letter from the Pope is one of those indication that the guy was thinking about converting to Christianity. That letter might have talked about it. It's a letter translated in whatever tongue. John hands to
There's comics that let you see
untrimmed pencil.
very small nutshell. And the reverse.
By the way, the It's exactly like a random small funds in the Vatican's records on going on.
I know, yes, all those things, but I've seen the way he embraced this way, which is obvious, he's going to look at the obvious, but those things I love is, it's one of the questions I actually ask in the interview. What do you think's funny? What shows do you watch? What things do you
What you're about to hear is the fifth
Does anybody
and
mention this?
last episode of a 5-part series on the unbelievable Mongol conquest. You don't mind getting your story started?
Yeah, I follow him.
You don't like the details, so carry on. If though you prefer your story having some sort of sequential, that makes some sort of narrative sense, you might want to catch the this one. In any case, regardless of your preference, and without further ado, part 5, Wrath of the Khan. It's history. 1941. To be able to conquer the world, why didn't he let us conquer the world? This is the great medieval and ancient way of justifying the way things are. God is all powerful. Gods are all powerful. And reality is what the gods wanted. This is reality. Wake up and smell the coffee. He wants the Mongols to run the world. And if you don't come here soon, you're the one to find out. Kublai Khan's letter to the Mongol in terms of style and tone is pretty standard for Mongol communication with other cultures of this time period. Mongols, as we said, considered themselves by this time to be the leaders of a universal monarchy, a divinely oriented and ordained leadership whose job it was
One of the most famous things of all time. You're so good looking.
all of these areas with the same laws and rules and regulations that trade could handle, people could live in peace and all that kind of stuff. It's very, very Roman. Create a wasteland called peace. Nonetheless, the ascension of Kublai Khan puts the Mongols back on track. This empire that had come to a grinding halt with Ogedai's death now has a strong ruler at the helm again and is poised to pick up where it left off, which is not good news if you're one of those people who's not coming to the Mongol hegemony. Kublai begins to reimpose a stern discipline on the empire. He thinks things have become lax since the days of Genghis Khan. He thought his father Ogedai was a bit mellow. As we told you, that was the conception of Ogedai was lenient. I'm sure that comes as a shock to all peoples of Russia and Eastern and Central Europe felt the Mongol wrath under Ogedai. That's a mellow Mongol. What the heck is a stern one? Well, Kublai was a stern one. Whenever he was about to fire out, they have a taskmaster, old school Mongol at the helm. And the first thing Kublai was going to do was rein in some of these governors in these territories that he thought were getting a little uppity, getting a little independent. Remember, it's like the United States of Khan, and these states are getting a little bit independent for Kublai's taste. So he starts to rein in all these people. He has a bunch of advisors for his mother and Ogedai, his father, executed, puts in new people, sets up new generals to take over from old generals, starts fighting again in a bunch of regions the Mongols have already connected, and sends a message to his cousin Batu. The one who was so afraid of Kublai becoming Khan that he kept the Kurultai from happening year after year after year, and told Batu that now that Kublai was Khan, you need to come over here and bow in front of us, swear allegiance. Batu was the dangers in such a move, but he also couldn't say no to the great Khan without there being civil war. So Batu begins to make his way from Russian steppes, basically, slowly east towards Mongolia, very slowly. His troops, it takes a long time. That he's not feeling well. Now, Kublai was supposed to be, if you believe the primary sources, a kind of a sickly Mongol anyway, always beset with this or that health issue. And all of that was exacerbated by his habits. He was another alcoholic like his father. The primary sources say he would get up in the morning, start drinking water, drink all day long until the end of the day, and goes to bed. Also, one thing for the ladies is that these Mongols did a huge harem, and according to, for example, Persian chronicles, the combination of the drinking and the continual carousing in the harem, the empire was not good for his health. So one day, according to Persian Chronicle, Rashid Abdi, he says he decides that the hair are in a certain part of the stem of his constitution. So he decides he's going to take a trip there and sort of hang out with his health club. He joins the royal army where then what he does, he begins to make his way west. So Batu and his army is making its way east to create Khan for his help. Ostensibly, he's making his way west with the royal army. And all of a sudden, Batu receives a message from a powerful Sorghatan. Sorghatan is the widow of Genghis Khan's youngest son, Tuli. You may recall he is the one in Mongol history is revered for sacrificing his own life to placate the evil spirits of China when they had struck Ogadai down during the Chinese campaign. So Tuli decides to sacrifice his own life, says, take care of my family after I do. Ogadai says, I will, and Tuli needs to see what he needs to win. So Batu gets a message from Sorghatan. He says, the great Khan is coming. He intends to keep what you have set up here, ladies and gentlemen, as we told you, is the fracturing Mongol Empire of different houses. And the houses are about to have a war with each other. And the great Khan comes to smash Batu with a quick somewhere around history is well. Unexpectedly, he's under 45 years of age. Historians seem to think it's not uncommon that he died from his alcoholism, his carousing. It's possible he was poisoned. Nonetheless, all of a sudden, two things happen. One, this giant Mongol civil war fight between the greatest troops of all time on each side of the battlefield is averted. But at the cost, once again, throwing the Mongol Empire into a situation that merely a year before it had finally solved. They had just gotten a Khan. The Mongol brain had been put back into the giant Mongol military robot. He was ready to, strike out again. And now, less than a year and a half later, everything was happening. And Kuyuk's wife takes over as the Regent Empress, just like his father Ogadai and had his wife, Kuyuk's mother, take over as the Regent Empress. Less than 2 years, the entire situation, they're going back to start. Writer T.S. Benson sums up this situation. Once again, the Mongolian political situation would begin to unravel as the imperial system faced a second crisis before the first one had even been resolved. Following the earlier precedent, he writes, Kuyuk's empress, Gamish, assumed the powers of a caretaker regency, but that regency would last 3 years before this strange and awkward period, first dominated by Kuyuk's mother, then himself, and now his wife, would come to an end. This time, when it does come to an end, it's going to be because the senior family member intervenes and dominates. That's Batu. He's determined not to allow this situation to get out of hand. And so he organizes it with the help of Sorghatan, of Kuyuk's evil intentions. Sorghatan is one of the most interesting figures in history. First of all, it's very likely that she herself was an historian of Christianity. It's powerful. She also happens to be the mother of an absolutely remarkable group of children, including the person next to Khan. His history of Telugu, and maybe the most interesting part of the entire history of Mongols. They're brothers. They're the sons of Sorghatan. It's an amazing group of children. Batu recognizes this. After several years, the Empress Regent commissions a regency. Batu organizes a Kurultai, but he doesn't do it in Mongolia, where the rules of Genghis Khan mandate that it's going to be. He has in Turkestan right by him. Now, this is fine for his clan, the House of Georgi. And it's fine with Sorgatani's clan, the House of Tulu. It's not fine with some of these other clans. The House of Ootd doesn't like it. The House of Chagatai doesn't like it. The people who've been running the show since Guya was put in charge protest. Doesn't matter. Batu gets the situation split in two, gets around the law by saying, we'll choose a successor here in Turkestan, and then we'll have the actual coronation in Mongolia so that Genghis Khan's laws are kept valid. In concert with the other House of Tulu, Sorgatani's son, this infuriates the other houses. Because remember, the one condition that Guyuk took the Great Khan's position under was that stayed his family. And Batu agreed to circumvent that new requirement into the laws. What's more, he managed to outmaneuver the other sides of the family. He, representing the House of Jogi, working with the House of Tulu, had circumvented the rest of the Mongol grandchildren. His own preferred king from this was a violent and intrigue reaction on the part of the houses that were now frozen out of power. Now, as we said, this is perhaps the greatest rise in all human history up to this point, certainly in human history. People who have now ostensibly been frozen out of power are not about to sit down and simply take this. And a fantastically interesting response occurs. Let's talk about it in many different histories. I like the Persian Chronicle right around this period which he describes it. But basically, it was a plot that occurs while the Mongol coronation festivities are underway, and everybody's getting drunk and enjoying themselves, partying, and told that the amount of tribute and goods and presents flowing in from all over the known world, cluttering up the skyline with wagons full of stuff. Mongols are so unbelievably rich at this point, and whenever a Mongol Khan is put on the throne, everybody sends tribute and gifts and all kinds of things. So there's these wagons everywhere stretching out to the horizon. And then one of these wagon trains gets infiltrated by accident by someone friendly to the Khan's family. Rashid Ali describes it this way, talking about what happens as the party and the coronation festivities are occurring. They were still awaiting the arrival of the other princes and continued to be excessive in their joy and revel. None of them dreamt that the ancient Yasa of Genghis Khan could be changed or altered, and there had been no kind of quarrel or disagreement amongst his family. In their revelry, therefore, they had neglected to exercise precaution. Meanwhile, Shiraman and Naku, the grandsons of Ogadai Khan, and Tokok, the son of Karachar, having reached agreement amongst themselves, had drawn near with many wagons full of arms, and meditating guile and treachery in their hearts. All of a sudden, by a lucky chance indicative of fortune, a falconer called Kesage, of the Kangli bone, one of Monkey Khan's falconers, lost a camel. He was wandering about in search of it when he stumbled into the middle of Shiraman and Naku's forces. He beheld a great army, and wagons without number, heavily loaded, allegedly with food and drink for the feast of congratulation. Ignorant of the secret purpose of all this, Kesage continued to search for his stray camel. As he moved about, he came upon a young lad seated behind a broken wagon. The lad, thinking he was one of their horsemen, asked for his assistance in mending the wagon. Kesage dismounted in order to help him, and his glance fell upon the weapons and warlike equipment which they had stacked in the wagon. He asked the lad what this load was. Arms, replied the lad, the same as in all the other wagons. Kesage realized their coming with wagons filled with arms was not devoid of guile and treachery, but he feigned indifference. When he had finished helping, he entered a tent and became a guest, and having established friendly relations with his host, he gradually discovered how matters lay. When he was appraised of the truth and knew for certain that the thoughts of these people were full of guile and hypocrisy, and that they intended, in the course of the auspicious feast, when all were drunk, to step aside from a highway of decency and stretching out the hand of oppression to put into effect what they had planned. Kasich let go of the reins of free will, bade farewell to his camel, and traveled 3 days' journey in mourning. Rashid then says, Kasich burst in the coronation to tell the now brand new Khan still celebrating his position that assassins were on the way. Now it sounds like everyone at the coronation is drunk and are having a hard time grasping the idea that any one of this family, remember this is the family that Genghis Khan himself had given that lesson to, where he took the single arrow and broke it, and then he took a bundle of arrows and showed his sons that they were unbroken. You couldn't break this bundle if only they would stick together. And now here was this falconer telling the Khan that not only was that actually happening, but the assassins with wagonfuls of arms were on their way to take advantage when he and his people were in a vulnerable position because they didn't expect their own family to come as assassins. Now, I was trying to think about what I could compare this to. It reminds me what you're about to hear is the fifth episode of a 5-part series on the unbelievable Mongol conquest. If you don't mind me to your story, starting with the story. If now you prefer your story having some sort of sequential, in some sort of narrative sense, in any case, without further ado, part 5, Wrath of the Devil. It's history. It's a hardcore mystery.
So if I'm late, I'll say, I was on time, but you wanted to have a washer or this way, right? It's for like at a store. If you don't usually just in the back, but this guy, whoa, is there something wrong with him? I got nervous. I go, no, I love him. But you know, nothing's ever gonna upset the floor. Yes, I just said I have a week. Come up with a backstory, right? You know, you got this whole street that you walk in with. That's what you own. You can just come back, decide on where to do a wedding, whatever. Costume maker. There are on online site. When it arrives, it's just fun. wasn't tied up the way you were. It's like all tied up and nice. That wasn't. And then I plugged it in and water started coming down. And so somebody put things wrong for something that was supposed to do. But you know what are they doing with all this return stuff? We'll be back with Dora Warning Adams. You have to make your hit for technology. Let's get the latest news now with Michael Croker. Blocking abortion access. It's a violates people's constitutional right to access to reproductive health. He is updating the way of reimbursing pharmacies for prescription medications to make the drug pricing more transparent. He has said it's similar to the model he was pushing with his cost plus drug company. And Amazon's offering 3,000 college students like for $25. The promotion is available tomorrow morning. You must schedule out-of flights between the 8th and Christmas with returning flights between the 8th and January 15th. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, there is good places. There's a crash scene. I thought the 55 southbound just happened to Madden from MacArthur is going to be blocking the middle lane, so that causing delays from Madden. And there's a couple of 57 northbound in Diamond Bar. Just after Pathfinder, a crash there blocking the left lane, causing delays from about Yorba Linda Boulevard. And then down 5 northbound right at Paramount Boulevard. We still only have the left lane open there from an earlier crash. Involving the Beaver Shield, finishers on team right now trying to clear that up with a heavy rise on road train. Hey, up on the sky, don't get to their faster. I'm Pedro Moreno. Here's your current group star. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network. Presented by Dynamite. The Clippers take on the Nuggets, hoping to break their 18 losing streak to Denver. The Rams push their wide receiver Victor Nacua has limited on the Week 14 injury report with a shoulder injury, but Coach Sean McVay expects him to play against the Ravens. 49ers linebacker Drake Greenlaw and the Eagles head of security have issued apologies to representatives following the sideline dust-up on Sunday that led to their respective ejections. I'm Barker.
Your dog's health begins in sight. ROTHSCHILD is an intentional supplement created to boost your dog's immune system and overall health. You can now try Dynamite for free. Just post it in the room. Visit DINOVICE.com/radio. Go to Good Dog. Go with Dynamite. Get foodporn is sponsored by the village at TRUMAN and the village in Northridge. SRG Senior Living Voice next to Benton Disease Care. The village at TRUMAN and the village at Northridge. Full service award-winning SRG Senior Living Community. Take advantage of all inclusive monthly fees.
The way I've always thought of the
Limited availability. Visit retaileratthevillages.com.
that operates the whim of a single brain, a brain is the drum. The problem with this fantastic, dangerous mongoloid robot army is that when the colony dies, their brain short circuits and the robot just powers down.
So, you know about a car
Thus, your lives in 1242, the life of that story stopped falling was to tell the mongoloid army is operating.
the long-lasting, great digital impression. He shows with that crazy, like
Your couple of
spaghetti
things
hair.
this army
I know
is
good.
trained to follow up
So they share a quick one-day
against
solution.
defenseless.
Your hair long
He's
and
gone.
and in 20 years, off your age.
Your
Advanced
idiots
care,
are
with tens of thousands
stunned
of people
first by the
trying to
level of the violence
and
and their defeat, and then stunned that somehow they must have contributed to
so
heaven.
it's just your own natural hair starts to regrow. Now, I mentioned your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day.
They
And
must
you
have
grow
thought that
the
the gods had intervened.
So you can put conversation right now, 844-333 hair. And if you qualify, you're going to get $255 and 253 haircuts. You'll be fine. 844-333 hair. Go to the website, advancedhair.com. This holiday season, your surprise is in your reach. So, bring savings in your office, sugar, and you can find $100 Christmas gift inside your inbox. Possible savings over $100,000 in total surprise. For the most magical time of the year. Check out what this recent is about. We got a nice like that. That was 30 or look for your envelope this month. So find out if you're old.
Hassles or complications from Patrick is the whether the population rise up and the guerrilla warfare banditry sack the Mongols starts.
Everyone needs to support sometimes. So together for wellness, California shows available resources for emotional health and wellness. Everyone is welcome here. Explore our resources at togetherc.org. I've been a small business person my entire life, and over the years on several stories, I just got nailed. And like most small to medium-sized business owners, I couldn't come close to affording new customers. But there it is for Bambi.com. Because with Bambi, you get that adjuster for starting at only $99 per month. I know, sounds too good to be true, but this is for real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policy, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, termination. This is where I got it a lot of times. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. So go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up, and get the credit for that. Thank you. Visit Bambi, B-A-M-B-E-E, Bambi.com. Celebrate the season with Target. Join us at Target Wonderland, full-size top-gold benefit, a children-free and fantastically festive experience for all. Join your way through wonderful games from some of your favorite brands. Explore the season's rich outdoor stories, food treats, and so much more. Make sure to LA Live December 15th and 16th. Learn more at Target.com/Wonderland Los Angeles.
An ongoing mental health epidemic in California continues to overwhelm the behavioral workforce, which impacts the delivery of mental health services. With half our children and adolescents struggling with varying degrees of mental health challenges, getting proper support has become more difficult than ever. But that's about to change. California is leading the way with a certified wellness coach profession to support schools and communities alike. It's time to spread the wellness. Sponsored by the California Department of Healthcare Access and Maintenance.
What might happen should the moms decide to return.
KFI live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Hey, buddy, look, the major influence is how much you do tonight. Happy to be with you. Thanks for hanging out. You can find me on social media at Sports Reporter, at Sports Reporter on X and Instagram and on Facebook. I'm not on Facebook that much. I'm trying to check it out. But I do, it is me. There's nobody else.
So stuck being
right now.
some of your kids back into Asia.
So that you that I have the land like that. A little more 14 land on the east side of the here because I really enjoy doing it. Do this and fun. WordingAdams.com, WordingAdams.com has all the social media there.
Sucked back into the Asian
Yeah, I mean, it's Tony Adams and let's say hi to JC. JC just commented on the job I was doing here. Yeah, so Tony Adams on Instagram, TikTok,
Talk about long trains of prison.
but have you seen any of my comedy specials up on YouTube? Yeah, absolutely. So, and then this weekend I'll be down in Irvine. And I know huge KFI listenership down in County. So I expect that hopefully it's really weird the way they act. Like some go out and be more excited here in LA. I know the listenership is maybe related to really, yeah, that is weird. I know that a lot of the times I'll be shows and myself
That they were free to go. And they let them go.
Take off. Okay, then I know they're listening. Get it, so you get it everywhere. Like it's almost absolutely 100%, but it's also how regular KFI listeners will let you know they're listening. It's interesting. It's because they're the logical reason that
You covered yourself up with sticks.
Gary Sharon and somebody else. You know, it's like generic for part of the drug. Well, people are listening to your fans and listeners are hanging in and listening to awesome things. You know, I wonder if they can tune out. When they hear my name. Yeah.
A strange way to drink a positive effect in the story.
Although we play a lot of the
Give credit to the
but at
moms
least
for
they get to hear his voice.
connecting with the various parts
Get overplayed.
together.
You
Now
know,
had Europeans in Asia, but it wasn't.
and you know the fact that over the state is
Now there were some
and
Europeans
he is really
didn't want to go. or at least wanted to based on orders they were given from the supreme European during this time period, which was the Pope. A papal expedition will leave for the Mongolian steppes or Asia, or this ill-defined area that Europe really knew nothing about in 1245. People often credit Marco Polo's famous book for being the first real information to come from Asia. Marco Polo's work is still quite a bit in the future. The papal expedition sent out in 1245 and led by a person whose work we've already used in this series, John of Plano Carpini, will leave and sort of follow the Mongol wake of destruction all the way back to Asia with a dual mission. One, to transmit a written message from the Pope to the Mongol ruler. Two, to spy on Mongol capabilities to tell the Pope and Europeans in general as much as they could find out about these people. So if they ever came back, the Europeans might be better prepared to deal with them. John of Plano Carpini, a European eyewitness to the crown from Ootd's successor was going to come. But that won't come for several years after the death of Ootd, because the Mongolian Empire, now almost certainly the greatest empire in world history in terms of actual size, is up for grabs. And it is almost certainly the greatest prize, the Imperial prize, lottery prize, anything you want to say, that world history has ever had. Was going to get it was a huge question and drama. When the great Khan Genghis had died, he handpicked a successor. That made all the difference. Now, there was no handpicked successor. There was no rule of automatic succession. You can't say, well, it goes to the oldest son of this Khan or that Khan. It was essentially something that the Mongols would decide amongst themselves at one of these great gatherings known as the Kurultai. But it also meant that the whole thing was kind of up for grabs. And now, that aspect of Mongol history was like a seed that had been planted and was going to grow into almost some sort of poison plant and take it root. The Mongol children of Genghis Khan had done a wonderful job sharing that inheritance and deferring to the great Khan's choice of successor. The next generation of warriors in the fight for this greatest of all Imperial prizes. The grandchildren of Genghis Khan, they did not feel the same level of devotion to the empire's stability as the Khan's children did. In fact, I was looking up a quote that I specifically remember. I couldn't find it online. Bill Cosby, he's stand-up comedian at the time, actor of many other things. I remember him talking about how difficult it was to raise his own children, because he had a poor child in Philadelphia. But he was the father of rich children, and how the differences in worldviews made it sometimes difficult to relate to your own kids. The Mongol Empire kind of falls into that same situation. These grandchildren of Genghis Khan fight for the succession were nothing like the Khan himself. It was nothing like the Mongols were when the Khan was building his power base, because back then, as we mentioned, some of these Mongol tribes were so poor that they were said to create clothing of the skins of field mice sewn together. These grandchildren of Genghis Khan had never known such poverty. They were some of the richest people in the world. As Bill Cosby had said, there is a great difficulty in trying to infuse the values that you yourself developed and maintained while born in people from the very early stages of anything but. As one chronicler had written, the Mongols were not now what they once were in terms of their material prosperity. The generation that had for pretty much their entire lives been clothed in silk was about to inherit the empire. An empire won by a generation much more existence during their reign, and there were possible candidates for the top job. Ootd was picked by Genghis, without the idea that anybody else would have the king. Ootd had a chosen successor, but he chose someone really young, a grandchild. It wasn't going to work, and there were a lot of possible people who had a realistic chance of getting elected to the top job instead. And that's key. The Mongol Khan may have had virtually dictatorial powers, but he didn't get that job unless he was elected to it by consensus. The other family members had to agree who got the top job, and this consensus was determined in one of these grand get-together, these Kurultais, the reason that the European campaign by the Mongols was brought back to Mongolia so that they could have this giant get-together to decide who the new Khan was going to be. Now, it's worth remembering a little bit what the Mongol system was like. I've always thought it reminded me a little like the United States system, federal systems, the executive authority in Mongolia with the imperial Khan and all that, but all those giant chunks of Mongol territory that Genghis Khan had left to his sons became like separate states in the United States, and the ruler of those areas was like a governor in a sense. You think about it if you want, as I sometimes do, as the United States of Khan. And those governors all were liable to get the next, imperial job. What's more, Genghis Khan had, some siblings still alive who thought that they could be liable for the job and everything else. So they're going to hold this big Kurultai, and everybody's going to pick the new Khan. And there's only one problem, and that's that Batu, one of the grandsons of Genghis Khan, boycotts Kurultai. He says he's ill and he can't make it all the way to Mongolia. The problem is it's like not having enough people to form a quorum at a business meeting. The business meeting doesn't count if you don't have a quorum. The Kurultai doesn't count if Batu's not there, and Batu won't go. Where will Batu go? It actually stems all the way back to maybe a tragic flaw, if you can call it that, to the youth of the great Temujin, Genghis Khan. His firstborn son was born after Temujin's wife had been stolen by a rival tribe. By the time Genghis Khan got his wife back, she was pregnant, and no one ever knew the child she carried was his, or some, chieftain from another tribe's child. This affected the succession when Genghis Khan died, because Genghis Khan had picked a middle son, Ootd, for him instead of his oldest son, Jochi, because nobody knew Jochi was really Genghis Khan's blood. Now, that was managed okay, because the great Khan was there to manage himself. The problem was, now the prime grandson, Batu, was the son of Jochi, which meant he might not have been Genghis Khan's blood at all. And that came into play when it was time to decide who the new Khan was going to be. Now, it seems like Batu was not, set on becoming the great Khan himself. He would have been fine with someone else. The problem was, the guy who was most likely to get the job was a guy named Kuya. And Batu and Kuya hated each other with a passion. If Kuya gets the top job, Batu's life might not be included just in the West. So Batu didn't go to Kurultai. So they couldn't pick a new Khan, which meant Kuya couldn't be elected and Batu was safe. That's not a state of affairs that could continue forever. And it paralyzed the Mongol Empire while it went on. In the interim, though, an interesting thing happens. The Mongols are ruled by a woman. An empress regent is the way a lot of historians describe that. It's basically Ootd's wife. And until they pick a successor, she's the boss. I thought about this a little bit. And I am at pains to think of a woman in all world history, other than another Mongol empress regent later on in the story, who's ever held more power than this person ever. And if this really is the most powerful woman in all human history, isn't it interesting you have to be a bit of a monarch to even her? She's known, well, I've seen it spelled like 9 different ways. This pronunciation is the Empress Dorothy.
Dorothy,
She is in charge of the Mongol Empire until they pick a new Khan. And Batu keeps boycotting these Kurultais. Now, he doesn't say, I will not come. He says, I'm sick. Gout is what they commonly say. And so because he can't go, they can't have one, and so she's in charge. Now, this is the time period when you see the Mongol Empire break down by houses. We told you earlier this was going to be a big problem. The House of Ootd, the House of Jochi. These are the sons of Genghis Khan who are now broken down into grandchildren. Right? So Batu's got a lot of relatives. They're all part of the House of Jochi. This Kuyuk we told you about a second ago, they're part of the House of Ootd. And these houses begin to be rivals. They're all ready to pick a new Khan and decide who gets the job. Batu keeps boycotting, so there's no Kurultai that can happen. In 1243, 1244, Batu boycotts again. 1245, Batu once again claims he can't have the decisive picking of the new Khan then either. This is 3 years that the greatest, most powerful, most feared empire in world history is operating on autopilot. Because even though she's the most powerful woman in the world, the Empress Regent has limited authority to do anything new. She can control taxation, she can handle political affairs, but they've got to have another Kurultai. For example, she wants to launch a new war in a different direction. You've got to have a Kurultai for that. You can't have a Kurultai because Batu won't come. As we said, this giant monster iron robot that's, fighting all over the world at the same time, as far away as, the Pacific Ocean on one side and the Baltic Sea and the Mediterranean Sea on the other. The robot's brain isn't functioning because there is no Khan. There can't be a Khan until Batu decides to let there be. As the year 1246 rolls around, the Empress Regent, members of the royal houses not connected to Batu, decide that this state of affairs can't continue. Batu cannot be allowed to hold the entire empire hostage, and he's told this. He's told that the Kurultai in 1246 will happen with or without him. If he wants his family's interests represented, he better be there. The way Batu gets the interest of his house represented, the House of Jochi, could also be called the House of Jochi. Like these Mongol names, you can go a couple different pronunciations. Instead of going himself and risking his own life, as we'll see later, a very smart decision, he sends other family members to represent the House of Jochi. At the Great Kurultai of 1246. Now, someone else shows up to this Great Kurultai of 1246. John of Plano Carpini, with his message from the Pope. Maybe the first European to ever voluntarily travel from Europe to the outskirts of China and come back. When the Pope in 1245 sends John to find the Tartars, no one knows how to find them. He basically says, okay, you go to Russia, and then you keep going until you run into Tartars, which is exactly what John does. He runs into Batu, his westernmost state in the United States of Khan. He gives Batu this letter from the Pope. Batu probably has very little idea. And it has to be translated like 4 times to get it from Latin into Mongolian. It's got to go from Latin to Russian, Russian to Turkish, from Turkish to Uyghur, from Uyghur to Mongolian. And finally, Batu reads this letter from the Pope and says, oh, what we have here is an envoy. And we better send him along to Mongolia to talk to the Great Khan. But the Great Khan isn't enthroned yet. He's about to have his great coronation ceremony. Wow, you better be there for that because all the other envoys are going. You better hurry, it's happening soon. And so this 65 or so year old John of Plano Carpini is put on a horse and whisked away to Mongolia. Now, it sounds like it takes him a long time to get from Western Europe to Mongolia. It takes him 4 months. In reality, this is like warp speed in medieval travel time, right? He gets there just in time for this great Kurultai. He writes about it. The first European observer that I know of, I could be wrong about this, I think he's the first European observer ever to come back with information from Mongolia to bring back to Europe. And he writes about the Great Khan's Kurultai and the enthronement of Kuyuk. Kuyuk, as I said, names can go a couple of different ways. But the point of who gets the job is that it's exactly who Batu was worried about getting the job all these years that he'd avoided the Kurultai in the first place. The Empress Regent's oldest son, Ootd's son. A man that even Ootd didn't want to get the job because of his insubordination to Batu all those years ago. Nonetheless, he's elected by the rest of the royal family emperors were there, he tries the same thing many of the Caesars in Rome tried. There's a custom that develops where they basically say, Guyuk, we want you to have the job. And he goes, oh no, I'm not the best guy for this job. So-and-so would be better than I would. This other person would be better than I would. And they insist. And finally he says, okay, well, if you insist, I'll take the job, but on one condition. And the one condition was he'll become Grand Khan. He'll inherit this greatest of all prizes in world history if you make sure and write his family, his house, the house of Ogden. This shows that the Emperor's regent and the new Grand Khan all understood that Genghis Khan's empire was fracturing along the grandchildren's various lines, the houses. This was his attempt to solve this problem and keep it in his own direct line. The other Mongols agree to this. Guyuk is elected and he becomes the new Great Khan. Now, John of Plano Carpini, when he arrives at the location of this current time, he's blown away. He says there's 4,000 enemies, dukes, kings, princes, sultans, people from all over what these people are considered to be. The Mongols are not a poor people anymore. This is a grand gathering of people bearing gifts and petitions and scrambling to show that we are your good friends. Don't come in and hassle us. Here's what John of Plano Carpini writes to give you an idea of the grandness of this whole thing. First of all, he talks about the tent that Guyuk is in, and he says it's so big it will hold 2,000 people. The entire plain is so filled with tents, you can hardly walk. Here's how he describes the richness of what these enemies are bringing to the Mongols for this coronation. So many gifts were bestowed by the envoys that it was marvelous to behold. Gifts of silk, samite, velvet, brocade, girdles of silk threaded with gold, choice furs, and other presents. The emperor was also given a sunshade, or little awning such as is carried over his head, and it was all decorated with precious stones. A certain governor of a province brought a number of camels for him, decked with brocade and with saddles on them, having some kind of contrivance inside which men could sit. And there they were, I should think, 40 or 50. He also brought many horses and mules covered with trappings or armor made of leather or iron. We, in our turn, were asked if we wished to present any gifts, but we had by now used up practically everything, so we had nothing to give him. There, up on a hill, a good distance away from the tents, were stationed more than 500 carts, which were all filled with gold and silver and silken garments, and these things were shared out among the emperor and his chiefs. He continues. Leaving there, we went to another place where a wonderful tent had been set up, all of red velvet, and this had been given by the Kitayans of the Chinese. There also we were taken inside. Whenever we went in, we were given mead or wine to drink, and cooked meats were offered to us if we wished to have them. A lofty platform of boards had been erected on which the emperor's throne was placed. The throne, which was of ivory, was wonderfully carved, and there was also gold on it, and precious stones, if I remember rightly, and pearls. So you get an idea of the wealth now of these grandchildren of Genghis Khan. As I said earlier, they've come a long way from the days skins of field mice sewn together. This first Western observer, John of Plano Carpini, describes the new emperor Guyuk. The present emperor may be 40 or 45 years old or more. He is of medium height, very intelligent, and extremely shrewd, and most serious and grave in his manner. He is never seen to laugh for a slight cause, nor to indulge in any frivolity. So we were told by the Christians who were constantly with him. The Christians of his household also told us that they firmly believe he was about to become a Christian, and they have clear evidence of this, for he maintains Christian clerics and provides them with supplies of Christian things. In addition, he always has a chapel before his chief tent, and they sing openly and in public, and beat the boards for services after the Greek fashion, like other Christians. Now, what's confusing, perhaps, John of Plano Carpini here, is the Mongol, as we called it earlier, insurance policy when it comes to the gods. Instead of choosing any particular religion, they tended to be kind of nature worship. They sort of thought anybody could potentially be right on religious questions, so why take any chances? Have all the gods prayed to by all the different people who believe in all the different religions and take no chances. John of Rabbi was the Mongols' tolerance towards other religions, although he wasn't totally wrong. Because when John got to the Far East, he ran into other Christians from various other denominations, some of which he wasn't even aware existed, like Nestorian Christians, for example. These people weren't far wrong, because there had been Christianity among a bunch of these Mongol and Mongol-like tribes for a long time. In fact, Koyuk's mother, the Igers region, was herself thought to be a Christian. This becomes another of the great what-ifs in the story. What if the Mongol Khan actually converted to Christianity? Talk about an absolutely world-changing event. Because considering what the Mongols were going to do in China in the next generation or two, you could literally have China by a Christian in the Middle Ages. That's a fantastic conversation. Nonetheless, the letter from the Pope is one of those communications that if Koyuk was thinking about converting to Christianity, that letter might have talked him out, because the letter translated in 4 different times that John of Plano hands to the Mongol is untranslated. And by the way, they have found this exact letter and the response in the Vatican's records. And when you read it, the first thing you think of is that it's the most idiotic letter you've ever seen to anyone who's totally unfamiliar with the Christian doctrine. Because almost the entire letter is this attempt to explain the divinity of Christ and the Trinity and the virgin birth and all this kind of stuff. But it's not written like you're speaking to someone who doesn't know about it. It's written like you're speaking to someone in your own flock who's heard the story a million times. One of the things the Mongols eventually answered about the story is, you said this about that, we don't understand what you're talking about. I've read it over. I know the whole story of the Trinity. We consider that a Catholic doctrine, and I almost can't understand. It's one of the most poorly written and thought out letters from one ruler to another you can imagine. It must have confused the Mongols unbelievably, especially when you imagine translated several times before they get their hands on it, including translated probably by Muslims somewhere, in the mix. Just to give you an example of the word, let me read you a paragraph or two from the beginning of the Pope's letter to the great Mongol. Now remember, the Pope doesn't have a very clear idea of who this guy is. All he knows is that the very eastern edges, kind of up to Austria, so into Central Europe, has been ravaged by this people that had hitherto been unknown. Now they know a little about it. He sends this envoy to them with a note. The note is there to admonish the ruler for doing bad things in Europe, but it starts off trying to explain a little about the religion. Here's what the note says from Pope Innocent IV, addressed to the Emperor of the Tartars, as it says. God the Father, of his graciousness, regarding with unutterable loving kindness the unhappy lot of the human race, brought low by the guilt of the first man, and desiring of his exceeding great charity, mercifully to restore him, whom the devil's envoy overthrew by crafty suggestion, sent from the lofty throne of heaven down to the lowly region of the world, his only begotten Son, co-substantial with himself, who was conceived by the operation of the Holy Ghost in the womb of a forechosen virgin, and there clothed in the garb of human flesh, and afterwards proceeding thence by the closed door of his mother's virginity, he showed himself in a form visible to all men. It goes on and on. 9/10 of this note is that kind of stuff. The Mongol ruler must have been completely befuddled by this. Even modern readers who know this story will read it and go, really? That's how they chose to explain the Christian religion to this guy? Finally, the note gets to the point, right? The Pope is going to read the Mongol ruler, the grandson Genghis Khan, the person whose people had just recently been on the gates of overthrowing many European monarchies, The Riot Act. Seeing that not only men, but even irrational animals, nay, the very elements which go to make up the world machine, are united by a certain innate law, after
That's
the
that
manner
girl
of the
from
celestial spirits, all of which God the Creator has
Family
divinely
Matters. She
acquires
was
in the enduring stability of
that
a
one
peaceful
girl's
order.
friend.
It is not without
What was that
cause
girl's
that
name?
we are
Laura's
driven
friend.
to express in strong
No,
terms
it wasn't.
our
That girl's way too
amazement
old to be
that
that.
you, as we have
Well, it
heard,
looks like
have
her.
invaded many countries, belonging both to Christians and to others, and are laying them waste in a horrible desolation, and with a fury
Yeah, no,
still
it's not that
unabated.
girl.
You do
Kind
not
of
cease
looks
from
alike.
stretching out your
They're both
destroying
really
hand
pretty.
to more distant lands, but breaking the bond of natural ties, sparing neither sex nor age, you
I
rage
think
against
everybody looks
all
the same.
indiscriminately with the sword
Really,
of
yeah, that
chastisement.
McAdams and
We,
fucking
therefore, following the example of the King of Peace,
that other
and
bitch I was
desiring
saying.
that all men should live
They all
united
look
in
alike.
concord in the fear of God, do admonish, beg, and earnestly
Totally
beseech
so
all
many
of you
faces.
that for the future you desist entirely from assaults of this kind, and especially from the prosecution of Christians, and that after so many and such grievous offenses, you conciliate by a fitting penance the wrath of divine majesty, which without doubt you have seriously aroused by such provocation. And it continues like that for a while. Again, the Mongol ruler, when he gets this letter from John of Plano Carpini, thinks John of Plano Carpini is there to give him the Pope's submission. Remember, at this time, the Mongol word for peace and submission are the same thing. So this Mongol ruler is thoroughly confused, but he answers the Pope with a letter that's in the Vatican archives. And it's just wonderful, typical Mongol. Not wrath of God stuff, wrath of Khan stuff. Here's the answer. Kuyuk has drafted to the person he called the Lord Pope. This is the Latin translation. Having taken counsel for making peace with us, you, Pope, and all Christians have sent an envoy to us, as we have heard from him and as your letters declare. Wherefore, if you wish to have peace with us, you, Pope, and all kings and potentates in no way delay to come to me and make terms of peace, and then you shall hear alike our answer and our will. The contents of your letters stated that we ought to be baptized and become Christians. To this we answer briefly that we do not understand in what way we ought to do this. To the rest of the contents of your letters, for example, that you wonder at so great a slaughter of men, especially of Christians, and in particular Poles, Moravians, and Hungarians, we reply likewise that this also we do not understand. However, lest we may seem to pass it over in silence altogether, we give you this for our answer. Because they did not obey the word of God and the command of Genghis Khan, but took counsel to slay our envoys, therefore God ordered us to destroy them and gave them up into our hands. For otherwise, if God had not done this, what could man do to man? But you men of the West believe that you alone are Christians and despise others. But how can you know to whom God deigns to confer his grace? But we, worshiping God, have destroyed the whole earth, from the east to the west, in the power of God. And if this were not the power of God, what could men have done? Therefore, if you accept peace and are willing to surrender your fortresses to us, you, Pope, and Christian princes in no way delay coming to me to conclude peace, and then we shall know that you wish to have peace with us. But if you should not believe our letters and the command of God, nor hearken to our counsel, then we shall know for certain that you wish to have war. After that, we do not know how. God alone knows. And there are other translations of this that are just as horrifying in separate parts, but basically, he says, in response to all this God talk, listen, if God didn't want us to be able to conquer the world, why didn't he let us conquer the world? This is the great medieval and ancient way of justifying the way things are. God is all powerful, the gods are all powerful. Then reality is what the gods wanted. This is reality. Wake up and smell the coffee. He wants the Mongols to be running the world. And if you don't come here soon, you're the one to find God. Kuyuk Khan's letter to the Pope, in terms of style and tone, is pretty standard for Mongol communication with other world leaders during this time period. The Mongols, as we said, considered themselves by this time to be the leaders of a universal monarchy, a divinely oriented and ordained Leadership, whose job it was to put the whole world under their control. For the better. All of these areas with the same laws and rules and regulations that trade could be handled. People could live in peace and all that kind of stuff. It's very, very wrong. Create a wasteland and then call it peace. Nonetheless, the ascension of Kublai Khan puts the Mongols back on track. This empire that had come to a grinding halt with Ogedai's death now has a strong ruler at the helm again. Is poised to pick up where it left off, which is not good news if you're one of those peoples who's not come under the world hegemony that Goyim begins to reimpose a stern discipline on the empire. He thinks things have become lax since the days of Genghis Khan. He thought his father Ogedai was a bit mellow, as we told you, that was the conception of the Mongols. Ogedai was lenient. I'm sure that comes as a shock to all the peoples of Russia and Eastern and even Central Europe who felt the Mongol, wrath under Ogedai. If that's a mellow Mongol, what the heck is a stern one? Well, Goyim was a stern one, and everyone was about to find out what it meant to have a taskmaster, old school Mongol at the helm. And the first thing Goyim was going to do was rein in some of these governors of these territories that he thought were getting a little uppity, getting a little independent. Remember, it's like the United States of Khan, and these states are getting a little bit independent for Goyim's taste. So he starts to rein in all these people. He has a bunch of the advisors for his mother and Ogedai, his father, executed, puts in new people, sends some new generals to take over from old generals, starts fighting again in a bunch of regions the Mongols have already been active, and sends a message to his cousin Batu.
Kids, everybody get next to your fucking speakers. Push, perhaps.
Was Khan, you need to come over here, bow in front of me and swear allegiance. But the dangers in such a move, but he also couldn't say no to the great Khan. Russian steps basically slow east, very slow. Troops takes Now, Goyim was supposed to be, if you believe the primary sources, kind of a semi-Mongolian descendants or that helped. And all of that was exacerbated by his habits. He was another outlaw.
Thank you, son. Should be green. Good job.
Primary sources say, get up and start drinking all day long until he also, the other thing for the late is that huge harem, according to Temple Persian chronicles, the combination of drinking and the continual carousing of the harem was not good for his health. So one day, according to Persian chronicles, he says he decides that the air or a certain part of the skin is constitution. So he decides he's going to take a trip there and sort of hang out with his health. The Royal Army so Batu and his army is making its way east. The great Khan for his help. Genghis Khan's youngest son, history is revered for sacrificing his own life to placate the evil spirits of China that had struck Ogedai dumb during the Chinese king. So sacrifice his own life, says, take care of my family after I do. Ogedai says, I will. So and of course, that's a great Khan's coming there. The houses are about to have a war with each other. Smash Batu. Unexpected news under 45 years of the story. Seems like it's not
Friday. Senate Republicans have blocked Israel and Ukraine from advancing. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell said Republicans have blocked the bill because they believe it does not address border
This
security.
giant Mongol
The vote
symbol
was 49-51. The majority
West
leader
Side Gangster.
on each side of the battlefield is a bird.
no last minute, but he has the opportunity to bring the measure up again. Fast
The
reading and science test scores
nearly
have
a year
declined
before it had finally solved.
pandemic.
They just got in the car. The Mongol brain had been put back in the giant Mongol military robot. It was ready to, strike out again. Just like his father organized and had his wife Koyok's mother take over the region.
Singapore the highest scores every subject. Self-evident scale 5, partly cloudy this evening, mostly cloudy later on this overnight period lows in the lower 50s and the highest evening tomorrow. Starting partly cloudy for the rest of the day Thursday, the highs in the mid to upper 60s and
Once again, the Mongolian political situation would begin to unravel as the imperial system faced a second crisis before the first one had even been resolved. Following the earlier precedent events, Koyok's empress, Gamish, assumed the powers of a caretaker regency, but that regency would last 3 years before this strange and awkward period, first dominated by Koyok's mother, then himself, and now his wife. This time, it does come to the senior family. He turned the sky helps get you that balance. He's determined not to allow this situation to so he organizes it with the help of Sorgatan, of Koyok's evil intentions. Sorgatan was interesting. First of all, it's very likely that she herself was an Eastern Christian. She also happens to be the mother of an absolutely remarkable child. But he doesn't do it in Mongolia. So Genghis Khan mandated to. He has to try to stand right by him. This is fine. House of Junction. It's fine with Sorgatan. He's putting the House of Junction. It's not fine with some of these other the House of Igers, the House of Chagatai, the people who've been running the show since Goyo was put in charge. Projects. Watching begins the situation. Split in two. It's around the by saying, we'll choose a successor here in Turkestan, and then we'll have the actual coronation in Mongolia so that Genghis Khan's laws are kept out. Because remember, one condition that Khalil took the Great Khan's position under was that it stayed in his family. What? Besides the family, he represented the House of Joachim, working with the House of Joachim and circumvented the rest of the Mongol branch.
A great example of the choice was different. I bought a Ford and sapphire bracelet. I shopped it around. They offered me 6, they offered 400. I bought it for 50 for that. Gave me $475 for it.
Now, as we said, this is perhaps the greatest $10,000
for the ball.
history up to this point, certainly. Ostensibly frozen out of power.
Everything I've heard about him on the radio is true.
Fantastic, interesting response. Let's talk about the histories of an version from right around this describes it. But is it while the local coronation festivities are underway, everybody's getting drunk and enjoying themselves and partying, and we're told that the amount of drink comes in presents flowing from all over the gnome, cluttering up the skyline, wagons full of stuff. Uncles are so early in the engines, and ever along the line is put on the road. Everybody sends tribute and gifts and all kinds of things. So there's wagons everywhere stretching out to the horizon. And then one of these wagon trains gets infiltrated by accident by someone friendly to the Con's family. She describes it this way, talking about what happens as the party and the coronation festivities were coming. They were still awaiting the arrival of the other princes and continued to be incessant in their joy and revel. None of them dreamt that the ancient Yasab Genghis Khan had changed or altered, and there had been no kind of quarrel or disagreement amongst his family. In their revelry, therefore, they had neglected to exercise precaution. Meanwhile, Shirafu and Naku, the grandsons of ootd Khan, and Toko, the son of Karachar, having reached agreement amongst themselves, had drawn near with many wagons full of arms, and meditating guile and treachery in their hearts. All of a sudden, by a lucky chance indicative of fortune, a falconer called Kesage, of the Kavli bone, one of Monkey Khan's falconers, lost a camel. He was wandering about in search of it, when he stumbled into the middle of Shirafu and Naku's forces. He beheld a great army, and wagons without number, heavily loaded, allegedly with food and drink for the feast of congratulation. Ignorant of the secret purpose of all this, Kesage continued to search for his stray camel. As he moved about, he came upon a young lad seated behind a broken wagon. The lad, thinking he was one of their horsemen, asked for his assistance in mending the wagon. Kesage dismounted in order to help him, and his glance fell upon the weapons and warlike equipment which they had stacked in the wagon. He asked the lad what this load was. Arms, replied the lad, the same as in all the other wagons. Kesage realized their coming with wagons filled with arms was not devoid of guile and treachery, but he feigned indifference. When he had finished helping, he entered a tent and became a guest, and having established friendly relations with his host, he gradually discovered how matters lay. When he was appraised of the truth, and knew for certain that the thoughts of these people were full of guile and hypocrisy, and that they intended, in the course of the auspicious feast, when all were drunk, to step aside from the highway of decency, and stretching out the hand of oppression to put into effect what they had planned. Kesage let go of the reins of free will, bade farewell to his camel, and traveled 3 days' journey inland. Washington says Kesage burst into the coronation to tell the now brand new Khan still celebrating his new position that assassins were on the way. Now it sounds like everyone at the coronation was drunk and are having a hard time grasping the idea that any one of this family, this is the family that Genghis Khan himself had given that lesson to, retook the single arrow and broke it, and then he took a bundle of arrows and showed his sons that they were unbroken. You couldn't break this bundle if only they would stick together. And now here was this falconer telling the Khan that not only was that actually happened, but the assassins, wagonfuls of arms, were on their way to take advantage of him and his people who were in a position that they didn't expect to be family assassins. Now, I was trying to think about what I could compare this to. It reminds me, and folks, British history, of Guy Fawkes being discovered in the process of trying to blow up Parliament. They actually find him with all of the gunpowder underneath the Parliament building, and now the process of trying to grasp him to figure out what the heck was going on. These assassins are caught in the act, and there's a line. This is a way to stab the Khan. These are wagons stretching all over the horizon of the troops. This was between military and wiped out all the branches of the Mongol family line. You're discovering all sorts of
So I want to say that there's two of the sectors that there's how
They start grabbing
how
generals,
stuff and
people, and
you can
interrogating
start
them
to
under
see that
torture,
kind of
and then executing lots of people who are perceived to be
so you
taking
have
part in the
access
fire.
and there are multiple rows. I think they're at least 6 or 7 levels high. So there's huge. And
Instantly,
but
there'd be like
so
100
like
people
there's this whole
executed.
I assume they're having like
Many more will be
3 different controls on the same area, on the same floor,
most
or
probably.
the same floor, and assuming it's the
Other
top floor
grandsons of
that they're
James
talking
Conner
about.
dragged them to the Congress where they had their
I'm quite sure that
ostensibly pardoned, but they're sort of put in positions where they're going to die. Some of these people are sent to the front lines to command troops in a situation.
It's pretty high.
The most high-profile
Lately
person.
that when I go to the park, they have put like a, I want to say a chain link type material blocking that view, so it makes it less accessible to be able to climb up and jump off from those lower levels. But that top level, it's
She's
made
dragged in naked.
at mid-set high. And so you have views of like the Disneyland Park, California Adventure, in Anaheim, even going into LA from the park center, downtown LA. And so it kind of, I think having a lot of security is great, and I think patrolling areas is great, but you're going to have at least
That all
2
of
to
these
3
people in the
patrols
world
going around
knew
because
Khan had promised that they were
maybe
going
it's
to
like half a mile
choose
across
emperors from the line
of parking.
of Ootd.
And
And what of your promise?
monitor the whole area. That's a lot of new security and a lot of time to hire more people. And it's a great thing, don't get me wrong, like to be able to monitor this and make sure that the people that are thinking about doing it get help. It's important people are out there to help. Please, contact whoever you need to. But it'll be interesting to see what they do, and I'm interested to see if they will put some kind of mesh going over the ledge, like I know yeah, like a net or something, or if they're gonna put up a bigger fence, so you could shoot like a see-through kind of fence, so like a board fence, so you could still see the view, because it's part of the time to be able to jump off.
and what people think is really great. Now,
Still by the great Khan himself.
but I'd like to this kind of some sort of advisory for park staff. What do you think this might have been? If you're working in the park, maybe things to look out for or best practices, that you would include general park employees as far as handling something like this?
Not necessarily. I know being inside the park, we are always on the look, or I was, but cast members are always on the lookout for suspicious activity, for those that look like they're going to do something that they shouldn't be doing. If there are situations where it looks suspicious, we definitely keep an eye out for that already inside the park. And so we make sure that we could pop on that already. So I'm assuming that the transportation department and security are going to have their own system in place, because the customers inside the park already kind of have our system in place for looking for suspicious.
Well, when there's an update to the story, you're going to come right back to me because you are our Disneyland expert here. And also, you know how to put someone in the face with a lady with no belly. This lady with no belly button come out with the latest regarding the proposed social ban. I guess it had a stay,
Down whole
but
civilizations
it's
and
not scheduled. It takes what you need to establish. Right up there, the icon that you have now. You say, look,
suffering. And children and their
and
grandchildren.
another very interesting University of Las Vegas. Multiple RV that of course one in LA happens to know and exceeding under by city and county officials. And a bit today, Atlanta, Montana has been arrested for sexually exploiting multiple minors online. Montana PD says the people first found out about the guy from an FBI task force last month.
awesome. Out there, strong. Texas strong. Strong. Very scientific ages. That's something that Jake is calling. It's part of these cultures is now thoroughly, built into the China societies have taken these modules and nations and clouds of content around them. The grandparents of these people these are the people while they try to maintain the Mongol continuity of the universal monarchy and their job to bring the whole world under the laws of the great Genghis Khan docile submitting your needs to every conservative government are the situation that people live under. This is where you start to learn about all the advantages that some of these already did. Genghis Khan is this wonderful enlightenment. This is where you start to see these people actually Khan himself, in my mind, is much more like or Stalin, throws down millions of people, bloodthirsty, but it paves the way. These later governments, even though they're still darn merciless when it comes to enforcing law and punishing criminals. That doesn't make them a lot different than most of the federal rulers of this era. Genghis Khan
Reach.
is a historical person.
No.
Creative destroyer of science stories. Creative instance plopped down on the planet just when someone
Beauty of the network. What's the gangster style?
burned down these
God damn it.
new trees that were planted and cleared land to grow and benefit everyone. These grandchildren of Genghis Khan while they're doing this on one hand, though, that doesn't mean they're not still burning down strands of trees that may have survived. Genghis' burning of the old forest when they find it. They're still murderous. They still destroy. They still do these bad things, but there's no arguing the positive benefits that they deliberately try to carry out as well. Some will say that it's very that they'll grow with a pot of gold on your head to walk from Asia to Europe, not be touched by plastic. Instead of that person actually walking traversing the famously banned tree break-in robbery-oriented paths on the planet, you can see the positive effect happening because of the harsh laws of the harsh it was when our stories involved living executed simply for murder and found with an extra rubber string in their coat that they might have taken out of the armor without permission. Harsh laws. These were some of the most historically untamed and concentrated parts of the world. For the first time in history, these were safe paths that people were traveling on all the time. This is considered a major benefit. It's Genghis Khan's branch. Monkey's brother, maybe the most likely in the entire Middle Ages, anywhere in the world. Punishment of the gods. Joyfully described himself. Now, one of the things Monkey wants to do when he gets control of this empire is to carry out the same sorts of attacks that people like Hogan had before. Hogan was so powerful in his reign, he was able to launch
Why does this take so long?
three major directions of the world at the same time. Attack China, attack the Middle East, attack Europe all at once. Suffered more from this precarious change of leadership progress until his death. And it's obvious that because even as it took several years for the grandpower back up, one big person was a gym rat who was working out on a Sunday evening show. A year later, after taking a year off from the gym, they decided to run back and start lifting weights again. But they can't just pick up what they left off in one shape. They have to ramp back up when they're ready to be level, intensity. Similar situation. While keeping pace with most competitors, Israel consolidating his power and building up the strength of his forces to do what he wants to do, which is to continue the mission, God-inspired mission, as they saw it, conquering the entire world. And as usual, history, it starts once again with China. 1253, Major Kurokai, organizes attacks in several different directions. The Mongols have still been fighting in various places. They conquered Korea during this time period. They launch attacks in Batavia. By 1253, the decision is made to once again, full force, renew war against the southern China, where the flags went, setting the case above it. It's going to be such a major affair that Kublai will lead it. The great Khan himself will go into the field leading troops. Khan will be led by another Mongol leader, concerning everyone to finish off this last and greatest of China's realms. Most unrelenting, slaughtering march, probably winning
That's the girl you thought was in it? No, it's definitely not her. They're both good looking. The other girl? Oh, girl was in Oracle. This is different. This is real different.
better than any cities anywhere. By the last decades. And once again, they have an advantage that they didn't have when it was the northern China. The Mongols are now fighting in geographical locations where the environment is unhealthy for them. Provinces like Sichuan, they have a hard time conquering, or semi-tropical, and it creates a situation that's difficult for the Mongols to resist. What's more, in 1251, after coming to power, the new Khan monkey decided to change the status of the Middle East. Because ever since Genghis Khan first conquered Iran and the Middle East, he'd sort of had that area governed by military governors. They hadn't been incorporated into the grand, Mongol empire under the family. Now he put his brother Hamid in charge of it. To conquer everything. Now, the first thing Hamid did was conquer the group known to history as the Assassins. The actual Assassins were a weird group of people that, if you wanted to compare them to the ninjas of Japan, a secret society feared by everyone for their ability to kill and assassinate anyone, regardless of their level. Grandeur and security. They fought off others' religious components of defense to make these men different, like ninjas. But that didn't stop the amount of fear that they had in the region. Every 200 years before this time, they've been responsible for killing lots of different people, Christians, Muslims, rulers, princes, Jews, everything you can think of. Everyone was going through guards because of what these assassins, these minds could do to them if they wanted to. What's more, unlike the ninjas who struck in the night and with stealth, the assassins in this part of Iran where these ideas were based enjoyed doing so in broad daylight to spread the fear, this idea that no one was safe, and so they struck with their daggers right when everybody could see them watching. This intimidated several rulers. Saladin himself, the great Muslim ruler, had had 2 attacks on him. One that was so close, apparently he was wounded by these assassins, and the king of Korea. Mongols were not about coming to agreements with dangerous people, and the first group, the Heligu, were after him when he inherited as the part of the was to go after that danger. The assassins thought themselves immune from attack because they controlled all these fortresses that were like something out of a Tolkien novel. On the sides of cliffs and built into the most inaccessible locations you just couldn't imagine taking. Mongols did easily. shocking news, they captured the head of the order and sent him back to Mongolia. He was actually killed. Counts about this, but they proved to be almost no problem. Once again, showing the level of sophistication of their siege engines. The core of artillerists from China and Persia even using gunpowder weapons to completely nullify this inaccessible fortification. Sophistication of these assassins kept them safe for so long from so many powerful people who wanted them eliminated already. Next was the turn of the Caliph in Baghdad to feel the heat. The reason it happened was because of the claims that the Abbasids, they were this time period, the 32nd, 33rd, and long line of these caliphs claimed to have a sort of pope-like authority, not quite what that is. Islam is different, but a similar sort of authority over the faith. And the Mongols could no competitive. They had tons of Muslims within their empire. They were not going to accept anyone from anywhere saying that they had the right over the Mongol Khan to tell these Islamic people within the Mongol Empire how to believe, what to do, anything like that. Supposedly gave the Khan Baghdad the option to essentially give up this control for now. It's something that had been done with other Muslim people in the past in the Seljuk Turks.
What's gonna take you back?
The Caliph had recently just gotten the job and wasn't very good at understanding when you have to play ball with the really powerful people. And he gave them Mongols in response. They
Take you back, really?
letter from
Show me that fucking little square. Show me that square.
And when he speaks of the heritage,
Survey
he's talking about
says.
the recent campaign against the Ismailis, the assassin that was just finished. The letter says to the Caliph, when the heretics' fortresses were conquered, we sent emissaries to request assistance from you. In reply, you said that you were in submission, but you did not send troops. Now, a token of submissiveness and allegiance is that you assist us with troops when we ride against foes. You have not done so, and you send excuses. No matter how ancient and grand your family may be, and no matter how fortunate your dynasty has been, is the brightness of the moon such that it can eclipse the brilliance of the sun? Talk of what the Mongol army has done to the world, and those in it from the time of Genghis Khan until today, may have reached your hearing from common and elite, and you may have heard how, through God's strength, they have brought low the dynasties of the Khwarezmians, the Seljuks, the Dalamite kings, the Atabegs, and others, all of whom were families of might and majesty. The gates of Baghdad were not closed to any of these groups, and they kept thrones there. With the might and power we possess, how shall they be closed to us? Previously, we have given you advice, but now we say that you should avoid our wrath and vengeance. Do not try to overreach yourself or accomplish the impossible, for you will only succeed in harming yourself. The past is over. Destroy your ramparts, fill in your moats, turn the kingdom over to your son, and come to us. If you do not wish to come, send all three, the vizier, Suleiman Shah, and the Datwatar, and they may convey our message word for word. If our command is obeyed, it will not be necessary for us to wreak vengeance, and you may retain your lands, army, and subjects. If you do not heed our advice and dispute with us, line up your soldiers and get ready for the field of battle, for we have our loins girded for battle with you, and are standing at the ready. When I lead my troops in wrath against Baghdad, even if you hide in the sky or in the earth, I shall bring you down from the turning celestial sphere. I shall pull you up like a lion. I shall not leave one person alive in your realm, and I shall put your city and country to the torch. If you desire to have mercy on your ancient family's heads, heed my advice. If you do not, let us see what God's will is. Nobody quite does a good threatening ambassadorial letter like the Mongols do. The response from the Caliph was somewhat evasive and at times both friendly and warning. He wrote back, "Young man, you have just come of age and have expectations of living forever. You have not seen your 10 days, meaning your quick days of life, pass prosperously and auspiciously in dominating the whole world. You think your command is absolute. Since you are not going to get anything from me, why do you seek? You come with strategy, troops, and lasso, but how are you going to capture a star? Does the prince not know that from the east to the west, from king to beggar, from old to young, all who are God-fearing and God-worshipping are servants of this court and soldiers in my army?"
Dog. Hey, that's why I love in basketball. Son of a bitch. That's why I love in basketball, though. Yeah, she like dog. Friday, son. What's that gangster? Hell no. I hear pet shopping production. Nice motherfucking cute. Easy motherfucking key, dog. Push, perhaps.
holiday soundtrack. Join the millions of listeners on the iHeartRadio app. Free never sounded so good. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. KMI AM 640.
And the big leagues.
Have been the talk of the automotive industry and the larger transportation industry for the better part of a decade now. Some states like California have leaned into the EV revolution, from state government down to the consumer level. Other states like Wyoming said, not so fast, and pushed back on the introduction of EVs. Politically, the Biden administration has advocated for more EVs, and Republicans are, not surprisingly, opposed to it and vowed to continue support of fossil fuels. But all that aside, what does the EV debate mean for you and me on a personal finance level? Where do hybrids fit in all this? We believe the grand compromise. How to Money with Bill Marston airs every Sunday, 12 to 2 p.m. here on Channel 5. And of course, we weekly to help us get our personal finance houses in order. Joel, good to see you again. Did I characterize the overall nature of this EV discussion correctly? Yeah, there's a lot going on, right? As price cuts have raised up significantly larger thanks to Tesla, and everybody, like the prices have been softened dramatically in the EV sector. For a second, it felt like all manufacturers could charge whatever they wanted, and people were going to pay it, and that's turned into a glut, and actually of EV market on dealership lots. So we've seen a lot of these car manufacturers rolling back plans on construction of EV trading facilities, of EV manufacturing. And so we're just making this really interesting tense moment where these kind of mandates on a state and national level are being instituted, and where customers, we're not Norway. Norway is like 88% EV adoption year over year. Right. But I think that's where politicians, a lot of some politicians would want us to go, but then normal Americans are saying, I don't know if that's the right voice on it. Okay, you might, Mr. Gus and I talked about this as a part of the larger transportation discussion. We mentioned Norway, and I think anyone who's traveled the world knows that in a transportation infrastructure sense, we're usually behind the rest of the world. We don't have the high-speed trains. We don't have the easy.
After a month of siege, the caliph sent Hella good presents and an offer of surrender. Lured by a promise of clemency, he and his two sons gave themselves up to him. On February 13th, 1258, Hella and his troops entered Baghdad and began 40 days of pillage and massacre. 800,000 of the inhabitants of thousands of scholars, scientists, and poets fell into indiscriminate slaughter. Libraries and treasures accumulated through centuries were in a week plundered. Hundreds of thousands of volumes were consumed.
So, like, when you compare the United States education system to Finland, so we're talking about a country that's incredibly diverse of 330 plus million people versus a country that's not nearly
Iraq
as
in
diverse of 4 million
1258
people.
was very different from present. Its agriculture was supported by canal networks thousands of years old. Baghdad was one of the most brilliant intellectual centers in the world. The Mongol destruction of Baghdad was a psychological blow from which Islam never recovered. Already, he says, Islam was turning evil, becoming more suspicious of conflicts between faith and reason, more conservative. With the sack of Baghdad, the intellectual flower of Islam was snuffed out. Imagine in the Athens of Pericles, And Aristotle, obliterated by a nuclear weapon, begins to suggest new Normandy. The Mongols filled in the irrigation canals and left Iraq too depopulated to pursue.
So I think hybrids make a lot of sense. The one thing I like actually more about electric vehicles is that they're kind of like glorified golf carts. And so for the end consumer, they use a whole lot less maintenance on that electric vehicle. I guess where I stand, when you look at kind of what Toyota's doing with solid state battery technology, that has a lot of promise. That's going to relieve a lot of the range anxiety fears that a lot of people have to do. It's just, are we pushing too hard too fast? From a global standpoint, electric vehicles are being the solution when the market kind of working its way towards this mountain of different solutions that people can choose from. They're all pushing us in the right direction, but I think if we push too hard on the EV front, maybe we're missing out on potentially better interim choices. Where do you think all this is really headed in the short term? Because politics will pull us in one direction, but consumer habits is pulling us possibly
Sunni Muslims were, on the other hand, appalled. The cultural costs of the Mongol invasion were already enormous in terms of cities, libraries, and schools destroyed, teachers and scholars killed. The damage wrought to Iraq's irrigation system is only now being reversed with 20th century technology and oil. Some scholars have even suggested, he says, that the rise of Western European civilization from a position of cultural and technological inferiority to world domination was in part due to the devastation inflicted on the Muslim world by the Mongols, coming so close after the Crusaders' sack of Byzantine Constantinople.
I love the carrot approach, the stick approach. And the carrot approach is working. It's like it's giving people significant rebates for buying a greener vehicle. And people are making that choice in many areas of the country where it makes sense for them. But for people who it doesn't make sense for, or who are ready to make the choice,
Without
the more we try to push it down the road, but the less likely they are to be inclined to go in that direction. So it's going to be largely a personal choice for a lot of people. Full-on EV makes sense. For even more people, hybrid is going to make a whole lot of sense. And I just wish as a country we would take that kind of action approach. There's a few different rate options here that we can help people figure out how people adopt in order to kind of reduce energy consumption. The other note that too, though, is just it's interesting to see that we are producing so much oil in this country that's leading to reduction in gas prices. Which makes people even less likely to feel like they need to change things up too. That's kind of a double-edged sword at the same time. Before I let you go, and I know that you're a little bit younger than me.
Various stories are told of the man whose death, Nasir al-Din Tusi, who may have actually been present, tells how a tray of gold was sent. Demanded Helen. It is not edible, answered. Then why did you keep it and not use it to pay your soldiers? Asked Helen. And why did you not make these iron doors into arrowheads? And why did you not come to the river and try to stop me crossing? That was God's will. What will now happen to you is also bad. Some say, Nicole writes, that the Khalif was then locked in a tower with his own treasure and starved to death. But this is almost certainly a myth. Others speak of him being cut down by Helen himself, or by his commander, or by Prince Hassan Bosch, who led the Georgian cavalry. The most convincing account tells how the Khalif was rapidly carted and kicked to death. A much more likely Mongol method of execution for someone who
A woman that was out of rehab for 15 years in federal prison for guilty Medicare out of $24 million unnecessary repairs and medical devices.
Here's a meal.
Israeli Jews are families of Muslims in the center of the Gaza Strip's second largest city, fighting against tens of thousands of Palestinians who flee from territories covered with kids or children are overthrown. Sacramento KFI probably found this evening one of my local houses, 5 local B in the lower 60s. In a crash, almost 5 at River Park. That's heading southbound just before Stewart Boulevard. It's blocking from East back up at the 134. Make your way eastbound over the 10 downtown LA before the 110 and past there. That's the 2 middle lanes blocked at the stop for right turning away from National and the 57 northbound on Bray. You're going to see some slowing as you make your way up the Powder Canyon Road. Turning up, make your way across.
Here you go. Here's a meal.
Islamic foes.
This report is sponsored by Unbound.org. Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue their dream of education through Unbound to help their family put food on the table. We can help build their future in a
That night ago could get some.
where support can go at Unbound.org.
Did you know there's a way to outsmart COVID if you get it? Now there are medicines that can treat COVID, whether or not you've been vaccinated. This is great news, especially if you're over 50. Taking in the first 5 days of having symptoms, COVID medicines can help stop the illness from getting serious. Call a healthcare provider or the statewide COVID hotline at 633-422-1455 to learn more about COVID medicine. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
While Prester John pushed from the east toward travel made lights. That's your former broadcast state of Prester John packaging his content. That just as much favor as they attacked Islam. Reasons that there are
If you're selling your house, visit directbuyers.com. It's the fastest way to sell your house without an appraisal, no repairs, no commission, it's getting cash in 10 days or less. Go to directbuyers.com or call 844-242-SELL.
Jarakos of Ganja has spoken of the joy and even triumph of all these Eastern Christians at the fall of Baghdad. 550 years had passed since the founding of this city. Throughout its supremacy, like an insatiable leech, it had swallowed the entire world. Now it restored all that had been taken. It was punished for the blood it had shed and the evil it had done. The measure of its iniquity was full. The Muslim tyranny had lasted 647 years. In the eyes of the Nestorians, too, and of the Syrian Jacobites and Armenians, the terrible Mongols appeared as the avengers of oppressed Christendom, as providential saviors who would come from the depths of the Gobi to attack Islam in the rear and shake it to its foundations. Who could have imagined, Say says, that those humble Nestorian missionaries, who in the 7th century left Seleucia on the Tigris, were bent out to spread the gospel in the bleak lands of eastern Turkestan and Mongolia, would sow the seed of sobering of hearts.
I recommend you do the same. Now, it all starts with a few consultation. Call 844-333-HAIR. To qualify, you also will get $250 off and $250 free haircut. You can find your hairline.
He just got knocked the fuck out. That's what I mean. KDFO, baby.
844-333-HAIR. AdvancedHair.com. From the creator of Africa, he's a new true crime weekly podcast series. His new episode of Awful Came on the throne. They discuss all things crime, life, history, and crime. Based on everything I've learned, the sun took over, and then I don't know if the interviews something out there. Okay, westernmost. Listen to Talking to Jack on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Helen seemed to favor
It's the most wonderful song. Simply heaven. A wonderful praise. Oh my god, I can't believe I did it. 401 of these fuckers.
Back all the cities of the Muslims, and without consulting his kinsmen, has brought about the death of the Caliph. With the help of God, I will call him to account for so much. Not sharing enough of the treasures of Baghdad. Extreme amounts of Baghdad and brought it up north of the city to a great lake with an island.
And then there's
Put the treasure in the for safety. Treasure. To the other state. Just that. Tis true for the area around Baghdad. He took the Baghdad to Azerbaijan. Back to the horses. We sort of occupied it.
and then there's my son of a bitch.
On the iPhone radio app, as you just you're noticing some very key buttons music episodes via solution